Hello. Sorry guys, my stream crashed like as we were about to go live, so not just my stream, my entire PC. So my entire PC just crashed like 3 minutes ago, which is obviously not ideal, to say the least. So not great, but we are back and we're on track and we are getting ready to go. I'm just getting a couple things turned on. But I think we're pretty much just set to begin, actually. So, let's not waste any more time, I think. Let's just get straight to it and straight into some of this action. Yeah, I think let's just do this, because get back on track. Perfect. I think we're good. I'm going to double check anything else I maybe missed, but I think we're all set. Sorry, guys, just a little bit thrown off by the fact that we just literally had to reset everything just a moment or two ago. Let me just reset my bit counter and then we'll kickstart into some PvP for the day as we go through some more OSC Championship action as we had yesterday. Today we resume with more. I just want to be over here. Well, I'll reset that. Perfect. What's up? Thank you for the 7-day watch, 7-stream watch streak. Sorry. My friend Paul, how you doing? Thank you so much indeed, because Twitch told you to. Nice. Gotta do what Twitch tells you to do, especially when it comes to sharing it all, you know? Alright, what are we doing? We're gonna cast these games. Let's just show you guys. So basically, what's coming up today, guys, is we're gonna continue the winner bracket. Shameless versus Jumi, Nicorect versus Cristiana, and the winner of those two matches against each other. But we're also gonna be starting off the lower bracket with Art versus Mindelvk. And then Cham versus Sebastes. So a couple of matches to kick us off here that are going to be from the lower bracket and elimination series. So we're actually going to knock our first players out of the OSC Championship right now. So that came around quickly, didn't it? Day 2, and we're in the lower bracket knocking some people out. Let's kick this off. Let's get this underway. Let's go on to Tourmaline. Let's party into action as we have got in the top right-hand side the red Protoss player. This is going to be Art, the Russian Art, as we have a Russian showdown here. Art and Mindelvk, Mindelvk being the bottom left blue Protoss. Of course, we've seen a lot of these guys lately because we've been following a lot of the challenger brackets and everything, right? So we've been watching all of those. We kind of have been keeping a track on where everyone is at and everything else. And it's been some good fun. So, here we are today to obviously see what all of that progress to qualifying into this event has led to and to see what ends up happening here. So, without further ado, we're going to really get this underway right now and see what happens in our opening PvP. It's a very PvP heavy day because we've got PvP to start with, we've got PvP in the middle, and there is a possibility, I believe, for PvP at the end as well, because there's possibly it's a PvP PvT into the winners match later, so it's possible we're making a big old sandwich, triple layer, and PvP's bread, so yeah, that is a possibility right now. That is going to be quite PvP heavy, but we'll just enjoy what we get. I think I have to favor Art as well, kind of just coming into this series to say where I'm at. I think I kind of have to favor Art a little bit, right? Because I look at him and he's been impressive lately, and while he's not taking down everybody he's played against, he's taking down a good amount of stronger players and has definitely been kind of up to the challenge a couple times over. So it's been a joy to kind of watch him and to sort of see him develop a little bit and perform and all of that kind of good stuff. So I'm excited to see what exactly Art brings to the table here over the course of this one. As I do think Mindelvk is just a little bit less developed than Art, shall we say. I think that's a pretty fair way to phrase it. He's just not quite got the same amount of success as of late. Both have been playing for a while at this point. OSC events are kind of their home territories. Let's see what happens as this PvP comes through. Cybercore coming up, the probe's on the way. You're going to see the Stalker and the Sentry building up as well. Double Stalker from Mindelvk. And I'm just going to see the probe chased on out of the day for a couple moments. Nothing too crazy. Obviously going to see the pylon coming down, so he's going to get that into position to try and find some action as well for a moment or two. And yeah, Sentry, Stalker, Warp Gate all building up as well. A couple extra Stalkers on this on these gateways coming out also, so a lot of that just getting set up immediately right here and getting all of that figured out. Obviously, PvP has so many twists and possible turns that it could that can be explored in this matchup. So definitely kind of excited to see what comes of this match and to see what kind of stands we're sort of going to start taking. Mindelvk, or if these Stalkers going to poke through, but they're both going to end up expanding, so they're both going to throw down the Nexus to start this series. I like that. A couple of good shots there, but with the return of extra Stalker showing up, not going to be able to do too much else. As we just see the couple Stalkers still coming by, a hallucination is going to get hit in the face for a few moments. It will get denied as it tries to move on through and to see what else is going on. And that is going to be us for the moment. That's where things currently sit and stand, as the two Stalkers in the center will return on home. And we already see some tech on the way. Mindel is going into the Twilight Council now. It is going to be the same idea from Ard. He's also going to go into the Twilight Council. He's just not set up there just yet. As we'll figure that out. These couple sentries and the Stalkers are going to gather together. Just work our way through those rocks, put some damage in, and see what we can do. The hallucination still moving over toward that right-hand side, so it's just going to come straight across over there. Again, blink, the couple Stalkers all coming up. Plenty of these Stalkers and sentries gathering together right now. Figure out what they can do in these next few moments. Again, Twilight's going to be finishing. Blink is very much so just on its way. We wait for the next step of this. Obviously, that blink just a little bit faster from Mindel, so we'll see if he can take advantage of having the blink a little bit sooner or not. He's down by his sentry, but he's up in Stalkers, to be fair, but you will have to be careful of the Adept, so have to be mindful of those. Does not want to let those, start to come through and get too much done. That's so brutal, isn't it? These guys fight through all of those challenger brackets, get into the OSC championship, and now, obviously, starting the lower bracket, that's what the challenger bracket lets you do. And then bam, if you play in a PvP best of 5, and it's PvP, man. We're playing PvP for our tournament life in the very first matchup. Absolutely brutal. Of course, the best part is everyone participating does get paid, so even just making it this far is already a payday. And for these guys, a good little bump of money to help support and to help say thank you to them for giving us their time and their games over the last little while through all those challenger brackets. And so, few Stalkers showing up there. Blink is a couple seconds from finishing. You can see a couple more shots coming out, and we just have more hits coming through. Force fields coming down on both sides. Sentry's actually going to continue to go down as well. A couple more units coming out. And Blink not far from finishing. The couple of Adepts will step over here as well. Just going to try and go in after a few more of those probes. So just trying to find anything we can for a couple seconds, get that underway. And like I say, figured out for few moments. Just gonna have the Stalkers and the Sentry regathering, so they're just gonna move back over there. Yeah, charge on the way up, Forge coming through. Just gonna be seeing the Nexus on that bottom side setting up as well, so that's also just gonna come into play for the moment. And we have to figure this out again. Charge on the +1 upgrades coming by, getting that up and online. So doing a little bit of figuring out in terms of where we're at and what things are going to happen here shortly. It's going to be seeing the Robo Facility. Gives you a lot of potential as well, even if you just want to start bulking that army up with Immortals. It's going to do a lot for you in the long term, so that's always a nice bonus. And so you see these few Stalkers heading back down the bottom left. A couple of probes are going to come around to try and set up and figure out what exactly they would like to do for the next couple of moments. Stalkers gathering, a couple of workers already dropping here. I see a couple blink-ins as we try and find just a little extra out of this at the moment. So again, trying to find a little more bang for our buck right now as our Stalkers are going to come blinking across and chasing down. These Stalkers of Art, I mean, they're going to get cornered in, they'll drop. We killed 3 workers, but obviously we lost a bunch of workers during this at the same time, so not exactly ideal. Charge +1, charge and +1 here as well. All those gates continuing through. It's going to be the situation at the moment, so all of that continuing by just for now. Bringing this up, getting this going. Again, seeing where exactly we take things next few moments here. A few more Stalkers in that Sentry going to gather up together as well. Temple Archives is going to be on the way up from Art. Just going to bring that Temple Archives into play. A couple of Zealots and the Gateways all coming up as well. Add a +1 attack upgrade to that, and these Stalkers are going to start pressing up at the front. A couple of Zealots immediately here are going to be ready to try and fight back against this, and the Stalkers do begin to get turned away right off the bat. So again, getting turned out of there, unable to do too much just for the moment. And blink back up, and that's going to put you in a bit of danger because now you don't have blink available, and Zelds are going to start charging on top of you. So this is going to be quite a lot of damage you take over the next couple of moments, and the Stalkers can obviously continue to chase as well. So Mindelvk chasing Art's few Stalkers around. Art is preserving a worker lead and also preserving an army lead at the moment, if only just. I mean, it's pretty similar armies. He just has so many Zealots back over here. He's basically just out here for the Stalkers trying to find value, and in this case it kind of ended up a little bit weird. There's going to be a fight. We need this Archon to join in because splash damage against those Zealots will be massive. Anything we can do to basically take down Zealots is going to be massive, and we do start to just run into this, and Art has a whole lot more. 20 army supply lead for him right now is absolutely turned into a very convincing statement, as that was just a lot of units going down for his opponent. Mindelvk just stepping a little bit too far forward, getting into a little bit too good of a position, and not really able to do anything too much more about that just yet. Hey, what's up, Snoopo88? Thank you so much for the 25-month resub. Happy New Year, Wardi and chat. Hope for a ton of SC2 in 2026. Gonna do our best. We're gonna do as much as we can. Thank you so much for subbing. Allows us to try and keep to that promise. So appreciate you. Thank you so much. All right. Well, we do have the Prism trying to head in toward the main here momentarily, and it's going to be a massive warp in here from Mindelvk. So a lot of these Zealots are going to come straight through. Piling the gateway going to be in some trouble. On the left-hand side, Zealot Stalker Archon continues to chase over as well. Continue to push through, continue to chase down that left-hand side. A few Zealots on the other side as well. Art is putting some pressure on of his own, so that's to deal with these Zealots in the main base, however. So that should be priority number one over the next few moments. Again, a couple of Zealots getting chased away, a few more Stalkers going to end up blinking out of there, trying to keep themselves protected as best they can for now. And Art's losing a lot of workers, but his economy, his army standing is very good. Right? Like, he has so much army remaining in this situation. Like, he is absolutely looking fine and dandy in that regard. Gonna start killing a lot of probes here as well. Like I say, this prism across the map is finally going to get cleaned up. So yes, we took a lot of damage, but we're doing just as much damage and more over here as well, and that's going to be pretty much it. Nexus goes down, bottom side 6 o'clock goes down, a few Stalkers still swinging. I'm just going to blink in toward the natural expansion. Zelds are going to be there immediately. Game +2 attack coming on over, and we continue to charge on in. Zealots, Archons, Stalkers. That's going to be GG. Art is going to take game 1 of this matchup. So just like that, we have Art springing out to a 1-0 lead to start us off. Guys, I gotta run ads because my usual ad build-up got cancelled because of the stream reset, so sorry, but there's going to be a couple of moments just ads everywhere in the early portion of the stream. Usually I run like 3 rounds of ads before we start, but that wasn't possible because my stream reset, so we lost all the progress basically, so just apologies for that. It will be a little bit more ad-heavy than we'd usually like it to be in the early stages. Sweet. We are ready to go. We'll just give it 30 seconds for those ads as just mentioned, and we'll be able to get ready to go. Why is Reno not in the tournament? Because he didn't try to qualify or play in it. That would be why. Snoop88, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Yo, thank you so much. Going out to Goatee Bear, Phoenix Rook 21, Kenman 420, Offcent Red, and Sharinga Niche. Thank you so much for the generosity of the 5 gifted subs. We do have a discount on. It's a cheeky little Wardi birthday discount on 5 gifted subs or more. Do I still have a shop here? I do. Okay, are you guys excited? They're back. That's right, guys. I know you've all been waiting all year. The balloons are making a return. AKA, I have balloons left from last year that I just realized today. So we're gonna blow them up. 5 gifted subs, because why the heck not? We've got them to use. Snoop, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. My first birthday balloon of the year. How exciting is that? I don't know how big these balloons are going to go. I can't remember. I'm going to leave it at that. I don't want to pop it in my face. You guys thought the Christmas tree was bad? Well, bam. Here we go. Yo, what's up, Jim Community? Thank you so much for the 8-month resub as well. Snoop. Bam. Look at that. First birthday balloon of the year. Boom. Snoop. Oh, no, but Ellie, you don't like the balloons, baby. Yeah, you're going to have to step away. Yeah, because they're going down there as well, and you don't like them. No, you leave them, baby. You don't like the balloons, remember? Oh, yeah, you don't like the balloons. Yeah, I know. They're very nasty. I don't know why you don't like them, you just don't. I'm just reminding you, because you didn't like them last year. Or the year before that. Or the year before that. So I'm just letting you know before you get terrified of them for no reason, because you don't have to, because you don't have to approach them. Lovely. Alright guys, we're gonna go in a second or so. Let's actually start this off. That was a good way to fill some time while we ran some ads. That works perfectly. Fill some time, kill some moments. Alright, we're going into Winter Madness here in a couple seconds, guys, so kicking this off. Let's get this on the go. As we're gonna have in the top left-hand side, the red Protoss player here is Mindelvk, down a game in this PvP. Kind of intrigued as to what build we'll see kind of cropping up from each again. Are we going to see both of them try to expand once more? Or are we actually going to see a little bit more of maybe the expectation here, which is probably a little bit of, you know, some proxy robos and stuff and some more aggression? I guess we'll try and find out. Also, what's up to Mega over on the YouTube? Says, happy birthday. Any plans for tonight? Thank you so much. And I'm going to go play Pokemon cards, to be honest. Wednesday is my card night, and it's kind of snowy and nicey, so we don't really want to go anywhere too far, and so I'm just literally going to go play cards. Just sit in a dank basement and play some Pokemons. Gotta practice. I've got 2 big tournaments in the next month, so gotta get the games in. Gotta get the practice hours in, you know. Gotta practice it up. We might even do a couple of Pokemon TCG streams. Oof, wouldn't that be crazy? Maybe we might do some like gameplay streams and just try and learn and figure things out and actually get good for the next month. Going bad snow, it's supposed to be 70 there today. Well, actually, most of our snow is melted now, but it's going to snow again tomorrow. So it's at that really miserable stage where, like, the fun snow's gone, and all that's left is random patches of just dead, thick, slippery ice. So we're at that kind of point where it's just like, eh. Hopefully tomorrow it snow. If it's going to snow again, like, it may not be so bad, because at least if it snows again, it'll just be like fun and crunchy and, you know, Ellie can play in it and stuff like that, you know? Then it gets a little bit better again. It's just, when it doesn't, when it's not fun and crunchy, it's just not fun at all, you know? Slush is awesome ass, yeah. It's so funny, we just took Ellie over to the field, and, like, the actual field was treacherous, whereas the roads and the paths were kind of fine. Because the field just, I guess people ride quad bikes or just something on the field, and so it's made a lot of, like, it must have, like, condensed a lot of the snow down into, like, hard ice, so when a lot of the other snow's melted off, these massive just slabs of ice are left there, and it's really difficult to walk on because it's super slippy. Like, I thought on top of grass it wouldn't have ever be that slippy, but alas, here we are. Alas, here we are. A couple of sentries coming up, Warp Gate on the way. Again, established for a couple of moments, Nexus and so coming up as well, so just taking a few moments here, getting everything up and running. And again, a couple of sentries in the Warp Gate coming through also, so just getting a couple of things online and working. Hallucination going to come across the map as well for a couple of moments, stalking in a couple of sentries to put some pressure in also. And yeah, just try to see what else we can do for the next couple of moments. Well, that counts as coming up, so just a lot of that coming online as well. Just see a few sentries in the Stalker gathering in together as well. Gonna see a sentries in the store gonna get there, a little bit of cleanup being made. And again, the Twilight Council and the Nexus continue to come about as well, so bringing all of this up and online, and a lot of this going right off the bat. Just figuring out what exactly comes next here, which is going to be Stalker and sentries just chilling out. Again, Blink coming up on both sides, the Nexus continue to come through as well, so we bring a lot of that up and online. 2 more Stalkers just warping in alongside everything else. And yeah, that Blink will be the choice once again here for the next few moments. Blink coming up, like probes are going to continue to build, the pylon on the way. Anything else coming through, Stalkers and the Sentries. Just keep opening as well. Third Nexus comes down on the right-hand side. Third Nexus here from Mindel. Can try and get down as well. It looks pretty standard. Obviously, last game got into a bit of a macro kind of setup as well. Just devolved pretty quickly once some aggression got onto the map with the Stalkers and so I'd imagine something similar may be happening here again. Robo Facility and the Gateway coming through. Nexus on the way on both sides of the map. Hallucination will go to the upper left-hand side to see just what else is happening. Yeah, Robo coming about. Just going to see, again, the Stalkers and the Sentries going to gather around right here, so joining up, waiting for the moment. As Blink kicks in, we'll see who maybe tries to take the initiative, who maybe tries to get a little bit of something done. Should be kind of fun. See what we can get out of this in the next few moments as the Blink comes up, and Forge and Robo Facility all coming through as well. Nexus still coming online, the gate's still coming over. Robo Facility again coming online for the moment, and the Stalkers are going to take a chance to step forward and up toward the upper left-hand side of the map here just for a couple of seconds. So again, stepping straight over, and it's going to be odd to be the first kind of aggressor in this game, looking to try and deal some damage. So in we go, a couple of the Stalkers start getting hit, the Sentry taking a couple of shots as well, so again a few more hits on all of that just to begin with. But depths go back the other way for the moment. Again, +1, and that charge both continuing up and through for now. And yeah, a few workers going down. Just going to be seeing the Stalker still blinking across. Actually going to be able to maybe clean this out, but 8 workers dead in total is obviously a pretty serious number. So that's a lot of damage taken. That's a lot of hits very early, and that's the sort of thing that puts you in a pretty rough position here, because now you've got to try and figure out how you're going to recover from that. And that definitely ain't going to be an easy endeavor in the slightest. So definitely going to be suffering a little bit right now as we try and figure out what exactly comes next in this grand scheme of things. Hallucination back up through the top side, another hallucination through the center. We're just going to try and keep on scouting. Art wants to know everything that's possibly happening in this situation right now. Is not looking to let anything slip free, to say the least. Again, Stalking those sentries gathering, the Temple Archive still coming through. A lot of that coming up. Stalker's going to blink, the Sentry's going to be nearby, charging the +1. All coming about as well. And again, the Temple Archives and a couple of additional gateways still coming up as well. So again, a lot of that just coming through for the moment as our Stalkers still making their way over the left-hand side here. Again, Temple Archives coming up, bringing a lot of that through for the moment as well. And all these Stalkers gather, so we take a couple of seconds. Plus 2 attack coming by, Temple Archives and the Gateways coming online as well. And you just have the Stalkers from Art still moving around on the map. So again, settling here to try and get everything on track and rolling properly. The Archon, the Zealots coming through. The +2 attack upgrade going to be a part of this as well. So again, some little bits and pieces coming up for the moment. Stalker's going to get in, able to nab an Observer right off the bat. So again, it's going to be a nice quick little grab. And again, the +2 attack on both sides of this. We'll continue through as well. Only a couple of Stalkers are still firing up, and a couple of those Stalkers taking damage right away because of it all. And it is Mindelvk to try and fight back across. Mindel, who is down on workers, down in army supply, and just down in general. They have a little bit of a time window advantage on the +2 attack upgrade, but that only really matters if you have enough stuff to then get onto the map and go and attack and to go and use it. That is something which obviously remains very much so up in the air at the moment. So that part is definitely still a kind of a question mark in the scenario right now. Gotta try and figure this out. Again, the Immortal and a couple high tempo will be building up. We need to get that underway just for the moment. Immortal coming through. And the setup continues, and yeah, a few more high tempo just gonna get warping in once again. The attack upgrade gonna be nice for both, but we gotta get to that sort of stage first as well, as the Stalkers, the Zealots, and the Archon continue to come down here. Just gonna get a little grab, a couple cannons coming up from Art as well. Bringing a good amount of those into play as the +2 attack will be part of this as well. Cannons and the batteries continue up for the moment. It's a lot of units from Mindel in the middle of the map. Zealot, Stalker, Archon pushing on through, so going straight across in this direction here as we get set to rumble, and Mindelvk trying to be the aggressor while down on supply, but maybe you can find a good position. Maybe you can, you know, fight something here, surely. Just gonna see a couple units trying to move up. I mean, maybe you can take a good position, basically, and just create a fight that favors you, but oh, maybe you just don't take the fight. You just pressure and see what's available, right? You see what's around, you see what's happening, and you just kind of take those possibilities and kind of just, you know, threaten with them, but don't need to do much else, you know? It's not a terrible way of approaching this at this stage, I'd say. Just, again, seeing what's up, seeing what the open options are, and then just figuring out from there. A couple of Zealots will continue to take a couple of swipes at each other. So a few shots going through. The Archons and the Stalkers will continue to be there as well, chasing down everything else for the next couple of seconds. Again, we get a lot of this underway and sorted out over the next few moments. Robo Bay Forge on the Robo Facility coming up. Prism's on the way through. +3 attack upgrade going to be a part of that. There's a couple of Archons morphing in on the side of Mindelvk, so bringing those Archons up and running as well, getting those straight online. Again, just going to be seeing the rest of this army from Ard settling in on that right side. I think he just... was that his own Stalker he just killed? Yeah. A little bit of a misclick on his own unit, but you know, it happens. Friendly fire is a real thing. I should take out insurance if you ever a Protoss unit. Take out insurance. You never know when that Protoss army... it's so powerful. It's always walking around in a big clump. You never know when you're going to be the unfortunate unit that just gets A-clicked on by accident. So make sure you're protected as a Nexus in the front comes in. 5th base comes up. The rest of this army from Mindelvk heading to the bottom right-hand side and looking for the chance to just dive in while Ard is out of position. And Ard is going to be across the map. So we are actually going to go base trade this. I mean, going into the base trade, army supplies are very similar. I mean, everyone's maxed and so on. Upgrades may favor Ard if they get to finish. Oh, sorry, actually, I didn't see Mindelvk's +3 attack was just finishing, so it's just done now. So let's flip that narrative. Okay, I don't think we're going to deny the Forge before the +3 is done. So maybe that's not really too important. 32 workers going down on either side pretty quickly. Obviously, both players quick to get rid of the third. Getting into the main and denying warping potential and pylons is going to be huge. I mean, both get supplied up pretty quickly, so there's not that much warping in happening. There's a lot of money on the side of Mindelvk, so especially important that Ard does not allow that money to be spent. It's an extra like 15 Zealots if you could warp them in, right? So super important we keep them supply blocked and we keep the pylons down, and yeah, just don't let this really happen, basically. Obviously, it's still good money to rebuild with, but we're not thoroughly only in the business of rebuilding right now is the main takeaway. The Stalker Archon keeps charging through, a couple extra Zealots and charge on into this as well, so they're going to go in for a little bit of an extra, take whatever bonus they can find here. 58 probes now down, only 6 workers remaining for Mindelvk, so if it comes to rebuilding, it will be from a very, very low economy. I mean, right now, Ard just has bases around the map, still mining over here. I mean, he might just want to finish off these. Honestly, there's not a lot left for Mindelvk. Mindelvk is yet to build a Nexus as well. Okay, he just builds one now over in this bottom side. If Ard can protect this base that's already built up, that would be massive for him. Leaves one Zealot on the gateway. Now Mindelvk is just down to that building Nexus. Like, we pretty much... I mean, we don't even have to defend this base, I guess, because we can defend up here instead and just give this one up. And that's closer to where you're at, and also has a cyber core there as well, and we're building the gateways near it, so there's multiple reasons to defend this position compared to the previous. And that's exactly what we begin to do. All those batteries still coming up as well. Nexus very much so still on its way in here, so that is coming up from Mindelvk, who will be able to make the move to get something done sooner rather than later in this situation. Mindelvk is on the map. He might be the one that needs to do something because he only has 6 workers, and if he can figure that out, he might recognize, this is kind of down to me to sort this problem out and to get this back on track. And I think that would be very much so the case here, so kind of expecting that to be a factor. See if these Zealots continue to run around, just see the next about to finish. Talon's building into place. Zealot, Stalker up the right side of the map, looking to make moves, looking to push on in. Just gonna see the rest of this army all gathering together. Zealot, Stalker, Archon all joining up, getting ready to rumble. The problem is, I just don't think Mindel can attack into position. He's up trying the army supply, so he might want to, but like, you're attacking into a super choked up area, and also let's look at what this is. He's down 11 Zealots. I mean, the choked up area doesn't benefit your Zealots, but it could also hold your opponent's Zealots back, so maybe that could be a way that we actually do manage to approach this somewhat successfully. Just finishes off this base over here for a moment or two, takes a second, and Obviously does a lot to re-establish position in this case. Just making sure your opponent has less get out of jail free cards potentially. Gonna be awkward. Mindelvk trying to ensure there's nothing else happening around the map with this prism scouting. A bunch of extra Archons coming through. Just gonna be seeing. I mean, at this point, we're just rebuilding those gateways. It had a lot of money to spend. Still has the 14 army supply lead, but does have less workers, so that could become impactful eventually, perhaps. Couple shots coming now. Just leaving the unit tab open so we can see what we're playing with here. The production tab's not going to have a whole lot in it for the next couple of moments at the very least, so nothing to worry about there just yet. More units getting jumped in on. Just moving over. The rest of the Zealotstalker Archon army coming over as well and continuing to move through. It's going to be seeing a couple shots coming now. We're actually going to fight this as Art. He's up an attack upgrade, but that's about all he's up in, so not sure what's selling him to kind of just decide to go for this right now, but his supply is going to be favoring him, and he's very close. I mean, to be fair, trading out favors Art because that eventually gives him the advantage. Because eventually he ends up mining more because he actually has more workers right now, and that kind of is what plays out in a long-winded way. But I mean, well, not really. That's not what plays out at all. That's what would have played out, but we actually didn't trade enough out, basically. TLDR just didn't get enough done as Mindelvk in that fight. So Art just wins that fight. Had an armor upgrade as well. So, had a little bit extra, but that was kind of about it. The Zealots of his opponent just melted. I think it was just better composition. Like, he had more Zealots, and Zealots are just going to do so much work. And, like I say, the Zealots also melt to Archons, but even if the Archons are just hitting Zealots for even longer, like, that's a factor as well, right? That's something that does add up over a little bit of time, so. Again, a game 3 here in just a couple seconds, guys. Kick this off in a moment. And keep us on track and on path for more StarCraft 2s. Thanks for joining us and being here with us to enjoy some games. It's great to be with you guys. And we're going to get ready to party on. Alrighty, let's jump into this, guys. It's gonna be Ruby Rock. Just giving the ads a minute. Like I say, I gotta try and get back on track because the stream crashed before we started today. The pain. Some taco stuff. Thank you for the bits. 20 earlier, 15 again right there. I see you. Sorry if I don't mention you every time. I don't know what it is about the bits. Sometimes I see bits and I'm like, nice bits, and I just... brain gets carried away to, I'd say a far and distant place, but pretty much just back into the StarCraft most of the time at least. Thank you, mate. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. As we do have ourselves in the top left-hand corner, the blue Protoss player Art. Coming up here against the red Protoss player Mindelvk. Art with the 2-0 lead right now is obviously going to be a pretty darn good position for him, so he is loving where he is at right now, plain and simple. He is absolutely loving where he currently sits, so very strong position there. As we wait to figure out just how Game 3 is going to be looking in the next few moments. Okay, and they similar both coming through, so we've gotten a lot of that up and running already. Bring that straight about. Okay, similar is all coming through as well, so we bring a lot of that up. We got a lot of that going into play. Again, just some setting up for the moment here. A couple of probes start to move out onto the map. Gonna pass each other in a second or so as well. Nice some PvP for a change. Ay. First PvP of the day. We can't start complaining already, guys. There's so much PvP today. If you start complaining now, you're gonna get bored before the the second PvP. Hey, okay. There is only 2 PvPs a day. If Nicorect, I think it wins out. But that's obviously putting a bit of emphasis on Nicorect having some success later on. That is not exactly a guarantee, but here's hoping. Is Nicorect, right? It's like Nicorect. Is Nicorect Cristiana? Yeah, Nicorect Cristiana. Winner of that plays Shameless or Jumi in either PvP or PvT. We can cheer for some PvT there, I'm sure. Anyways, for now, in this lower bracket again, elimination, and suddenly Mindelvk is a map away from elimination, as he needs to win this game right now to stay in it. Not looking to advance through. The winner of this will play against Skillus, so it's going to be more PvP. In fact, this is just the entire PvP section of the lower bracket. There's also Nightmare, Lemon, and Trigger on this same section, so it's Protoss in this area of the bracket, so you've got to be confident in your PvP. I actually think Odd Skill is going to be interesting, but that other section as well is absolutely brutal. The Lemon Trigger into Nightmare is actually a really cool set of games. Admittedly, yes, PvP, but like actually some really solid players there that any of them could really make it out of that little section and kind of go on a bit of a run, I would imagine. So yeah, it's going to be fun to see for sure. Hallucination sits there, Stalker Sentry coming about. Going to be knocking down some forward rocks here at the moment and settle ourselves down, see what we can get up to, and yeah, try and just spot around the map as a Twilight Council and expand from both. It's such a weird PvP because we're just seeing both players kind of be happy with an expansion into Blink right now. It's funny because like usually what happens is that at the very least the player who is losing the series is like, oh, I gotta change this up, right? And especially in a matchup like PvP where there's so many ways to change it up, that change up usually happens, and obviously what we're seeing is just no change up at all is kind of a, I'm not gonna say it's crazy, but like it is surprising, right? It is definitely a surprising situation. As that Blink continues through, Nexus coming up, Gateway still on the way by. Just see that Nexus coming through, Blink coming about, Gateway probes all coming through. Just going to see the Stalkers and the Sentries pulling back over to the natural expansion for a couple of moments there. So Blink coming up, the gates coming by. More Stalkers warping into the front. And you see one Stalker there from Mindelvk, going to get jumped on pretty darn quickly. So it's going to be one grab right off the bat. Again, Blink coming up. This nation will go down. The Stalker's still chasing. The Sentries being hunted. The first Sentry dropping already. I'm just going to see the Stalkers and the Sentries still gathering. Back in the center, pulling back. Not the one to get a Stalker and a Sentry out of this early game so far. Again, we'll be slightly later to the Blink, but maybe in the better position overall. Stalkers poke up, but nothing happening yet. We don't really want to commit into the fight, so we kind of try and stay clear of the fight where possible. Although these Stalkers and Sentries are actually going to push up, so they're going to give you basically no choice. They're just going to send it. They're going to push into this, and those Stalkers have to start backing away. A couple of Sentries coming through, and some extra damage added to this as well. And that Blink is going to be finishing in a couple moments' time, so getting that Blink completed in a couple seconds. As you can see, Odd immediately trying to make use of it and jumping back forward on top of this army. So again, just trying to instantly put himself back into play right now as those Stalkers come back through. Forge coming up, Nexus coming by. So a lot of Stalkers just still on the top side of the map and gonna get through there, probing the pylon, taking some damage, and more shots coming through. Now the rest of those Stalkers are gonna start showing up, and they're gonna keep chasing through as well. So he comes straight through, looking for some opportunity. Now blinking forward as well, another chance to just get forward and try and pick up a little extra here. Stalker still creating some return fire as well, so back and forth. I mean, Odd is just coming out of this in a favor. 75 to the 59, has more workers behind this, is already trading well enough to be in the army advantage as well, so it really is just looking great for Odd so far here in this game 3. Not a bad little position. We're going to repower this gateway, but obviously being depowered for a while already makes it a bit more difficult to keep the aggression up. We're down a lot of army supply, and with Immortals coming out from Art as well, so you kind of get the feeling that this one is looking to be a bit rough for Mindelvk, who's, you know, is expanding now, getting a Forge as well, but all of these things are kind of as a follow-up because this has not worked out. Most of them truly seeing success and being able to kind of get into your next stage. We'll get a battery here because we're a bit far back as Art, but you know, these are very expendable things. Like losing a battery when you're up with 7 workers is fine. You know, if that's the only damage we're going to take from this advance of the Stalkers, then he doesn't care. Like, that's absolutely okay. We don't mind about that at all. 2 more Stalkers get warped in. Robo facility in the gates coming up. Attack upgrades building as well. Get a lot of this coming by here as we continue through, and now the Stalker's going to take a chance to move over to that left-hand side. So, over to the left we go. Going to pick away at the pylon for a couple of moments. Pylon will go down already, so that is going to be a quick little KO as well. Up on the top side, the warp gate. The pylon going to be sitting tight there too. Charging the +1 coming up down. The Stalker's going to get here. They're going to go in after a few of those Adepts, which are trying to just get some damage done. Cleanup made. And Art still, for the most part, just minimizing all sorts of damage that could be happening. Really keeping this very on track for himself at the moment. But more Stalkers going down again. More damage still just coming through from Art onto Mindelvk, who is down 20 supplies still in this game. The thing is, we're caught up on workers, but that's not going to catch you on army supply. Your upgrade is, okay, 20 seconds or 30 seconds behind, so maybe like it's a chrono boost behind or so. But that's going to continue now with +2, although we will see shields from Mindelvk, so maybe the shield upgrade has some possibility to mix things up as well. As the Stalkers come across, they get rid of a pylon there initially, so a little bit more damage being done just for the moment. And all of these Stalkers still coming about here and trying to see what else we can find for the next couple of seconds. So again, trying to get a little bit more out of all of this, trying to get a little bit more in the way. Stalkers just gather together. Gonna find this gateway again on the top side, just try and play the denial on that. Bottom left hand side, all those Stalkers joining together once again, so again see those stepping into place and figuring out what they want to do next. So let's get rid of the gateway over on that left hand side. Sorry guys, had to clear my throat. Bad timing, but yeah, Stalkers coming through on this left-hand side, but they just kind of turned away. I mean, the Mindelvk is kind of keeping this closer supply-wise than it's maybe been before, but man, now we're going to recall back because there's the Prism around, which, you know, just having to spend your recall on that, and it's going to give the rest of this army free reign to, well, straight up cancel your 4th base. We're all going to cancel this, right? Nope, not even a cancel, it's a kill. It's all going wrong in the VK. It's all going wrong. DTs are here, and we do not have detection currently. We do not have an observer out. We're trying to build a cannon. It's just desperation all around. We're killing a bunch of pros with these DTs, which are just swinging through the main base. Going to depower a couple of gates. Could have had the Robo, actually. A little bit AFK in this main base with a DT, and he could have had more, but to be fair, hard to criticize Art when he's doing so well across the board. Otherwise, like every other part of this is absolutely going fine, so GG and good luck. Next is Mindelvk. He taps out of this one. He says, yep, that's enough for me. That's going to be good. And you are going to take it. Art with the 3-0 and a bit of a statement win in this opening match. As he just, I mean, really not much else to say than just swings through, looks good in doing so. And it's going to come out with a win. Sorry guys, my voice is not loving it today. Alright, we're going to go Cham, Sebastes up next, guys. More lower bracket action. Another elimination series coming up. Hopefully over the course of this one we can get ourselves fully back on track on those ads and stuff and stop being behind, because that's a little annoying when it does happen. But we'll just give it a minute and we'll jump straight into Sebastes versus Cham in the next match, guys. Going to be some PvZ coming up in a couple of moments. Cool. 30 seconds, and we'll start up our second series of the day, guys. Cham, Sebastes. Also in the lower brackets, the Mindelvk gets knocked out. Art advances on. We know Art will be playing against Skillus. Cham and Sebastes will play against the winner of Cham Sebastes will play against the loser of Shameless Jumi. So that's just a little bit of information for you guys there in terms of how that bracket's playing out. Again, full bracket available with the bracket commands or the pinned comment, depending on if you're on Twitch or YouTube respectively. And yeah, check that out as we are just ready to go into this next game. Let's do it. Let's just send it. We've got nothing to hold out for. Going into Cham and Sebastes. Sebastes. Every time I try and say his name like that, I just want to say it so silly. I just want to be like Sebastes, Sebastes. Yeah, I don't know why. I just can't. I mean, obviously I can't hold myself back because I don't, but it goes through my mind every time. Sebastes in the bottom right is our yellow Protoss player. Taking on the blue Zerg in the upper side, it is going to be Cham for game 1 of this best of 5. Everything best of 5, of course, in this OSC championship, so no changing up of anything there, nothing to shout or scream about, everything just kind of as we expect it to be. Drones mining away, getting the assimilator still coming up. Probe comes through the natural, heading to this upper side. Again, hatchery, spawning pool, gas, little bits of everything all coming in right off the bat. So just bringing that straight through for the moment. Let's get set. And seeing where we can take this for the next few moments. But obviously we'll do some good scouting. Sebastes, I mean, actually kind of an interesting situation here. Sebastes, who is someone who this year in an OSC King of the Hill took down Solar, for example. Definitely one of those players that has potential, but consistency is 100% going to be kind of on our minds on this one as well. Cybercore Nexus, probing the pylon coming through, the assimilator coming up, Queens, couple of drones building by as well, so a lot of that coming over. Just gonna chill on this probe for a couple of moments as we try to keep an eye on what exactly is going on. Link speed start from Cham, and his target starts from Sebastes as well, so we do see a pretty standard starting point to begin with at the very least, so nothing too crazy about the initial beginning of this game at least. Again, link speed coming through, a few lings on the way up, bringing a lot of that by for a couple of moments. You're just going to see this adept starting to shade out onto the map to try and pick up some information as well. So it's going to be heading to the top. Probe coming by. Again, link speed is halfway through for the moment. So we bring that up. We get that going. Warp gate building by. The stalk is still coming in as well. And you get that into play for the moment. There's naughty players, huh? Hosting without the Game Heart mod. The year is 2026. Some of these guys still don't host the mod. It genuinely baffles me because I still, like, surely as a pro, if you have the chance to watch the game in a better way so you can learn from it, from the replays and whatever, surely that alone is like a reason to just do it. To just turn the mod on. Like, it takes like it's an extra button press when you host, basically. This thing baffles me that it still gets hosted without a mod. Crazy business, crazy business. Alrighty, so we are coming up, we're getting going. And set to rumble here and seeing where we take things as we just have Twilight Council coming through and then up and online. Figuring out where things are going to be going. A couple of those lings are going to come about, so they're going to pull through. Just going to be seeing the lings moving back over to the side there for a couple seconds. Not doing too much just yet. Again, that Twilight Count's coming online, the additional gates coming by. That Nexus being added on as well. A couple of Spore Crawlers, Drones, and Overlords all building at the same time as well. So just bringing all of that up. Moment. What does the mod do? It gives you like the side of the screen, like the countdown to upgrades finishing. It gives you like the worker kill count on the side of the screen. So if workers start dying, it counts them. It gives you like the like usually would tell you there's a pro building here, right? Or like unlike a structure that can build multiple things like this, it would have the resonating glaive symbol here. It disables skins, so the players don't see any skins in the game as well. It does a lot of stuff, honestly. So yeah, it baffles me that we don't use it. Like, obviously as a cast, like, if we, you know, as a cast, you have to use it when you notice it, right? But if you don't notice it, it just starts, like, it's just baffling that we've, like, sometimes it happens, like, every time now and then, like, one game you forget to put it on, it's whatever. But, like, and sometimes it doesn't click properly or whatever, you press it too quickly and it doesn't load because StarCraft's buggy. But when you don't have it for an entire series, that's just, like... I mean, I guess maybe I shouldn't make the statement just yet. We only forgot it for one game so far, but I get a feeling on how this may continue. It's not the end of the world. It's just quality of life as a viewer. And like I say, it's just so easy to turn on the other side. That's like I say, it baffles me that it doesn't get done automatically by a bunch of guys, basically. Anyways, enough of me yapping on about it. +1 missiles and Roach Speed coming up. Blink just starting now, back at home from Protoss, so to get on the way. He does have these adepts, obviously that is glaives, so we want to try and do some damage here, and let's see if we can succeed. The blink follow-up is obviously a long way off, so these adepts need to buy time, they need to try and deal damage, they need to try and force a response from your opponent. Right now, I feel like we're not really achieving this. These adepts are not doing a lot of damage, the roaches are clearing them up quickly, and that means we have potential to maybe go across the map soon. We're making a bunch of lings that would help us with that. And how many workers go down here until we actually kill 14? This is what I mean, this is why it's so... This is why it's nice to have the kills on the side of the screen. You're watching one thing, you're trying to look for other things, and you're like, actually, I didn't realize 6 workers went down over there before, you know? So, yeah, 14 workers going down does tell you a little bit about where this sits. It does tell you a little bit about where things are at right now as the Oracle combo is going to continue through the center. Couple of moments. And again, Roach Ravage continuing up. Yeah, a couple of Oracles still chilling out overhead. And yeah, an extra Ravager morphing into the center too, heading down toward the bottom side. These Stalkers will shoot. The Lings and the Roach is still going to try and chase forward. The Roach is actually going to come in from both angles here. These Stalkers don't have Blink, so they do not have anywhere near the efficiency that they're used to playing with, and that is going to be one of the bigger problems right now as this Roach Ravager army continues to chase straight through. I mean, a couple of vials coming down. There's that Blink completing, so you can see now the Stalker is able to kind of trade a little better. Is that going to be in time? I love the Oracles overhead. They're going untouched, so they are able to just add constant damage output. So the Oracles are doing a lot of work. The Zelds are going to slow walk forward, which, to be fair, I mean, they're not going to get into the fight quickly, but they're still going to be there to tank. And maybe that's all we need of them for now. I mean, I'm not convinced by Cham, because like his army supply is up by 25 or so, but I don't feel like he's breaking further and further ahead on supply, and these Stalkers are going to turn this away. And obviously Blink Stalkers against Roaches in the end, you know, turns out all right. You know, it's just about getting the right numbers up initially as well, and we're kind of getting to that stage now as these Stalkers continue through, they continue to pressure. We are now getting to that, like I say, that sort of stage. As the 1-1 upgrade, Storm and Charge all continue through. Ling Roach reducing up right now as well. A few of these Stalkers just going to get in after a couple of the Lings. The next is trying to come down for a 4th base. Sebastes going to be able to put that down into place already. He's just going to get that 4th into position. And again, the rest of this Ling Roach Ravage coming through. An Overlord on that side coming up as well. Again, 1-1 upgrade. Storm and the Charge coming by. Robo Facility coming up as we speak. Just these Roaches coming down the right-hand side. Just going to start making some moves as they get in on top of this Nexus. You can obviously see a couple of these probes in some trouble. The Ling Roach going to continue in after the Stalkers as well, so trying to find a bunch of value here. as we chase straight over. I mean, Cham just running in once again. It's still just Stalkers, which I don't think there's enough Stalkers to trade as well against these Roaches as we want to. The supply just isn't there for our Protoss players. I think this is going to fall a little bit short of the mark, unfortunately. And that is going to be Cham looking good then to maybe take this opening game of this best of 5 series. Yeah, he's looking pretty solid right now. As Roaches keep on firing through, they keep on dealing just a little bit of extra here and there. The pylon's going to go down, depowering a bunch of the gates, even less warpins available. We just don't have enough. Like I say, we don't have enough Stalkers, and we don't have enough support for these Stalkers either. So we're kind of on that kind of wombo combo of just like, I have no real option right here. I have no way to play out of this position. And unfortunately, that's going to be game ending in this case for Seb, who just can't really stay in this at this point. And hence, probably have to move on into the game 2 with that Cham advantage. So, yeah, not looking hot for our Protoss here in this game. We'll see if anything kind of comes around of it. We'll see if maybe something fixes up, but I'm not going to hold my breath or anything. This definitely feels like a pretty doomed kind of scenario. Just a few Ravages morphing in again. I mean, Cham obviously feels it as well, because he's just continuing to commit to the aggression. Okay, only 52 drones for him, so if he misjudges this and he attacks in one too many times, it can go wrong. And we do have Storms available, which I want to say will help, and they should help, but helping is one thing. I mean, you're going to soften these units up for what to follow up on. Basically nothing. Not a lot else really left available here. GG is going to get called, and it is going to be Cham taking the 1-0 lead in this best of 5 series. So Cham gets off to a 1-0 start, and we're going to be heading ourselves into Ruby Rock here in a couple of moments to keep this series moving. Let's get Ruby Rock up and running without any delay. We're back on track with the ads a little bit now, so we can, like I say, kind of go game to game a bit more easily. A little bit more easily. Beautiful. Oh! Excuse me, guys. Just need to try and get some movement going. Alright, let's do it. Game number 2. As we have in the top left-hand side, Seb, yellow Protoss is going to be down a map here on Ruby Rock, taking on Cham, the blue Zerg, in the bottom right corner, seeing what happens for game 2 of the series. Wardy ignored the age question. I didn't see it. You just asking how old I am? I am 32 today. Kind of crazy because I used to be like, I mean, I probably still am one of the younger people doing StarCraft stuff, but I remember when I started out, and especially when I first kind of made it as like a caster or whatever, I was definitely with like the youngest of the caster crew, and like I said, I guess that's probably still pretty much true. Just, you know, back then I was like, I was like 24. Yeah. Age, huh? Keeps going up. Funny how that works. Funny how that works. Pull out Overlord for a moment or so here, especially in a game where Sebastes decides to no scout, so he's going to take a little bit of a risk here, but that can absolutely pay off for you. Makes your build, you know, a little bit neater, a little bit tidier in the early stages, being able to bypass, you know, the scouting probe. Just makes the minerals work a bit better. The gas comes out at a nice time. It just feels good when you get to go gas first, you know, and play hence the no scout. It's a nice, nice strong economy that you get to come from. Next coming up, that Stargate is going to start again, so it's going to get that underway. Warpgate's still building through. And a couple queens now, link speed. building up as well right now. So bringing that over, the couple probes transferring over as well, getting that in position. Who's the oldest newcomer to the pro scene that I remember? How do you mean? Like, who do I remember being a newcomer to the scene? Who nowadays would be like, what do you mean they were a newcomer because they've been around for so long? You mean like a player as well? Or like, as a caster or something? Who joined the pro scene in like 25 or so? Or who joined the pro scene when they were the oldest? I don't know if anyone joined the pro scene when they were old. Like, nobody suddenly gets amazing at StarCraft 2 when they're 25, you know? StarCraft 2 just doesn't work like that. Incredibly. I like who actually is the oldest? Like, I'm trying to think, like, you could say Percival, but like, the problem is realistically no one just shows up out of nowhere. All of these guys take years to develop. So if you get good at 25, you were already very good. You know, you were already pretty darn good at 22 or 21, and so we probably already knew about you from that kind of an age. So it's a bit of a flawed question, right? It's a bit of a flawed question because no one just gets to 25 and bam, they're suddenly a StarCraft 2 pro. They get to 25 and maybe over years of work, they finally peak, and they finally break through into beating the pros. But there's just no way that happens with someone that we've just never heard of before, right? Like, it's just not how StarCraft 2 works. Unfortunately, I say unfortunately just because, you know, it'd be cool if it did happen, but it's such a discipline. You can't get there without being good over an extremely long period of time. So yeah, there's no way you just pop up and show up out of nowhere. Sag. Maybe a little Sag, but I mean, just the way it works, like to be fair, the thing is like maybe someone could start, like, it's just who starts playing StarCraft 2. It's so tough because who has the time to start playing StarCraft 2 when they're 25 already, let's say? Or who has the time to start playing when they're 20 so that in 5 years from now they can reach pro level? That's the issue. Like, the time investment needed to become that good at StarCraft 2 and like the discipline to do it, like you just need time, and like that time does not exist in most people's lives unless they're already developing. You know what I mean, right? Remember some Dota player that was a former SC1 player? He became decent around in SC2 after he retired from Dota. I mean, that's a bit different, right? If you like come from another game, maybe, but at this point, I don't think any player from other games could transition into StarCraft 2 and succeed. Like, not from like a non-RTS background. Like, don't get me wrong, I think the MOBA players have a lot of skill and they play fast and stuff, but it's just such a different game. I'm not saying they couldn't be good. They might even be able to get to GM, right? But the reality is GM is absolutely not the pros. You know? GM is not that. So that's kind of the issue, right? It's like, it depends, like when you say pros, like, yeah, like it's just not realistic at this point, honestly. He's still putting some pressure on as we get some damage done for a couple of moments, against some hits out here initially. And this on the way, going to be able to next up as well. Follow these stalkers around. There's a lot of Zerg moving around the center of the map, so we'll keep an eye on these roaches as the stalkers are going to try and greet them and play a little bit of cleanup here already. Going to try and clean those out for a couple moments as we do push them back. Stalkers get over to the left. Roaches back to the right side for now. He probably got GM at 25, old man Eddie. I could believe, like, I think we could see like new GMs at like an older age. It's very different to being a pro, right? Like, it's so, like, there's such a gap there. like, it is more difficult to go from Bronze League to GM than it is to go from GM to Pro. I think realistically in StarCraft 2. I think that's the sort of level that the pros are at. It's really kind of crazy. It's really kind of crazy to really think on. These Stalkers obviously still trying to play defense against these Roaches. They keep on trading here, and these Roaches are putting up a bit of a battering ram through this natural, so they're going to gain access. So they're going to get through. Into the main base they go. I mean, the plus side for this from Seb is that he'll kill all these Roaches. The downside for Seb is he's going to kill all these Roaches, but it's going to be pretty expensive in doing so. He's even losing a couple more Stalkers here toward the end, and now Mauling Roach is going to show up. Honestly, I think Mauling Roach showing up is probably a good thing here for our Protoss player, because it maybe gives you the knowledge your opponent is still just making units, and so if you can just defend, there is going to be a way, there is going to be a possibility, there's going to be, at the very least, it would feel like a chance. Whereas if they're just macroing behind this and you're still running around after some of these Roaches that were here for a while already, then it feels very, very miserable. I mean, that said, it's obviously miserable when these Roaches are showing up and you can't control them. But we're on our way to +2 attack, we're on our way to Storm. Like I say, I'm not saying it's like going to happen, I'm just saying it's like, it feels somewhat possible right now, perhaps. The Stalkers do push those Roaches back over to the right. Is Max Pax the nearest pro to the pro scene? Wouldn't you say maybe like a Nightmare or like a Percival are a little bit more recent in terms of like kind of leveling up to that point? Like Max Pax has been at that top level for a long time, whereas I'd say like Nightmare and Percival, for example, were still around also for a long time, but like maybe they leveled up more recently to that more pro-like status. I mean, Nightmare's been for ages now as well. I don't know. It's like Zaun, right? Zaun kind of became a pro kind of late, but that was also like 6 years ago at this point too. These Roaches and Ling are still coming at him. Cham looking to try and take a 2-0 lead here. Looking to try and get this established as what a great start it would be for him in this lower bracket. Again, another elimination match here. Loser is out. Winner gets to carry on through. Seb trying to fight for his life right now. A few more of these Roaches going down. Trying to preserve those probes. We do have +2 attack, but it's +1 melee and +1 missiles. It's not like this is an unupgraded Zerg army either, right? Like, we have got units here. We've got stuff to play with, realistically. So that is a factor too, as these Stalkers keep on trying to trade. Roaches, a few of them peel up in toward the main base as well, so they're just going to peel straight up over there for a couple moments. And we're going to clean those out, and at the end of it all, Seb will finally stabilize, like I say. Has been an effort and an ordeal, but he's only 10 workers or so behind. And if he can stop, these next waves of attacks from doing much else, maybe there is an issue where Cham is committed to a low-tech army, right? Not even a Baneling Nest finish, +2 melee just now starting. He's a long way off this army getting any better, and by then, Seb may actually have a decent force with, an Archon being added in. He's going to have Storm available now as well. Like, there are a lot of things in these next few moments that actually go very, very positively into our Protoss' favor. Like I say, it's not exactly being pretty so far, but we have survived. Resources lost was in your favor too, so that helps you with having mined less throughout the game because you've just had less workers so far. So that's definitely, a feature to think on as well. As the High Templar, the Stalker, keep on moving through for just a couple more moments. We'll have ourselves +3 attack starting from Seb, and we actually really do just calm this down after so much going on. Wardy, please explain this as if I'm a child. Hey, I will explain that as if you're a child after this game, when I can read it properly. Oh, well, I won't if it's a silly question, but it seems legit from my click glancing, but let's finish this game first, because I feel like I don't want to go on another tangent just yet. NTC +2 melee, the Bane speed continue to come up, so and that on the way. Infestation Pit being added on also here currently. +3 attack going to come through, the extra Zealots, the Nexus, all of that still coming into place. Our Stalkers and company continue through. I'm just going to knock our way through this set of rocks, so just open up a little bit of space here, open that out, get that in position. And can Seb take some of the bigger fights that we need in the next few moments? A couple of Storms coming straight down. The Lings, the Banes, the Roaches keep pushing through. Cham is going to be able to take this 2-0. 2-0 lead for Cham. Let's see how he does continuing through. Wardy, please explain this as if I'm a child. Why is it that we see the same players in all tournaments, not just yours? Are there always qualifiers and they're simply the best, or is there also a tendency to invite the same people? I would have expected at least a few more random GM players in tournaments. As if you're a child. So, imagine you have that toy, which has like a square shape, and you put the square-shaped thing in the square-shaped hole. And you can put the triangle-shaped thing in the triangle-shaped hole, right? So, what happens is that the pro players can basically pick this up. They can pick up a shape and throw it at the thing and it goes in. The right hole perfectly. They just throw it in there, you know, like bam, straight in. Slot straight in, no problem, right? That's what the pros do. What the semi-pros do, the guys that challenge the pros a little bit, is they pick it up and they pick up the shape and they're like, and they place it in. So they don't just throw it in, they try and place it in. What happens with GM players is that they get the triangle and they try and put it in the square and it doesn't work. And they then try and turn the triangle around, you know, 180 degrees, and they try and it still doesn't fit. And then they try and put the circle in the square shape and it still doesn't fit. So then they're like, I've got it. So then they put the square in the circle and that still doesn't fit either. And that's GMs. And then what you have is the rest of us is that we look at the shapes and we put them in our mouth and drool over them. That's everyone else. So, yeah. That's more or less the, yeah, the rest of us are eating the Diamond League players are drooling over the toys, so at least they have the right thing. The Bronze League players are actually just eating crayons in the corner. This became anything but a child-friendly explanation. Oh, well, you said explain it as though I'm a child. Like, if you're a child, I'm taking... Okay. The level of pros is just that high. And, like, you will see some of the lower-end guys be able to upset them, right? But the difference in... The thing is the players that can challenge sometimes are the players you already probably think of as pros because you see them a good amount, but the difference in those guys is already... Like, even the top 4 players, like, if you take, like, Clam, Serral, Hero, Maxpax or so, right? You take those guys are already a step ahead in the consistency they can play at against other very well-established pros, right? So when you consider that the gap between Serral and, like, say you take Serral's MMR and you take, let's just take a good pro player, let's take Serral and let's take, like, Creator, right? Their MMR gap is probably 700 or 800. If you go from Creator as MMR down another 800, you probably add some of these guys we're seeing in the OSC Championship, right? Some of these other kind of semi-pro, kind of low-end pro players. And then you take that down another 700 or 800, and you're still in the Grandmaster League. So you're literally, like, that is the gap you're establishing. And, like, if you think about it, like, if Creator plays against Serral enough times, he probably gets a game, right? If someone else, you know, if, like, Nikarak plays against Creator enough times, he'll get a game. Not a good example, because Nikarak probably does so a bit more consistently than that. But, like, you go down this ladder of just, like, the guy here can beat this guy every now and again, but this guy down here can beat this guy every now and again, but to go from here to here is ridiculous. And, like, that is the jump between what we used to call pro/semi-pros and the players that you do already see. I think the best example of someone lately that's like a GM that's showing up is like Let Alex. He plays a lot of tournaments, and you can look at his Aligulac. He started to take some map off some of the pros. And you will also see he drops maps to some of the guys you probably haven't heard of, because he's that sort of level of player where he can start to challenge some of the top guys, but the consistency to do that all the time is so difficult. Because you can get to that sort of point where you get good at StarCraft, that you're good in one style, and then playing a best of 3 is a whole different beast, you know? So that's the issue that happens, or that's the issue that occurs in StarCraft 2, is that there's just such a skill discrepancy. And we have a very small player pool at the end of the day nowadays, because StarCraft 2 has just gotten to that point where a lot of people have phased out. Because it's so hard to get as good as the top guys are, we lose a lot of players that just, you know, we just don't have a lot of incoming players. So the player pool is just not big. As people have left, not the same amount of players have come back in, right? So Hopefully that's a good explanation. How does it work with tournaments in general? Are people invite based on their ladder MMR or some other metric or name recognition? So, I mean, for example, like for this tournament, for example, this is all qualifier based. So the top 20 players in the upper bracket are all based on OSC tournaments throughout the year. And then the lower bracket players are all essentially from qualifiers. And pretty much every tournament runs in a similar way. Like, you either invite players that you want to play, or you just run an open qualifier, or you just run the cup open in the first place in general. So that's the, yeah, that's kind of how it works. Like, for me, when I run a tournament, I usually always try to have qualifiers so that anyone has a chance to play, right? Like, anybody could come and qualify, right? In theory, you can sign up to my you can play in my tournament. You just have to go through the qualifier. I mean, the Monday Cups are completely open to anyone. You can play every single Monday if you want to. So I try to do that as much as possible, just so we can see. But yeah, when it comes to kind of picking players, like, usually what I do is I run through the list of guys that realistically, I have a list of like 15 people I would instantly invite to anything, right? Because I know they want to play most of the time. I know they are players that will give good games, and I know they're players other people want to watch. So yes, if you go through my tournaments, you're probably going to see a similar group of players. But what I do try to do is that, say if I'm inviting 20 players, is I have the qualifiers, and with the qualifiers, if people try to qualify and don't qualify, I will prioritize them in my free slots. Because what that allows me to do is to mix up the players, and I don't have to just arbitrarily pick someone. Like, you know, especially when we have, like, you know, say there's like 10 Protoss players I could invite, and, you know, there's only 4 spaces for Protoss or something. I can look at the qualifiers and be like, okay, well, this Protoss didn't qualify, but he tried to qualify this time, so I'll invite him. And sometimes that's why I invite Goblin. You know, when Goblin may not be on my typical list of invites right off the top of my head, because this happens the most with Protoss, because there's just the most Protoss players. So yeah. Sorry, this is not a new best of 3, guys. It's a best of 5. Cham's up 2-0. Sorry, just getting distracted talking to chat. So yes, it's so when it comes to organizing events, it's very much so a case of kind of organizer preference, and realistically, there is like a select group of players who play in most things that most organizers want to have involved because they bring in good viewership. My YouTube channel basically gets 30% more views anytime Clem is in the game. Doesn't matter who against, if Clem is playing, the video just gets way more views. When I scroll through like things that people search for to find my YouTube channel, and one of the top 5 most searched terms for my channel is Clem. Not Cyril, not Terran or anything like this, Clem. It's like StarCraft, WardiTV, Wardy, StarCraft 2, Clem. Like, Clem is number 5. So, for me, any single time I run a tournament, my first invite, the first name that goes on the list of Terran players to invite is Clem. And then straight after that is Björn. Because I know those guys want to play these kind of tournaments that I run, and I know they're players that people like to watch, and I know they provide good games, right? So, they are almost always the first invites I have, and that's why I try to vary it up after that, because, like I say, you know, there is going to be some consistency, because we have a small player pool anyway, but that doesn't mean we have to have the exact same 16 players every time. So you try and find the variation on the fringe players a little bit. So yeah. Anyways, I hope that helps answer the question. And yeah, there you go. Hopefully that figures everything out for you. Bam. Bam, bam, boozle. All right. Lings be coming up. Stargate, couple probes, the Stalk, and the Wolfgate on the way. I'm trying to get back on track in this game. Celestial Enclave for this game 3. Cham with a 2-0 lead. I'm looking to try and have another win here to start a lower bracket run. Cham, honestly, when it comes to OSC, this is why I love OSC. OSC, such storylines because it's been around for so long, and Cham, one of the most successful players all time when it comes to OSC Championship. He has a lot of top-end finishes in the OSC Championship. And I love that, because Cham is not the sort of player you'd think of when it comes to kind of like, you know, if I was to ask you guys who has some of the highest top, you know, most top end finishes on like OSC, you guys might think like Clam and Hero and blah blah blah, but Cham's actually right up there because he's been playing in so many of these events, and with the way that the system works to qualify for these events, Cham frequently starts high and deep in the bracket. Obviously not so much this year, you had to come through the Challenger bracket, but he's usually an online grinder, and so he usually starts really deep in these tournaments, and kind of gives himself a good start, and so hence he has a good showing. So yeah, Cham looking to start another one of these runs, this time from the lower bracket though. I actually had a conversation with someone, our friend from Create Entertainment, who's been sponsoring a bunch of our stuff over the last couple of years and so on, is sponsoring what will be our upcoming Team League when I get that sorted out in the next month or so. It is going to happen. I was talking to him the other day. He messaged me. He was like, man, it was really nice. Basically, the TLDR of the conversation was like, this really excited me, by the way, because I love this. He basically said it's so cool to hear the storylines that happen in the tournaments. Because, you know, for example, the other day we mentioned how Trigger had never won a WardiTV Monday, and that made it so much more exciting that he actually won, rather than it just being like, oh, Trigger won a cup, you know? And so he messaged me saying this, and it was really cool. And it originally was about the WardiTV point system as well, so I was like, oh, it's really cool we can, like, tell a story with that and stuff. I was like, yeah. But then he said this about the Monday Cup, and I was like, I felt so vindicated, because every time I bring up the stats and the history, I feel like Harstom listens to me, and Harstom's like, bro, no one gives two doodles who's run 17 Monday Cups and who's won 90. But now I know someone has, so there we go. Bam. I don't know why I decided to bring this up right now, but yeah. I don't know why I decided to bring this up right now. What was I on? Oh, because I was on storylines. Yes, I was on storylines and history of OSC. Yes. It does make sense. I was like, did I just randomly say this? No. There was a point to it, which is that OSC is one of these tournaments that is so storied at this point. Like 13 seasons over 13 years. And the best part of OSC is they track everything as well, by the way, guys. If you go to their site, you can find it if you go through the bracket command, for example. You go to their site, they have stats for all of their tournaments in the past. You can see who's played in the most tournaments over the years, stuff like that. I absolutely love it. It's why OSC, I think, has such a special place in my heart, because we've been casting this since, like, 2017 now. It just, like, we really get to kind of see some players we don't see every year, and we get to tell these stories of, like, players that you don't always get to tell. And I think that's really cool. This is also really cool. I've really talked through 6 minutes of this game without saying what's going on, but Seba's just showing us some stalkers, and this time Cham ain't ready. And this is going to be, I mean, this is a bit higher work again than what we've seen in the previous games, with both players getting to 60 and Cham not applying as much pressure, but here we have got Seb showing up, stalkers firing, swinging, and dealing a bunch of damage around. Like, these queens and roaches are in some trouble. We're going to start getting a few more roaches available right now, but is that going to be enough to really make a difference here? That's a great question, and I'm not sure if it is going to be enough to make a difference right now. Now the upgrade in that roach speed still coming through. Just going to see the +1 on the charge coming up as well. These stalkers still trying to get in after a few of those roaches as well, so just trying for as much as we can possibly find right now. And we are going to still see roaches dropping. Like, these stalkers are microing well. They're going to blink back finally, so this is going to be the end of that first true bit of pressure. But man, this did a lot of work. Resources lost 4.2k from Cham, 2.1k from Seb, and that means we've got a significant advantage for our Protoss here on Celestial Enclave. Down 0-2, what a time to start turning it around potentially. As we get this on the way. Thanks to the breakdown, was super insightful and stuff. I'm glad you guys... I mean, I can yap about tournaments and organize and StarCraft history for years. I always feel bad when I do and I go off topic for too long over the game, but I do think it's something a lot of people like hearing, and like I say, we talk about it a lot, but I think to me, it's interesting enough to talk about a lot of the time, so it's one of the parts of StarCraft I'm obviously passionate about, having organized events for like 10 plus years now. I mean, more than 10 years. Way more than 10 years, jeez. Yeah, it's fun to chat about and just share with you guys the behind the scenes a little bit. You know what it is? It's the kind of level of behind the scenes where it's like it's super accessible. Like, there's no secrets to hide or anything, you know? So it's like you can really just talk about it freely and give you guys some of the views on how things happen and how things work. I always think it's really nice. I always think that stuff's very interesting when I hear from someone else's perspective. Like, for example, when some of the admins at tournaments tell me stuff that's been going down, I'm like, oh my god, that's crazy. You know? That's my kind of behind the scenes. And this is the behind the scenes I can give to you guys, so. Alright, so we are going to be having Sebastes in a absolute killer position right here. I mean, he's in a great spot. RoboBay going to come up, which I actually don't know how much I feel about the RoboBay, because I feel like the RoboBay, what are we doing? Like, are we going to build Colossus against these... Like, is that our plan? We're going to build Colossus here? I don't know if I love Colossus. You know? Disruptors I actually might be more on board with, funnily enough. Even though I think, generally speaking, that's like a little bit of a weird one, so I may be more on board with the Swimmers. Honestly, with the way that it went initially, I wouldn't even hate him just doing this, like attacking with Mass Stalker. Like maybe the Colossus is just more of a follow-up. Maybe Colossus against the Ling Bane portion of this is not a bad thing. Right now he's building Immortal. I actually think I like that more because it's still so roach heavy. It just may not come down to any of this because as you can see, Zealots in the in-base expansion, they're going to run up into the main. They're going to be annoying. The Stalkers on the left side are still trading great. We've got an Oracle overhead that's not being stopped by anything at all. And we do see the Stalkers just going to hang back from that corrosive pile. Now we blink through. A bunch of those Ravages will go down, and that's going to be a cleanup here to more or less wrap this game. And Sebastes is going to take a game 3. Great fight at the start. Nicely done. And that is going to be GG's. Who's the best codecaster to work with, and why is it Loco? Whoa. I said behind the scenes, not documented information. Come on, Loco. Shouldn't be trying to break protocol here. Jeez. We all know there's a caster list that is the reason everyone gets hired and doesn't get hired, so we can't just go sharing this, you know? Ay. Freaking YouTubers, they don't get it, man. They just make a YouTube video and put a thumbnail on. They don't understand the true ins and outs of this industry. You guys want to know the behind the scenes of the YouTube? It's like, it's them taking pictures of themselves with the green screen. Like, I give you guys all this tournament info. The YouTubers give you some funny faces. So out of touch. Ay. How you doing, mate? You remember 7 years ago when I was upset with how parts of the online community would treat me? I just got tilted very easily back in the day, to be honest. To be honest, there's not that much, there wasn't that much to do a lot of that in the end, honestly. I mean, I think that was just a case of sometimes I got my feelings hurt. In a brutal industry. I was very emotional back then, you know? And I'm still pretty emotional now, but like, I'm a little bit more in check and in touch with myself than I used to be, you know? Hey, Wardy, do we see Showtime today? Nope, he's way deeper in the bracket. He's not going to be around the OSC events for probably a few more broadcasts. Sebastes in the top left-hand side is going to be leading this charge of a comeback. Now 1 and 2 in the series against Cham, who obviously had that lead, and he's going to go hatch, no hatch, but gas pool early here, so maybe a little bit of cheesiness from Cham here in this one. You'll see him tomorrow. There you go, some Showtime games tomorrow. Ooh, that's exciting. Holy, that means we're going on a freaking winner bracket streak tomorrow. Oh my goodness, tomorrow's game is going to be great, because now I know which games we're doing. Alright. Yo, Merhem, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Going out to Demo Wins, Ikras, Vectorman, Ican Has Brains, and Daniel DM2N. Not letting the sub count drop too much. Thank you so much for taking advantage of the birthday discount. I appreciate you. Add the balloon. I will add the balloon after. Merhem, would you like a red, yellow, green, pink, orange, or blue balloon? You can have the choice of the latter. I told you guys, by the way, it was literally going to drop on my birthday. I woke up today to minus 100 subs, and I was like, God damn it. Couldn't have lasted 2 more days? If it had just lasted 2 more days, maybe we could have made a little bit more of a shove towards some of the numbers. I don't know what numbers we would have made a shove to, but we could have tried. You know, we could have given it a go, or something at least. Anyways. We have our Cybercore next coming up, Ling Speed, and a few Lings on the way out as well, so bringing a lot of that up and rolling for the moment. Just getting a lot of that online, bringing this up, seeing where things are going to go here in this game 4. Happy birthday, thank you so much, appreciate you. I was about to say happy birthday to you guys too, but I guess that doesn't really work. If I just say it in response now, can it count for the rest of the year? Like, can we just make that happen? Does that make things a little bit easier? That'd be decent, wouldn't it? I like it. I think we should just make this a thing. We should just make this a thing. Alright, what are we doing here? Stargate coming up. Like I say, it was that early gas, right? So we've got Ling Speed quickly here in this game for Cham. Let's just have the couple Lingers stepping through. And they're going to put some pressure on. That Link's going to finish. We have a probe that can wall. The Adept is going to shade behind, but is a shade in time? No, it dies. So the Adept does die, so that part is unfortunate. But otherwise, I kind of like where this is going to start going, I think. Because, I mean, we're going to see the Cyber Core going to go down. There's a lot of surface area on that, so we can kill the Cyber Core off quickly. Now the Gateway going to be in some trouble as well. Battery taking some damage, that gate taking some shots. Again, the 10 extra Lings continue to come through. Zerglings continue to put some pressure on, and yeah, this gate's going to drop down too, so this is good pressure from Cham. Now, of course, he's 9 workers behind. The issue that Cham is going to face here is that just killing a wall off a couple times over is not exactly going to win you this game. Now, we are going to lose this Stalker, but he's held for long enough that we're actually going to be in a situation where this Oracle is out and the Lings will not break through. I mean, the best thing we've done is obviously deny Warp Gate with the Cyber Core going down. It's going to be a while until we get that back on track, but Sebastes does survive with an 11-worker lead. And Cham is still making Lings. I think that's a massive mistake. Like, maybe he just feels like he's committed, and maybe maybe at this point he's hoping his opponent makes a mistake rather than he can play himself back into the game. Like, that kind of feels like the best case scenario right now is that your opponent messes up, right? Honestly, like, he just presumes that there's not going to be much more pressure, and so he just leaves the wall open, but we actually full walled. I mean, Oracles will run out of energy, but we'll have energy overcharge again soon, and then we'll have another Oracle popping, so I think Sebastes is going to be absolutely fine and dandy here. I do not think this is actually going to be an issue at the end of the day as that Oracle activates and chases the Lings, which will get in for a little bit more damage onto this position one more time. That will be about it as we put a little bit extra out. And there's extra Lings coming through, just going to still try and break through the front here for a couple of moments. The Oracle's still activating and trying to just push this away, so doing what they can for the moment. It's a defense from Sebastes though, and Cham is still on 16 workers, so this is really not going anywhere. I think this one may be already on the way to go into a game fight, maybe. Oh no, my voice. Sorry. I mean, let's see if this last round can make it work. There's going to be the gate on the top side. It's going to go down. Uh-oh. Lings can get in. Lings are in, finally. On the 3rd attempt of the bust. I mean, Seb did the right thing in terms of keeping on building Oracles. He can pull probes. Oracle will activate. Just trying to minimize workers lost here to the best of our abilities. We lost 80 Lings already. The thing is, okay, in the end, we actually lose the entire of this main base mineral line, basically. 21 probes go down. That's actually going to give Cham a worker lead. Does that do it? You guys know what's hilarious? Is that all these Oracles that have been built defensively are now going to be amazing on offense. Because this was a committed attack, these Oracles are up against 2 Queens, and there's going to be, okay, a couple spores building, but these Oracles can absolutely dive the other side. They just need some energy to commit to doing it. So, yeah, I think the Oracles are going to be a big factor. Yo, that's a major donation. Johannes Fours, thank you so much for the £100 donation. Thank you so much. Some hype in the chat, please. That is a very generous donation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As you know, guys, today, all donations going directly to the prize, but no. For once, actually, the donations are going to me. Greedy Wardy. Believe it or not. Greedy Wardy. What's a flock of Oracles called? The Flockicles. Yes, the Flockicles fly in, and they take down the Queen. They go after the Spore. We're actually going to lose 1 Oracle very quickly, and now we're going to go after the rest of these drones. Oh, the second Spore. I mean, that's a good move from Cham, but it's still going to go down. And now he's going to lose a ton of drones, so all these drones he's been building are just going to start and continue to drop, and that's obviously disastrous. And now we go into the natural. There is double Spore here, and I don't think the Oracles can break through that. They're already hurting, they're out of energy. But this was a good start in terms of keeping Cham in check, and there's no 3rd base, so Sebastes has 26 army supply, and these Oracles will just regen energy and trade for more and more. It's going to be pretty darn amazing. Thank you as well. Before I forget, Shemzy, appreciate the 90-month resub, mate. Freaking crazy. I can't believe it's been that long since we started to bash our head against some bosses. That's actually wild. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. It's a Moracle? Well, no. The Moracles is when you keep on building the Oracles. Now he's building Moracles. But this was a Flockicles. As we originally had a 1-icle, and a 2-icle, and a 3-icle, and a 4-icle, and a 5-icle. Now it's a hepticle, and soon a septicle. A heptorical. I don't know. We just need to get over this. All right. Oh, here we go. So, plenty of oracles are gonna go in, and I mean they can honestly just send this if they want to. Real talk, they can just commit, and that's exactly what they're gonna do. We're gonna get a bit more energy up. Coming on to the sports, we are gonna lose some of these oracles, but I mean Stalker's walking into the main base as well. There's just no units here. We're trying to build a spire. And I'm sure all 300 gas of that spire that's available to Cham is going to do wondrous things with this spire. Like 3 mutas! I mean, what, do you even build... Maybe you build 2 corruptors instead? Or you just lose the spire and it doesn't even matter. Squall's going to try and move into the main base. Oracles do not have energy again. A couple Stalkers and the Adept will do their thing. I mean, this is one of those games where things get a little bit silly for a little bit of time. Things are a little bit silly right now. These oracles do end up escaping out over that right-hand side. Third base coming down from Seb. This game is done. And Cham's going to agree. I thought he might try and stay in a little bit longer, to be honest. But yeah, she decides to GG out just as I declare it's done. But I think it was kind of actually done for a hot second or two. So GG's. And we are going to go to a game 5. How about that for turnaround here? I love it. All right. Let's get game 5 ready. But I will run ads, but that also gives me a chance to do some balloons. Johans, with the super generous donation, would you like to pick a balloon color? You can go red, green, orange, yellow, blue, pink. There's dark and light blue if you want to pick between those. Feel free to pick. If not, I will pick for you. That's also absolutely fine. First, we got Mayhem on the 5 gifted subs. Wait, I need to actually run the ads. Let's not forget to do that. Let's be smart, Wardy. All right, red. Absolutely. Is this where Ali shows back up? Because oh, that's what it is. She can hear the pumping up sound, and then she comes and investigates, and she's like, "What the hell is that?" All right, Mayhem. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Appreciate it. Taking advantage. It is 35% off 5 gifted subs or more. Thank you so much. I could probably write your names a bit bigger. I'm writing them like I'm writing them on those Christmas decorations. Ellie, you're not going to like this part, baby. That's right. The balloon's bounded into the back. And a red one for Johan. Ellie's like peeking around the corner. She's like, I'm not sure if I do or don't like this, actually. Not completely convinced. Where doggy? You can see her in the bottom right corner of my webcam every now and then. Her little face is poking around the corner. She's really unsure about the balloons, though. And the balloons are going pretty much exactly where she sits, so... yeah. Yeah, throw the game up as well. Alright, cool. I'll get this started and I'll get you. Alright, write bigger. And writing big is hard. I don't know why. But it's difficult. Johans, thank you so much. Show proof of life dog now. I will show you some proof of life dog. Hang on. Oh no, she doesn't like the balloons, guys. That's the problem. She's running away from the balloons as I drop them. Hang on. Ellie? Hi. Do you want to come on camera? Everyone wants to see you. There you are. Thank you, little puppy. It's like, look how brave she is, guys. Look how brave she is. She's like, I'm taking half a step toward them balloons. It's like, I want to know I can have them. And she's like, well, that was maybe half a step too far, actually. Let's take it back a step. Just gonna chill here. Nah, I don't think she's going for it, guys. I don't think she's going for it. She gave you guys a little wink before she went. Alright. She has no idea what happened to her for a stressful working environment. I know. How old is she? You're 4.5 now, aren't you, baby? 4.5. Crazy. 5 this year. You remember when you first made your stream appearance, Ali? You were such a tiny puppy, I actually held you in my arms. I picked you up and showed you the stream, and then she wouldn't go back downstairs because it was the first time she'd been upstairs, and she was so excited to find out there was a whole new floor of this place that she lived in, and she was just, because I had her on the lead, and she was like, I will not walk down the stairs. It was one of the first times you saw just how stubborn she is. She was just like, no, I want to be up here, and I want to figure out what this place is. And she just would not move. I've got like a couple of photos of her just like resisting the lead and just being like, no, I'm absolutely not going to go that way, Dad. Like, I refuse. It's a funny papa. All right, game 5, guys. Let's get serious. I appreciate all the love. I appreciate all the chats. But we gotta focus up for this game 5 because this is someone getting knocked out of the OSC championship right here. Cham and Sebastes have gone the distance to all 5 maps. And Cham was up 2-0 and was looking just good. Like, he looked great. And then game 3, Sebastes hits with those stalkers, does well. It's a nice timing window that he hits in. And then game 4, Cham tries to be aggressive and it just does not get anywhere. The Oracles will get us the victory there. And now it's 2-2, and Sebastes is on the verge of advancing to a second round of this lower bracket of the OSC Championship. Brought to you by Ladder Legends, Winter and Davecaster, and more. Let's see what happens here in this game 5. Getting this set up and ready to rumble. Well, simulators coming through. Let's just get set up on 10,000 feet. A couple moments of getting established. Thanks to Cybercore both coming through. The Queens and the drones will be coming up and online as well. So again, all of that on the way just for the moment. And a couple Queens building. That Nexus coming through. So again, a lot of that coming straight into play right now. Getting this up and rolling here is what's up, Equilibrium 5651. Thank you so much for the fresh new sub. Appreciate it. You guys have been so generous lately. I know it was December and stuff. I still can't get over how many subs we got. And honestly, for it being January, we're still seeing a bunch of people coming in and subbing and stuff. Like, I know today's the birthday and whatever, and gifted subs, yada yada, but like, genuinely, like, so many just fresh subs and new subs and resubs still coming through. It's amazing. Thank you so much for all the support, guys. Helping to make more StarCraft 2 happen. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. What's up, Akafo? Thank you so much for the 11-month resub on the Prime. I appreciate you. As the Adept is going to get caught in the main base. It's very nearly going down. It does go down. And it does go dropping out of there. I'll be tagged. Thank you so much for a Prime sub as well. That's a sub train, guys. Back to back to back subs in the chat. No one has a word to say about it even. Crazy. Guy. Yeah, keep that up. We'll be on a hype train. Oh my god, the birthday hype train? Question mark. The scam day train. It's happening. I'm surprised Twitch doesn't have a feature where you can put in your birthday and be like, haha, I guess because people would put in days that isn't actually their birthday. But you should be able to, like, basically say, hey, this is my Twitch account, and this day of the year is my birthday, and then bam. You can just be like, it does some crazy stuff for your birthday, and like, I mean, I'm just surprised Twitch don't capitalize on birthdays more themselves, I guess is what I'm saying. That sounds ridiculous, but, like, absolutely would be a smart thing to do, no? Yeah. Every stream's my birthday, yeah. I mean, as long as they put something... I mean, surely you just set your birthday. It's just like a one-time thing. You set it, and then that's that, you know? Oh, Black Bear continuing the sub they got gifted from Danny LeVeteran. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for continuing your gift-a-roo, mate. Thank you so much. Now what? Now we really are just one sub away from the hype train. Crazy. Crazy. What is less crazy is that this game is pretty standard. 2 gateways coming down, though, after this Oracle. So that part is maybe a little... I guess Twilight's already there. Sorry, I'm looking at chat too much. I'm not quite in tune with where we're at in the game. So, okay. So there's going to be 2 gates coming down after the Twilight. So it's just going to be Blink. Okay, so I thought this was maybe getting interesting. There's no Forge. So it is possible this is a more aggressive variation of those Blink Stalkers where we really do just get across the map and we try and just go. Queen's going to be there. Oracle's going to take some damage. And then... yeah, I mean, Oracle's obviously just poisoning around. They want to know what's going on. They want to know if Cham's being aggressive or what the possible idea of things is right now. So just trying to figure that part out. Again, the Queen gathering up. A few Lings and that missile upgrade coming up and online as well. So we continue to bring that straight through for the moment. Let's see, just where we're going to go in these next couple of seconds. A couple Lings going to end up moving around. Just going to have ourselves the Again, Blink coming through as well, just bringing that straight up here. A couple Oracles moving around to the sides. Again, Blink and the +1 missiles coming online, so we are going to see both players kind of investing into their next stage of the attack over the next few moments. And seeing exactly where that takes us. The Stalker's going to shoot, and the Overlord will go down pretty quickly here as well, so that's going to be a nice quick grab. Everything else just joined together. Still got those few Stalkers, the +1 missiles, and the Lings producing on through for the moment. Hydrogen coming up as well. Lings trying to jump onto the Stalkers here, and I mean, the Stalkers able to just kind of stay far away. And like I say, there's a good amount of Stalkers because we're going to have no Forge quickly. There's going to be a Forge eventually, and we do lose an Oracle there. Lings trying to get in the front. Obviously, Oracle important because you want to protect against these Lings with the Oracle. Mentioned the missile upgrades. I actually didn't realize we weren't on a Roach run, so we're actually going to have ourselves just a Hydrogen coming through to utilize that missile upgrade. But that means we're just on these unupgraded Lings for now. And so for the moment, you can definitely see the consequences of that, which is that these Lings struggling to get too much done. At least getting rid of one of the Oracles definitely helps push you in the right direction. Stalkers, and so just going to continue around on that bottom side. Currently, the rest of the Lings gather up over on the edge. And again, +1 missiles, Groove Spines, Hydras in production, 13 of them on the way up currently. And the rest of these Stalkers just going to regather themselves over here for a couple of moments. Lots of Lings to the left, a lot of Lings to the right. Up into this once again, +1 charge, both coming through. These Lings are going to come over, running straight across the map right now. Get those upgrades still coming by for the moment as you just have the Stalkers gathering up. And thank you, by the way, ChuggleTV for the 2-month resub on the Prime now that the game calmed a second. Happy birthday. Thank you so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime. Kickstart the hype train, guys. Now, have I got a deal for you? Not only do 5 gifted subs get you a balloon, but 5 gifted subs would also enable hype train level 2. What? No way. Wardy, is that the best deal in Twitch history? It may just be. Okay, I can triple down on making this amazing. Not only would you get a level 2 hype train and a balloon if you gifted 5 subs right now, you would also be supporting StarCraft. Oh, sorry, my world just blew up with how great of a deal I just proposed to you all. Incredible. Alright, real talk though. We're back in this game 5, and we got Stalkers pushing up, so Sebastes looking for a little bit of a shove up to the top side. Trying to see what we can do as a couple of Hydras begin to go down. Just going to be having, yeah, the Lings and the Hydras continue to gather up. Melee upgrade, Baneling speed coming through, muscular augments coming by as well. Rest of those Stalkers coming about, and they're going to start poking at those Hydras for a couple seconds. So, a couple Hydras taking some damage, a few shots coming into play. Got the Drop Lords coming up from Cham, so he's going to try and be aggressive with that in the very near future. As yo, ChuggleTV, thank you for being baited into the 5 gifted subs and the level 2 hype train, and I'll get you a balloon after the game. If you want to pick a color, then please feel free to let me know. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted to Gary Arganis, Retro Mr. Liquid, Cylon1, Canelo 6666979, and Max Biaggi. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you so much indeed. You don't even want to know what phase 3 is. I'm not going to sell out to that level 3 hype train. That's a lot of subs. That's like at least like 3 people gifting 5 subs. That's a lot of selling out to do, you know. We got to stay within our boundaries. Hydras will enjoy fighting these Stalkers if given the chance. Delta's going to run into this mineral line though on the sides, and that will be our way to try and multi-prong this a little bit. I mean, the Lings again chasing the Stalkers down. Now they upgrade Pong comes soon enough. Those Lings getting better would be amazing. Right now the Lings still dying. That's going to open the chance to get on these Hydras again, perhaps. Zealots up in the main base are keeping a lot of the attention away right now as well, so that's going to be kind of fun as these Stalkers keep on trying to trade with these Hydras. Hydras putting some damage out, Stalkers going the other way, so we're going to see them pulling back over that right-hand side. Again, a couple Colossus on the way up, extended thermal lance, and the +2 attack upgrade continue to come by as well. Ling, Hydra, Carapace upgrade all continue to build in for the moment. We have these Stalkers just trying to blink away, but I kind of like what Sebastes did with all those Zealot run-bys. I guess we'll see what else we can do with the rest of this in the next few moments. We're actually going to engage right now. I'm actually a bit worried for Cham because I think the Colossus are going to be something he's not really set to deal with. And right now, these Hydras and Lings don't have a good answer to the Colossus at all, but also they were kind of getting caught here anyways. Sebastes is winning this fight convincingly. I mean, Cham's got the supply in the game still, but like it's just not showing up. So where is it? Where is this supply of Cham? Like, it exists. The number is there. The number is there, but that's pretty much all that's there. Hydras are going to get picked off as they spawn right now, so that's not exactly looking brilliant. We are having ourselves a big old shove. Continue to come through. The Lings, the Hydras, continuing to shove their way down on this army. I mean, just the one Colossus. I actually think it's a bit dangerous for Sebastes right now. I'm just afraid that this Colossus gets jumped on and gets kind of claimed, so just a little cautious about that and maybe trying to protect that situation from coming about, because the Colossus is obviously very important overall, but Cham is losing a lot of stuff, and now with 2 Colossus even just cutting away, we're getting some serious value already. Apparently we drop loaded over into the main base, sorry, so apparently I missed that. My apologies, guys. So yeah, a little bit of action over there at the same time. So that's why, I mean, Cham just does not trade well, and Sebastes gets a good defense while also just dealing with this in general right now, and that's going to be the majority of what we need for this to get into a very cool little position. Colossus coming back over, and we're going to shove up toward the top side. A couple of Zealots are still going to be there as well. And we're just going to be seeing this push in. I mean, right now, if Cham didn't have enough to deal with this before, I don't think he has enough to deal with it now. A third Colossus has hit the mineral lines. As we are going to be seeing Zealots on the right-hand side as well. That's going to be an issue. That's going to be a problem. And this entire situation is becoming worse and worse and worse at this point in time. Several Zealots going to continue to come through. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers and company continue to come about as well. Just going to be seeing these Colossus Stalkers continue to shoot. Behind who's getting jumped on. We are going to have ourselves a little bit more coming about for the moment. So still bringing this over, getting this on the way. And Cham is going to say, gee, it's going to be over. It's going to be done. And just like that, Sebastes is going to complete the reverse sweep from 0-2 to 3-2. Able to make it happen, able to make it work. And how amazing is that? That's actually pretty bonkers. GG's. Well done, Sebastes. Bringing that back. Again, that back on track. Holy doodles, guys. What's going on? So I didn't want to say anything because obviously the game was getting intense, but Bloops, thank you so much for the 20 gifted subs going out to Arturo104, Veggieman91, Zerive, King Daxius, K-Now1337, Venjik, Lixan, TY, Beauregard, Anajri, Miles, Timx, STC, Jamana, Marduk879, Gabda Dr. Barber, Blueberry Yogurt Pretzels, Popo Georgie, Maz MDK, and Wantwan. Thank you so much for the 20 bomb. Appreciate you. That came in after Chuckles. Appreciate you. I'm just going to pick random colors for the balloons at this point, guys. So thank you, Chuckles, for the 5. Blue Bloops for the 20. Then Jack Burden176 on the 200 bits. Eddie, my friend, thank you so much for the 5 gifted to David, Sconjo, Smib, Malde2000, and Ringperp. Some love for Eddie, guys. He is the reason OSC is a thing, so shout out there. Merhem on the 10 gifted subs, going out of Shades111, Varian Rin is bad, Scythril, Kompucha, Vlatko, Dave Cienos, Oxmathos, Cladius, Ian5468, and Xdaff Clueless, and Black Bear with the 1 gifted sub to G8 Marine. Thank you so very much. So I've got Chuckles, Eddie, and we've got 3 balloons to do. Cool. 3 balloons to do, because Merhem has a balloon. Holy, and that's a level 4 hype train. My goodness, guys. A level 4 hype train. Things we've never seen in the history of Star. Okay, we've seen a level 4 hype train before, but actually kind of wild. Thank you so much for the love, guys. Appreciate the generosity of the gifted subs. All right, who was first? Chuckles. Let me just double check. On my list. Chuckles. And then our next series coming up, guys, will be some PvP. So we'll be getting into that in a moment or two, but let's catch up on the balloons. Thank you, Chuckles. Got a red one. How about we get a pink one out? I already had a... Yeah, we have like 2 yellow ones. Let's try and get some of the other colors going. Thanks so much for the love, guys. Level 4 hype train. What level hype train did we get to when Twitch gifted the 100 subs, guys? Do you guys remember? Was it 7? Freaking crazy business lately. Seriously. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate the love. Eddie, thank you so much for the 5 as well, and just for OSC in general. Oh, the balloons aren't behaving already. Alright, we don't have a dark blue one. Dark blue one for Bleep Bloops. And then we're going to get into our next series of StarCraft 2, guys. Shameless versus Fortune. Let me just start hosting this up so it's ready. Cool. Nicely done, Twitch crew. Wow. Look at that, guys. You've done so much, even YouTube's impressed. Incredible. We even impressed the YouTube viewers. Actually incredible. Insane. Oh, you guys remember the good old days when I used to just do one balloon for every sub before I became a sellout? Ay, ay, ay. Inflation, I tell you. Inflation. Alright. Bleep Bloops, thank you so much for the 20. Oh god, no, wrong way, that way. Bam. Oh goodness, Fly Yikin, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Going out to Supreme Wizardry, Somi, Past Sins, Our, Zubair11, Startling, S100 Lose, Lagartixa 1312, Wolfane 1213, and Ninsa Verde. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. One balloon for every sub. Yeah, I mean, we used to have some full rooms of like stream celebration stuff in the past years, you know. Like I say, nowadays we make it more difficult. But it's still fun to blow up some balloons. I have a thingy. Yeah, I don't blow up balloons, but very difficult to blow up 100 balloons and also talk for a living, believe it or not. But yeah. That's asking for trouble. Bye, Yakin. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. I appreciate it, guys. Thanks so much for joining the hype train. Where'd that balloon go? I lost it. Oh, header from the Marine. Nice job. Nice job. Alright, let's click watch. Let's get into some PvP, guys. Let's keep this rolling. Thank you for your generosity, and thank you for sticking with us while we have some fun as we jump into our next series, which is going to be Shameless versus Jumi. So, hard to not see Shameless as a pretty hefty favorite here, to be honest. Yeah, pretty hard to not see him as a pretty hefty favorite. He's a beast. He's been playing well lately. He's had some great results this year. Jumi is someone we don't see as much of right now, so I mean, always good and always kind of around, but a little bit less kind of expected to kind of see something go well for him. So I guess we'll see what happens here as we get this underway. Oh, hype chest. Choo choo. The down bad. Oh, we got a sad one. Oh well, we can't have them be happy hype chest emotes every time, can we? Thank you so much for the love, guys. Thank you for the subscribe. Do I get asked to host tournaments for other games outside of SC2? Not really. Sometimes like a sponsor approaches me, and when I say a sponsor, like sometimes like from another game, like another game approaches me for a sponsorship. And sometimes if it makes sense for the game, I'm like, hey, instead of me just playing the game, what if I made a tournament for your game? That's happened a couple of times, but it's pretty uncommon overall. But that's pretty much the only time. Like, so yeah, like every now and then, like maybe once a year or something. Probably even less than that overall, but it happens. It's just not super common. At the end of the day, most of the time, if you need someone to run a tournament for your game, someone who just already does your game is probably better for it because they have contact with other people playing your game, right? So, yo, what's up, Andy? Thank you so much for the 17-month resub on the Prime as well. You'd like to hear me cast a Counter-Strike game? You know what's so funny about games like that is it's just like the way the cast works is just so different. Like, they don't cast Counter-Strike like you cast StarCraft, you know? Like, it's a completely different skill. Like, they really do, like, let the tension build, then they shout and they scream for, like, 10 seconds, then they stop it for a bit again, you know? In StarCraft, I just talk most of the time, you know? Hey, what's up, Pally? Thank you for the 200 bits. You remember a certain story about a certain HOTS commentary set? Yeah, that was, so, in 2016, I think it was. Yeah, in 2016, I went to London every week to do UK television. There was a eSports channel in the UK, and they had this show every weekend that they did live, and it was basically like a recap show of this week in eSports, let's say, right? And they'd get different people from different, games to come on the show and basically talk about what tournaments had happened that week or to go in depth in a tournament that happened, right? So they got me to come in, and every Sunday I would get the train down to London, start like 6 a.m., get to London, get to my hotel, set up my laptop in my little Blue Yeti microphone and then cast the Go for SC2 before I did this freaking StarCraft 2 recap show for this TV channel. So I did this every weekend for like 3 months. And about a few weeks in, they messaged me and they're like, hey, we're in a bit of a pickle. There's been a massive Heroes tournament. We can't find anyone in the UK that knows anything about Heroes, which basically means that they have no idea what they're doing, which is pretty much the case, right? They're like, do we think you could talk about Heroes? They were like, we'll pay you triple your rate. And I was like, oh. I was like, to talk about Heroes? I was like, you realize I can't talk about Heroes though? I'm like, no, we believe in you. So I was like, okay, sure. I will come on your show and talk about Heroes of the Storm. So the way that the show worked is that they would preemptively kind of make a bunch of clips, and they would send these clips so that they would send the clips over so I could basically see the clips they're using, and there would be like 2 sets of like 3-minute clips, right? So it was like 6 minutes of video, and I have to talk for like 10 to 15 minutes. So basically what I did was I went back and found all the moments in these Heroes of the Storm games where basically I watched these clips from the actual broadcast, and I wrote down exactly what the casters were saying at this point in time. And this was the real genius part. I just didn't bother learning anything about Heroes. I just learned exactly what the casters said about each of those moments, and I regurgitated the shit out of it. And it sounds so good. I was like, oh my god, you look at this moment here, the Leoric with the Tentoum trapping the Probius in the back, and that's just going to pick off their support. I had no idea what I'm talking about at all. I just yapped on about whatever I just memorized 6 minutes of Heroes casting. I came out of the room, and the freaking, I don't know what he's called, the producer or something, pretty much the head guy at this TV channel, came out and he's like, bro, that was amazing. I was like, oh yeah, was it okay? And he's like, bro, why are you doing StarCraft? You're so good at Heroes. I was like, oh, he's like, really? You should change games. You're so much better at this one. I was like, oh. So yeah, that was fun. That was the best part. Afterwards, like, he'd never really, this guy never told me I was good, and then like he came out and he was like buzzing about this Heroes segment that I did. It was so stupid. I literally just regurgitated whatever the hell the other casters had said about it. It was a really dumb one. So yeah. TLDR, back in the day, you could make a lot of money out of just doing nothing of actual use in esports. Yeah. I just always thought it was so funny that it was just like, it was such a terrible show though. Like, nobody wants to watch a full esports recap show, and like having special guests on to talk in depth about the games literally is just screaming like, I don't know what's going on. You know, like, we have no idea what we're doing here or something, you know? Crazy. Actually a little bit crazy, to be honest, overall. Anyways, back to some PvP. I really have not been on topic at all for this one. PvP, and Stalkers are killing probes. Shameless is killing a bunch of workers. Meanwhile, Jumi is full committing over on this side of the map as well. So we have some action taking place right now. As you can see, those units coming through, and a lot going on in the next couple of moments. I mean, Jumi trying to push on in. Shameless is still up 12 workers. He brings the Stalkers back home with the recall, so now he can probably just jump on this. He has Blink. It is up against Glaive, so he's if the Adepts get force fielded away, then they're going to be kind of useless. They're not going to do a lot of damage to the Stalkers anyway. You need to be super careful about not just the Immortal, but actually the Prism. Because if you blink on the Prism here, it's going to go down, then you can't micro the Immortals. They go down after, and then there's no damage in this army. The Adepts don't do damage to a Stalker force here, and that's going to pretty much just do it. Unfortunately, it's going to be a very quick roundup, and that is going to be this first game going the way of Shameless, I think. I mean, obviously the Adepts can do damage to the probes, and so we're going to shade some to the low ground, try and kind of multitask and multi-prong a little bit here, but realistically, Shameless has enough to clean up all of these Adepts, and that is going to be more or less what happens the next few moments. Does that channel still exist? No, I'm pretty sure it doesn't. This channel was wild because it was like, I guess originally it was like a gaming channel, and then they tried to rebrand it into esports. But then it wasn't just an esports channel, it was still gaming, because it was like a gaming website as well. And they had like a couple of shows that were like produced over like a long term, and it was like, you know, they had like actual shows and stuff, but like the majority of what, I don't even know what, in the end they started trying to buy rights to like show, like, I remember at one point I went and did Overwatch for them, because they they needed an Overwatch guy, and they asked me if I knew anyone, so I suggested my friend, who was actually a StarCraft player called Boombox. He actually became an Overwatch pro and got 2nd place in the 1st edition of Overwatch League. And you know he's a real legit StarCraft guy because he actually won an Epic Land, which is pretty much the highest of highs in StarCraft 2. So I actually suggested Boombox, and they were like, hey, why don't you also join Boombox and you do it together? So I did an Overwatch show for them at one point, and they basically got the rights to show this day of an Overwatch broadcast, and it was like, we were like their analysts, so like, instead of going to the freaking Blizzard analysts between games, they would come to us, and it was just terrible. It's just like, why would you watch this when you could just put Twitch on your television, you know? Like, it made no sense. I dread to think how much money they threw at this, to be honest. Like, don't get me wrong, I was not getting paid a fortune. I was getting made good money for back then, because I was not doing very well. You know, it was like my first year of being full-time StarCraft or something, you know? So, like, I was doing fine, but, like, this was really, like, amazing for me. And nowadays, if someone offered me this as a day rate, I'd be like, they're scamming me. But, so, like, they weren't spending loads and loads, but, like, they must have still been spending a lot as well, you know? Yeah, I dread to think how much overall they threw into it, especially for, like, the Overwatch deal, to, like, show Overwatch on TV, like, to buy the rights for that from Blizzard must have cost quite a bit, no? Surely. Must have cost quite a bit of something. Alright, let's go get into... Sorry, guys, we'll get back on track. Sorry, we're completely off topic now. I'm just straight up casting games without even knowing what's going on. Alright, let's get into game number 2 of this best of 3, as Jumi's down a game against Shameless, and he looks to bring it back on Tourmaline. In the top right, Jumi, down a map. Our red Protoss player. As in the bottom left, it is going to be blue Protoss, Shameless. Major networks here in the US were playing it at one point a few years ago. Yeah, but at least they have money to shit around with, you know? This was a channel that, if it had 100... Like, the viewers on this channel were probably kids who were flicking through the TV and were like, wait, is that a video game on the television? You know, like, that's so cool. I really imagine it was like that. Like, because I can't imagine who else would be watching this channel. Like, it was just not a good channel. Like, it's not like they had any sort of, like... Yeah, it was wild. Actually, what was really wild was, like, at some point they did a, so after this, I mentioned the eSports recap show, right? They turned it into, like, more of, like, just an eSports general show every week, and they would make it more, like, fun and games, so it was kind of, like, podcasty, but then there'd be, like, some games and stuff as well, and, like, it'd be, like, you know, they'd get people on, they play FIFA against each other, and some of the hosts of this were, like, pretty cool guys. Like, if you watch Counter-Strike, then OJ Borg, he's like one of the Counter-Strike hosts, and then Machine as well. He's one of the massive Counter-Strike casters. These guys hosted this show. And, like, thinking back now, I'm like, man, they must have been paid a freaking fortune to do this. Like, come to London every week. I mean, they were both kind of, I guess it was just like a train or a drive for them, but, like, be in person there every week to do a 3 or 4 hour show. Like, there's no way they would not get paid an absolute fortune. And then they had, like, a bunch of different guests each week. Because they wouldn't just have, like, one set of guests, they would have, like, people rotating. Yeah, crazy stuff. We do have a bunch of Zealots warping in the triple gate, as you saw coming down if you're watching the screen. We are full on proxy moding here as Jumi, so he's proxy 3 gating, and he's up against Shameless, who is walled in right now, so he's looking pretty okay, to be honest. I don't think there's going to be too much opportunity right now for Jumi. I'm not really loving this scenario for him, but let's see if we can maybe figure out a way to make this possibly work. Couple Zealots show up, obviously in depth, and a Stalker building on the other side of this as Jumi gonna get another Zealot out. I mean, the probe's out here to see what's up, so we know exactly the deal here is Shameless. We're gonna lose that pylon, but we're pyloned up here as well, so we will keep power to these gateways. We get supply box for a short moment, which is maybe a bit problematic, so maybe a bit of an issue there. Those Zealots go in after this pylon. Pylon doing a whole bunch of stuff. It's gonna be seeing the couple of shots coming through. Pylon kind of surviving. Stalker and an Adept out against this feels like a pretty big deal. We've got batteries up as well. Like, where are we going with these Zealots? It feels like nowhere, honestly. Yeah, there's not even a Cyber Core down, and Jumi's just going to say GG. That's going to wrap this one up, and suddenly it's 2-0. And we could probably do a talk a bit more about the games, guys. I'm really off topic, sorry. Now, you know, it's one thing to go off topic for a game, and it's like game 1 is like 10 minutes, and it's like, you know, bam, we're going to game 2. Then game 2's 2 minutes long, and all of a sudden, Jumi is on the verge of falling down to the lower bracket here. Now, it's not an elimination match. The loser of this will advance on to play against Sebastes. So we already know that. is going to be a Protoss player dropping down there. But, yeah, that's, it's going to be one, it might be Jumi, because at this rate, you're already down 0-2, and you've barely even gotten started in the series. We've not even had to play ads in this series yet, and, I guess we'll just go straight into Game 3 to see if we can keep that, up or not. Alright, away we go. There's a Korean TV channel here in Oslo that used to play StarCraft eSports only during business hours. See, like, I can imagine that stuff wasn't that expensive back then either, right? Like, because they also just had TV. But, like, to buy the rights to show Overwatch on TV could not possibly have been... Like, Overwatch League was expensive through and through. So to buy the rights to show that on TV, there's no hecking way that wasn't just an absolute fortune. I just can't believe it. Alright. Game 3. And Jumi in the top right-hand side goes for that big old proxy. 3 gates is obviously super committed, so he really sent it there. He wanted to make it happen, and, well, plain and simple, it fell short. As, I mean, Shameless figured it out. He got the wall off up, he got the extra pylons down, he got the batteries up. He had a Stalker and an Adept, and at that point with batteries that they were never going to die to those Zealots. So, plain and simple, that's how things rounded out on that one. And now we look to see what comes up next. Gates coming through, probes on the way in. Similar is in production here initially. You see this probe coming straight across for a couple of moments, getting into position, and getting that set up as well. So gates coming by, probes coming into place, and we continue to settle for a couple of moments here and see what we can do. As the low ground is going to be the setup here from Shameless. So because it's a map with a ramp, we can put this ramp up into the natural. You can basically go for a 1-gate expand, and that's exactly what he does. So a bit of a greedy play. Meanwhile, Jumi playing the more typical kind of 2-gate setup for the PvP right now. So Jumi is going to do this in a more traditional way, where Shameless is going to do this in like the taking advantage of the map layout way. It's interesting because, yes, this is a defensive ramp position, but what if your opponent just works through the rocks over here? Then they can attack in from flat ground to flat ground, right? So they can attack in without the ramp. Then I kind of don't love this position for Shameless. So I get it, like this is what you do on these kind of maps, but this is not a normal map. It has another access point. Admittedly, yes, you got to go through some rocks, but that you know, that's not impossible. You know, that is a way that could, you know, maybe determine how this game plays out. So yeah, that is a possibility here as we have a look at things and get set and ready to go. Game number 3 of this best of 5. A little bit of chrono boosting on the gateway. Just get that sentry coming out. The Stalker is going to come around over here as well, so it's just going to move through for a couple of moments. Got a lot of this on the way just initially. And yeah, Warp Gate, Stalker, Sentry, a little bits of everything coming through for now. Scan this into position. Now, obviously, Shameless will be with the Sentry first and a Stalker now. Just go and get that hallucination out for some info. He especially needs info because you're playing the... Sorry, find my headset. He especially needs info because he's obviously playing the lack of information here and playing the more risky kind of style. Now, Jumi expands. He's going to have a slightly faster expansion, Jumi. He's going to have the double gates of production, but overall, that faster expansion from Shameless, I gotta feel like is going to put him in a pretty great position in all of this. Stalking that warp gate still coming through. A couple of units gathering up on the low ground for now as well. Just trying to figure out where everything is going to go over these next few moments. That warp gate's still kicking in a couple of moments, getting that up and running. Blink coming out on both sides of the map, and the gates coming through as well. So yeah, gates coming up, probes on the way, and Blink and Warp Gate all building by as well. Just going to see the few Stalkers and the Sentry in this natural hanging out for the moment. Also, cheeky little pylon over on the left-hand side. So there's Jumi set up to at least maybe play with the idea of some aggression. I mean, if you warp in here, you can blink over here and attack into the main base, or you can blink over here and attack here as well. So you have a lot of access with the blink. So you can, you can absolutely try and make something happen from this. The Robo will get you an Immortal that obviously plays for a very defensive setup, and that should help out a lot as well, so I guess we'll see what happens. Yeah, there's extra gates coming through, robo facility coming up. Just all those bits and pieces coming around. We do see the rest of the stalkers coming over as well. So again, just repositioning a little bit, see what we can settle for right now. As we have that extra gate, we can see where Jumi's going. So he's going to go 6 gates in total. Basically going to try and break this down. Oh, we see it as Shameless. So the hallucination scouts perfectly. Tells you immediately just exactly what's going on. And now Jumi has to figure this out from a position of like, uh-oh, like I don't actually know myself what's quite going on here. Stalker and that sentry just going to continue over. So they move through. That blink's still coming up. Couple of the adepts coming through. The gate's still building online as well. Stalker's going to get through and pick away at this set of rocks and open up this space. So that's going to be the plan. Like I said, it kind of felt like we kind of knew this plan was somewhat coming. Stalkers will continue to pick through this then. So in they go. Rocks go down. We open up this little bit of space. The force field going to allow the Immortal to get into play right away, and any stalk you pick off is going to weaken this attack significantly. So the more we can do towards that, the better off we're going to turn out to be in the end. Stalkers coming down, a couple of those adepts getting picked away at as well. So again, a bit more damage being done just for the moment. Stalker's going to shoot, a couple of sentries coming in. We actually depowered one of the gateways, which is nice. I mean, I like the multi-prong that we're trying to bring out, but realistically, we are defending this pretty well already as Shameless. Like, he's doing a pretty good job of just being everywhere he needs to be. A couple stalkers coming around, a couple stalkers coming up to the high ground as well. I'm just going to be seeing a couple of those force fields still looking to come about and help. 9 probes go down across the map as we have done some damage over here. Was that just a couple of adepts? I would guess yes, it was. So a couple of adepts on the other side, probably from that pylon or so. Just going to be an annoyance as well, so that's going to make things tough for Jumi. He's now down in economy and now losing the fight as well as he just gets jumped on. I mean, Shameless just had all the information to work with, guys. Like, he just knew exactly what was happening. He knew what was coming, and he's going to close this game out in his favor. GG's, and that's just the entire series, 3-0. Shameless advances on through with an absolute speed run of Jumi in the upper bracket. Now, Jumi will go to the lower bracket, so you'll have another shot in the tournament. Shameless will be seen again later today because our 5th match of the day will be our winner's match of Shameless versus Nicorakt or Cristiana, pending whoever comes out of that TVP. So, we will see some more Shameless in a little bit, so if you're here as a Shameless fan, fear not. The fast series is obviously, fast, but you will see more of him in a little while as we will get him moving through. Nicorakt Cristiana will be a bit of TVP coming up next, and again, winner of this plays against Shameless, so it's time to cheer on Nicorakt. Sorry, Cristiana, but we will be unabashedly biased for the TVPs back-to-back. Is there any way to see the exact schedule? No, I don't even know what games we're casting tomorrow. You could ask Eddie in the chat, and he might be able to tell you, but the problem with a lot of it is a lot of this kind of gets planned kind of day to day as certain games get played, and we try and move things around. So maybe tomorrow's games are roughly known already, but they're still maybe waiting on a couple of bits of info. So yeah, it's there's not really a guarantee right now. That's a straight up and honest answer. So I know he said we'll see Showtime tomorrow, which means that tomorrow we will probably be seeing the winner of this section play against Classic. Winner versus Solo, winner versus Showtime, at least, I would guess. Maybe even winner versus Max Packs, if we're just going to work our way right through that section of the bracket is a possibility, perhaps. So, yeah, that's a possibility, but I still don't know. I'm just presuming based on a bit of info I got earlier. Hey, what's up? Meals222, thank you so much for the Prime sub, appreciate you. It's going to take about 30 seconds, guys, and we'll jump back in. Cool. Hey, what's up, Meals22? Thank you for the Prime. And then Spawns Revolution, thank you so much for subbing for 3 months as well. And Kaio Kangam, thank you so much for the 34-month resub. Slew of subs out of nowhere. Beautiful. Beautiful. Alright, guys. Are we good on ads? We are. Let's head into this next one. So, it's going to be Nicorakt versus Cristiana. Like I say, I'm going to cheer on our boy Nicorect to give us more TVP. But hey, if Cristiana wins, I mean, Cristiana's good. Actually, is Cristiana in favor against Nicorect? I think so, maybe a little bit. Nicorect has some great results, but I do think Cristiana has that element of, like... Cristiana, I feel like, is just maybe a little bit more consistently solid. So... yeah, actually kind of a fun series. A hard one to predict, as we're going to see in the bottom right side. Our red Terran player, it is going to be Nicorect. He's representing Ladder Legends, who are also supporting the OSC Championship. So, Ladder Legends here, Ladder Legends there, Ladder Legends absolutely everywhere. Nicorect in the bottom right-hand side. Cristiana in the upper left-hand side, our blue Protoss player. As we get this up and running, and we get ready to party on into Game 1 of this series. Let's see what happens. Birthday taketh and birthday giveth. Yes? What has the birthday giveth so far? Giveth you guys some good StarCraft, I guess? Ain't a bad thing. Oh, Ellie's reappeared to try and take on the balloons. She's like, I shall not... Oh, she's like, oh my god, they're multiplying. She walked in here with absolute confidence, then she's like, wait, I either forgot these were here, or there's more than I expected, and she's scared. She's like, nope. Oh no, oh, she's braving it, she's walking in. Hi, baby. Hi. Keep being a brave girl. Oh, you're so brave. You're so brave walking next to the balloons, aren't you? You are so brave walking next to them balloons. They are so scary. Yes, they are so scary. Good girl. Good girl. Alright guys, just following this probe while I give Ellie some much deserved love. She's sad because the snow's gone, so she went to the field today, but it wasn't as exciting as the last few days of being, because... I mean, she still had a good time, but there wasn't as much snow, you know, so she's a little sad. At least I'm thinking she's sad. You're really coming to see me a lot today, Ellie. Oh, she's just gonna fall... Oh dear, there's a balloon chasing it. There's a balloon on her tail. There you go. Oh no, now you're scared to leave. Oh god. Hang on guys, we have a situation. Come on, there you go, I'll protect you. No, we have a situation. One sec guys, I have to put the headset down. Whew. Ellie saved. Sorry. Alright, Reaper apparently jumped in and jumped out, and this time got a kill. What did it kill? Just a probe? Probe. Cool. Sorry, Ellie, the balloon moved when she walked past it, and then she thought it was chasing her, and then she tried to hide under the table, and the balloon kept following her, and then she was terrified to walk out from under the desk because she... Yeah, because she... yeah. Yeah, it was the thing, guys. Never boring here on the Wardy stream. Ay. I had to guide her out and pull the balloons back. She's fine. Alright, a couple of Marines are going to try and fight off the Adept here for a moment or so. Cyclone and the Mindelvk coming through alongside this at the moment as well. Just getting this on the way, as yeah, the Mindelvk and the Cyclone will come through. The Marines on the way up, blinking the warp gate, building by. A couple of gates coming through as well. They make that 3 gateways actually, so a pretty substantial amount of gateway investment for the blink. 4-gate blink, one of the more aggressive variations we can go for a lot of the time, so that is where we will go with this for the moment. Again, Mindelvk, Marines, and a tank all coming through as well, so bringing a lot of that out. If you have this token balloon, sounds rational. Look, I get it, like, you walk in the room, there's already these weird things here, you just about brave them enough to walk past them to get to me and say hi, and then one of them starts chasing you, like, I get it, like, terrifying, truly. And genuinely scary. I completely understand her reasoning of being afraid. Stop gets in, and Cristiana is going to be in a bit of a rough spot, to be honest. This is going to be a bit of a rough beginnings, as we are going to see the couple probes getting back into position. We do see the Stalkers trying to come through, chasing that Mindelvk for a little bit as well. Mindelvk goes down. We've only lost 2 probes, but we do lose a Stalker as well. We'll target a couple more probes down at the end of this, so we get a bit more value towards the very end. As you see, 4 probes going down in total. Now Nicorect still pushing forward with everything else here on the Ruby Rock, so continuing to get a moving. I'm just going to see the Marines coming up, the tank and the Viking going to be there. A couple of Stalkers getting shot at already, and again we're going to see a couple more Stalkers, and the Zealots continuing by also right now, so... Still bringing this through. Let's see, the siege tank is taking a couple more hits. Going to get that tank siege, but it's going to go down. And Cristiana going to start turning this around. It was maybe a bit of a rough start for him, but the follow-up has been pretty darn good defensively. Definitely turns it around and makes this a little bit of a smoother sailing finish in this in the last couple of moments. So that's a nice cleanup. And now going to go across the map, even with these stalkers. Obviously, we were on 4 gates. We have a lot of production potential for all the gateways. Not that we have a way to warp in across the map, but we could still reinforce across the map as well. Links for this tank with honestly not a lot of stalkers, and you can see the damage being done, and we're going to back these stalkers so far in the corner. There's going to be no way out. We try and blink to the other side. We lose every single stalker. That was a complete misplay from Cristiana, as this just goes completely wrong. And unfortunately, that is going to be a pretty expensive little ordeal for him. Every stalker goes down. That really removes the potential of any future stalker play as well, right? Because now you don't have enough stalkers to realistically show up and be scary at any point in the near future either. So yeah, this really does just kind of come into being a little bit of a disastrous closing point. Viking landing as well is going to get a bunch of worker damage too, so this is even better. We just keep getting more and more and more out of this. 6 probes going down, and really gotta love just where Nikaract is at right now. Like, okay, like the tail end of his aggression kind of, you know, simmered out for a little bit, and it did kind of fall into some issues, but otherwise, it's been pretty darn great, no? Things been going well. Great little spot as challenge and the probes continue to come through, so we'll continue with those. Again, the stim pack and the combat shield continue to build up as well. The mule dropping down and get the rest of this underway. Still got the couple of marauders and the siege tank coming about as well, so again, a lot of that just continues in at the moment. And as we move along here, Nexus will set up on the 3rd base. The other unit's going to come around as well for a moment or two. Where do we go from this point? I mean, we just get gates up, charge up. I mean, Nikaract, I guess, is just going to wait for Stimpack and Combat Shield, and then he can make a push. You can already see he goes up to 5 barracks. He has no intention of playing long games here, or a long game 1. He's going to play a pretty quick one, because he'll just 5 racks, 2 base, and just go from what I think is an advantaged position enough to make this work. Doesn't mean Cristiana can't defend, but I do give the slight edge to Nikaract in the early stages of this one. Results coming over. Just going to see the combat shield and the stim coming up. The charge still coming through. The rest of this all coming about for a couple of moments. A little bit of bio is going to gather up there. Again, the Marine Marauder is still joining up. The charge is going to be here in a couple of moments too. I mean, charge is going to help, but are we going to have enough zealots is the question, right? Well, we have 14. But then the other question is, we are only on zealots. So do we have enough damage behind the fact that we're relying on just a super high zealot count here? That's also going to be an interesting question that's going to dictate whether or not this game can be seen as a success in the end. The Zealot's going to charge through on the counterattack. SCVs and a couple of Marines at home will pull in to begin defending against that. Obviously, otherwise the main story is going to be this push onto the other side. Tanks already sieging. Not quite getting that sentry there. We're still doing pretty okay. 17 SCVs went down, so the Zealots on the other side did absolute work. So they put in some work. They absolutely delivered. What more can we do here next? As we're going to see these Zealots actually going to just dive on this army. So I guess this is the answer straight away. We're just going to send it. And is it going to be enough? No, is the answer. Plain and simple. Easy shutdown. Easy cleanup. Nikaract takes the opening game as Cristiana will drop down by a single map here. So Nikaract takes the 1-0 lead. And we'll be heading to Tyto Citadel for map 2 of this in a couple of moments. Alright, guys. Get that ready for you all. Thank you for joining us here today. Appreciate you guys. Get this ready to resume. Perfecto. Why not take out the rocks? He probably likes the choke point to work back around on and put the tanks behind and stuff. That's what you mean. Yeah, from the Terran perspective, the rocks are your friend, so... Game 2 in just a second, guys. You actually have ads on this time, though, so... Nikaract giving us a good promising start. We're trying to steer away from one more PvP match a day. We will have one more best of 5 when this series ends, guys. So we have this PvT and then the winner versus Shameless, so... And that will be it for today, so that's what's going to be what happens. Perfect, we've hit the marker where we can start this off. Pick her out, Cristiana. Game 2 coming up right here. Let's kick this off onto Taito Citadel. Get this underway. In the top left-hand side, we're going to start with the red Terran, who will take the 1-0 lead in this best-of-5 series. This is Nicaract up against the blue Protoss in the bottom right. It is Cristiana. When will we get to see TVP of Clem against Clem? Be funny, wouldn't it? If only we could actually clone the guy. We'll just have to figure that one out for the future, I guess. Once we get ourselves the Nexus Chrono Boosting. We should also clone some other Zergs while we're at it, so we actually could just, you know, repopulate the Zerg populace in StarCraft 2. That'd be cool, wouldn't it? That'd be nice. Probe to scouting for a moment. You go back and forth. CC in the orbital all coming up, the Reaper. Sorry guys, my voice is struggling a bit. I'm not really sick, I just have kind of like a little bit of a scratchy, really a scratchy throat, just been waking up with a bit of a dry throat lately. And it's not clearing up as easily as usual. Apologies for a couple of coughs here and there. Let's just have our probe heading down the bottom right side, so just trying to see what's up and what's going on for a couple moments. Get in position. Try to see what's happening as the Adept Chrono Boosts. Reaper jumps in. Adept's going to be there. Reaper takes some damage, and the Adept will continue to come by as well. Trying to see what may take place. Factory, bunker, reactor coming through. Twilight Council is going to build on Cristiana's side. And the Adept will go for a bit of a shade up the right side for the moment. The Reaper now going to hop through into the natural, and a couple of the probes will begin to go down. So a couple of workers going down at the moment. Just going to be seeing the worker dropping. Stalker chasing in after the Reaper too. And Hellion and the Marines continue to build about. Just going to see the starport coming around as well. Hellion SCV coming over. The Adept continues by. Just going to see the Marines SCV, starport, a little bit of everything coming online for the moment. This probe's still producing. And yeah, Blink just coming up on the side of Cristiana, so we're going to bring that Blink into play. That gateway on the way down as well. Bring that straight up. The Stalker's just going to shoot away, and we are going to try and make some progress here. Because we have got the Reaper and the Hellion wanting to run into this position, so just going to run straight by. It's going to be seeing a couple shots coming about. As it can be seen right now. Getting some damage done. For a moment or two. See Shang Banshee and the Marines all coming up behind this, so we're starting to see that kind of aggressive setup for Nicaract on the next phase of this game. So getting ready for that right now as we begin to see the Robo Facility, the Nexus, and so continue to come online for the moment. Get that all up and running. A couple of similars going by. That Blink is about to finish on the Twilight Council part of this as well. See what the defense can look like from Cristiana, because like I say, we're going to be swinging very shortly here as Nicaract, got to imagine. So good few stalkers gathered up, and we'll have ourselves. We'll step through for a moment. The Banshee on its way along as well. And right down that right side. Defense in the main is going to be those few stalkers. The Observer in production, so this is obviously cloaking, and we should be able to deal with that cloaking fairly aptly here, honestly, so this should be fine. Banshee just goes in after a couple of the probes. So a couple going down, a third worker taking a few shots as well. A few hits coming through already. Little bits of damage being dealt, but you see again 2 stalkers on that charge. Continue to build into play at the moment. Banshee's going to hang tight. Oh, the Banshee around the bottom. Maybe potentially just got seen for a second or two. Banshee's going to shoot. Just going to see the probes taking some damage already. 3 workers going down already. The Banshee on that right side at the same time. Not doing much more, but hey, this Banshee's going to do quite a bit. So there's going to be 5-6 workers going down right away. And they're correct, able to get some good damage done already. Like I say, 8 workers going down. Banshee will fall. The tank's just going to shoot. The Nexus is going to be taking some damage. The Immortal going to step forward, is going to give itself up, but it might get a tank. I mean, it doesn't get the tank, but then the Stalkers do follow up for the tank. Sim Combat +1 continue to come through. Again, got those upgrades still coming by. Once those buy upgrades kick in, we'll see if we can kind of follow up or anything here in these next few moments and try and get a little bit extra done from Nikorak pushing to the other side. The Stalker's going to go back and forth to try and get a little bit extra out of this as well. Fire pushing out to the right side, just going to chase those Stalkers for a little bit more opportunity. And again, just push them out of there for now. It's just going to chase that away. You have on the bottom side this Nexus going nicely. Again, armor upgrade, concussive shells continue to come up. Just going to see the starport coming by. So second one as we begin to get the anti-air up to really contest against Colossus, which is exactly what Cristiana's going into. Well, the Zealot's just coming back through. Stalkers on that right side. Just going to be seeing this Nexus gets jumped on. That's going to be cancelled. Seeing the Stalkers pushing up. A couple of mines going down already. I mean, they fire, but they don't do tons upon tons of damage, right? So it's respectable. Plus the Stalker's coming back over. The Sentry's going to join up. That is going to be a chase away. Nikorak's army getting pushed back out of here, so it's getting chucked out for the moment. What is OSC? You can exclamation mark OSC to find out a whole lot more about OSC. That's a very loaded question to answer in the middle of the game. It's a tournament series, it's the TLDR. It's a very cool and drawn out one. So just going to shoot the Stalkers, get shoved away. Again, Immortal and the few Sentries gathering together. A little more of these Zealots. Can get picked away at as well. Fire just pushes through. Sentry's going down. The Colossus going to be under some fire as well. So actually, Nikorak can take a pretty good fight for himself here. Still pushing up. A couple of those Stalkers still trying to come back the other way. Zealots and the Disruptors going to fly through as well. I mean, Cristiana's going to survive. The 1-1 upgrade. I mean, this was a good push from Nikorak because he had 1-1 to 0-0 as well. His units are very heavily stimmed at this point, so they're hurting, so backing away makes sense. Coming over, Vikings coming around. Ooh, is that just the Banshee sneaking back in for 5 probes? That's cute. +2 in the thermal lens coming around as well. Just going to go over. Next is going to be taken down. A couple of probes get chased away, so there goes the 4th base, and Nikaract once again delivering so far. Viking trying to go in after the Colossus. Just going to see the Zealots, the Stalkers, the Disruptors coming across. Another Disruptor shot going to land. And again, the 2-2 continuing by as well. So just keeping that going for the moment as we continue across. Just going to see these Stalkers jumping in. They're going to get involved here. Get more damage being done. I mean, we lose 11 probes during this. We clean up a lot of the army, but lose an economy at the same time as this game remains a little bit of a messy situation, to say the least, right now. 15 probes, 16 probes going down, so a lot being done. Next in the bottom left, coming about, the gold minerals are going to start to mine. Just going to get that underway. Zealot, Stalker, Disruptor continues to join up then for a couple seconds, so we join over here. We get set for a few moments. Another Disruptor shot going to bully Nikaract back over to the corner for a few moments as well. It's just going to chase him away over in that direction. Disruptor shot coming through, trying to land as well for a couple of moments. And we do see another Disruptor shot that'll go between the units. Colossus went down. I mean, we're getting to this point where Cristiana is going to continue to play basically the Disruptors as his splash damage, which is scary because the Disruptors always have that lack of reliability about them. And we're in a day and age where Disruptors are kind of frowned upon in terms of like reliance, being a reliant unit in TVP. So yeah, it's not really a great situation for Cristiana army composition-wise, but it can work. We'll see how Nikaract deals with it. I mean, honestly, in this scenario, if Nikaract can just build up like some Liberators or so, that's going to do a lot to zone the Disruptors away and to give positions where it's going to be much harder to just kind of bully your way into, which is what this kind of Stalker Zealot Disruptor force is very good at. It's very good at just sort of saying, hey, I kind of want to be here. I'm going to zone you out with the Disruptors, slowly push in, blink with the Stalkers to kind of zone you out as well. If you have Liberators, you cannot get zoned anywhere near as much as what you can then zone your opponent to, right? So you kind of win the zoning war. So I think that part of it becomes actually kind of important long term. So if we can make that switch up as Nikaract, then great, but he's obviously not feeling comfortable to just yet. Still just reproducing a lot of the bio that's coming through at the moment. Couple scans coming down. Mindelvks, Marines, Marauders coming up. Disruptor in the next coming by. A few additional pylons coming up as well. So again, a lot of that coming in for the moment. The few Marauders going to stem over to that right-hand side now. They're going to try and jump through in towards a couple of pylons for now. Let's try and knock those down. The rest of the Zealot Stalker Disruptor force pushing up over here, killing the Disruptors before they land. Nikaract picking a good amount of them off. Vikings on the ground may encourage a rebuild of Colossus. If you see Vikings on the ground as Cristiana, you're going to be like, well, maybe I kill some of those and then maybe Colossus can be back on the table. So that's a possibility right now as well. And the 3-3 upgrades continue through. Disruptor in the gateways continuing out. Again, Zealot Stalker Disruptor joining in the center of the map as a few Vikings will lift up from the ground back into the skies. Marauders gathered there as well, just for the moment. Another command center over on the far left is going to wait for a chance to become a 5th base. Nikaract's done a good job of kind of establishing his bases and keeping those bases up. We'll see if we can maintain that into the later stages here. Disruptor shot fires. Doesn't land just yet. Again, having the rest of this army turn back over to the right. The Zealot Stalker still gathering together, so again, joining up here for a few moments. Forging the Colossus continuing to come about, and another scan comes through once again. An eye on everything. Just going to be seeing the Disruptors there have a chance, but the bio splits last second, so it is going to be an easy back away. Getting out of jail free on that one, really. These Disruptor shots continue to come through. Again, the Ghosts building up, the 3-3 upgrades on the way. Marine Marauder building out, Forge Colossus plus 3 attack upgrade. All of that's on the way by. Another couple of shots going through, and the Disruptor shot again fires in to hit that bio army, or try to hit that bio army at the very least. Onto the bottom side of the map, the bio Mindelvk is going to come over as well. The rest of this force over here trying to run through. The Zealots are trying to make a play onto this bio composition. A couple of Stalkers going to come over. That Planetary Fortress is going to be forced to lift, and this 5th base will be denied, but so will this base down here for Cristiana, so it is not an easy time at the moment. Because he's going to lose a base himself. I mean, he has bases around the map. He still has the gold bottom left, which Nikorak doesn't know about, by the way, so that's an issue. Is this base going to go down too? Well, it was about to. It does now. We take one more shot, but it gets there, so we make it happen in the end. That got a little bit scary, perhaps. I see Cristiana backing away, so great job from Cristiana, knocking down multiple important bases of the opposition. That really is a big deal. That goes a long way to helping out in the grand scheme of things right now. Another Disruptor shot going through. The Colossus got misrallied on the left-hand side, it seems. But actually, at this point, I think the Disruptor Stalker, he's actually doing a great job. He's killing off bases. He's significantly impacting this game in a positive way for himself. Some Bio tries to come in from the left side. All these units are super low HP from Nikorak, but he is going to catch the Disruptors, so they all go down. If he could just get this army healed up. Look at the freaking Mindelvks, man. They are so drained of energy. They are so low. And that means that anything here is not going to get healed up. The Vikings land again just to try and help with some damage output. Nikorak trying to fight. There's no way he survives through these Zealots, though. Those Zealots are looking to be way too much. There's just too much going on, and Nikorak has to back away, but he is going to come out down on supply following from this. Unfortunately, that is going to be at an expense. The rest of the Marine Marauder coming through. A few Stalkers going to blink by, so they're going to try and find what they can. Just a couple moments as well. Going to get back to this base. We're going to deny the replacement base for it. So again, you're keeping Nikorak down and pinned. Basically, at this point, unable to really get back on track at all. The Zealot's still swinging. Stalkers get underneath the Mindelvks. They're going to go down too, and I think Nikorak may have just bled out a little too heavily in the last few moments. I don't think he has a way back into this one. Disruptor shot firing. The Bio coming back the other way. The Disruptor shot will fire through once again, but I just don't see what else we really do at this stage. As Nikorak, he's a bit too far behind. Army supply isn't there from anymore. At this point, the economy obviously drained as well. He lost bases he had to hold on to have a shot in this game. This is now the main base, trying to become the 3rd base. If this dies, that might just kind of make you GG, because then you really are doomed in terms of retaking expansions. He's going to try and kite back to the Bio, get a little bit of step practice in. Target fires Disruptor. I mean, to be fair, you can see just why this Protoss army isn't designed for actually fighting, because as you try to commit here, you end up losing a fair amount in the process. As Cristiana, 160 supply still in the game, though, against the sub-100 supply Terran player. And Cristiana is moments away from getting himself the GG and the victory in this matchup for game number 2. And that is going to tie us up. 1 game apiece in this best of 5. Cristiana and Nikorak so far going back and forth with each other. And this was actually a cool game, because I actually thought Nikorak was in a good spot at multiple points of this one. I don't think the game going longer necessarily helped Nikorak at all, though, so maybe that aspect of it was a little bit rougher and tougher. But generally, I kind of liked how he played, and I think he did a lot of things right. He just struggled with some of the fights at the end. He definitely struggled at keeping economy up, while his opponent replaced some of that economy too, right? So a couple of different things to kind of look at, like I said, at the tail end of it all. But otherwise, not a bad effort. We'll give it a minute here, guys. Long game, so we'll just take a second to run the ads, and then, as you know, we'll get into this in a minute or so. Appreciate you guys' patience. Thank you for supporting the stream, the content, and the StarCraft 2. Couldn't do it without y'all. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. And shout out to OSC for having us. We do have some OSC. We can show the Ladder Legends. Let's show this actually while we're waiting for a moment too. The Ladder Legends poster. I'll let you guys read through what Ladder Legends is all about, but they're one of the sponsors, most importantly, of the OSC this season. So shout out to Ladder Legends for helping make this season of the OSC possible, and helping to make this Ladder Legends Championship bracket really heckin' fun. We've obviously got a lot of great players. It's been super fun so far, and I think that's only going to be continuing. So yeah, super excited to have Ladder Legends with us here. We'll have a video for Ladder Legends. We'll probably do that between series, unless I forget, which sometimes I am prone to doing. So hopefully not, but we'll probably do that between series as well. We're gonna go Winter Madness next map. I think we're good on ads as well, so let's click watch and let's get this ready to go. Perfect, guys. Thanks for hanging out with us today. This series wraps up, and then we'll have a couple more after. As Bexvart, how are you doing? Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Going out to Dark Helix, Disco Conado, Vorquide, Nubs Otti, and Legion of Destiny. Thank you so very much indeed. I will get you a balloon just after this game, because we are in-game already. But I will get you a balloon. In fact, we could just do it on screen, actually. We could just do it at the start. Give me 1 sec. Set the score up. Just do a little cheeky wardy cam. Just ignore the slight mess. You can even see YouTube chat in the corner. Isn't that exciting? Even YouTube are just hanging around over there. Alright. Thanks so much for the 5 subs, mate. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Indeed. Boom. Welcome to the balloon pile. We got a pretty decent pile in the corner, to be fair. Alright, top left-hand side is going to be our red Terran player, Nicorakt. He's up against the blue Protoss bottom right side, Cristiana. Winner takes on Shameless in the next round of the winner bracket. Thank you so much for the support, guys. Thank you for the subs. The birthday subs. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. What's not to love about some birthday subs, you know? Alright, real talk, we are figuring out where we are going to go. We had a probe scouting already, as we just figure things out, see what we can do. Happy birthday. Thank you, Bren. Appreciate you. And Sturm got on the 37-month resub on the Prime. WTF, just 37? Oof. Basically like calling yourself out, you know? Hope I had a good birthday. I woke up, I had a breakfast bao bun, which was banging. I took Ellie for a walk with Helen, which was fun. And then well, it was actually very treacherous, but in theory it was fun. And I've casted some StarCraft for you guys, so it's been decent so far. Not really doing much birthday stuff, to be honest. It's a pretty chill birthday year, so I'm just recovering from the busy, hectic period that we had at the end of last year, pretty much. So just kind of getting over that is the situation, and yeah, that's about it. All right, so yeah, we are kicking off here. What's up, Megaline or Megaline, I think Megaline or Megalane. Thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, and thanks for all the happy birthdays, guys. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. What's up, Zergburger on the YouTube as well? Good to see you. Hello, hello. We've been just poking around from Nicorakt as he tries to figure out a little bit of something in these early stages, so get that up and running. Again, a couple of Marines coming through, the Blink and the Stalker and the Warp Gate coming online as well. So again, a lot of that just coming straight into play. This Reaper going to be chilling out over here. Probe going to move back over once again. We get blown up by the Widowmine. A couple of gateways going to start producing through too. Well, just get the gateways up to accompany this Blink play that's coming through at the moment on the side of Cristiana, so get that all set here. And again, the Reaper just going to sit out the front and just chill for a moment or two. Viking tank and the Marines coming online. Again, batteries and gates building as well. This Reaper hops up to the high ground, and it's going to be moving into the main for the next couple of moments. So it's coming across over there, and this set. See a little grenade going down. He's going to bop a couple of those probes about as well. Tank. Gate, Blink, all that coming through just for the moment. And back on the bottom, we're going to have the Widowmine and the Marines, so that's going to be a combined little effort to try and put some damage out here and get after a couple of these workers. You see the Widowmine hits only a depth, which is not a bad thing. She's going to lose the Medevac. Well, okay, Medevac stays alive. We're going to try and evacuate the Widowmine, but it doesn't go well. It was a little bit too obvious, wasn't it? Trying to kill a Stalker, not quite in the end. It was a shot away. As we're going to have a siege tank and 2 Marines showing up, but that's not exactly going to go well. If you just show up with a couple units right now, there's almost no shot that that's going to end up in your favor, so don't exactly love that part of this, as we just have, again, the tank, a couple Marines going through, the Viking on the way as well. I mean, clearly we're still wanting to be aggressive here as Nicorakt, but then it's a real shame he didn't keep anything alive, because if he keeps something alive, at least it becomes a much easier kind of justification to kind of push through and to get set up here. I mean, now it feels like you're not going to get much done at all. We're going to add 2 barracks behind this. So maybe he is already looking at kind of the future and moving away from the current establishment of things as tank Marines, Vikings just pulling back. The Stalkers going to give chase. That's going to be a tank going down immediately, so that's going to be a nice grab. And Cristiana taking advantage of this situation already. Cristiana, honestly, every time I watch Cristiana, I always feel very impressed by him. Like, I always feel like Cristiana is just on the verge of just looking good in everything he plays. And here he just recognizes the chance to just come across the map and kill. Because he already picked off that tank, and he was just going to go with the Stalks and see what was available. And he actually ends up finding just GG from his opponent because Nick Correct feels he's losing too much. And that's going to take us to a Cristiana 2-1 lead. The bounce back in this series is very real. After a game 2 that did not start so hot for him, brought it back there, got going nicely in this game 3 and closes that out quickly. And take us over to Old Republic for map 4. Again, thank you for the subs, guys. Appreciate y'all. And let's get into the next one. We're almost back at 1,500 subs, but don't get baited by that, actually, because it's literally going to be, at this point, the next 3 weeks, we're basically, next 2 weeks, I guess, it's just going to be sub drop after sub drop. So don't be baited by the number that will be there for, like, the next 1.5 best of 5s, basically. I'm not even going to bait you guys into it. If we can end this month at 1,000 subs, that would be incredible. If we could do that, that would be great. Maybe we'll try and make that our goal. As we kick off, we get going here on Old Republic. Let's jump into game number 4, and all of a sudden, we have potentially a game that could knock Nicorec down to the lower bracket. Needs to win this to keep his upper bracket run alive. We'll see if he can do so. Here's the Red Terran in the upper right-hand corner. Taking on the Blue Protoss in the bottom left, we have got Cristiana. Old Republic, like we say, get this up and running. See just what's going to happen here as the depot and the SCV all come through, getting a lot of that up and running for a few moments. We are going to be seeing an early probe coming across the map. So, probe going across to begin with, getting over to that upper right-hand side. Get that on the go, get that moving. Just as a starting point. Probe and the SCV together, we'll just get a little active there, so putting a bit of work in. And the barracks coming through. X is coming online, getting a lot of that up, like we say. Yeah, Cybercore and the Assimilator will continue out. Just going to be seen again, the Reaper, Orbital, Factory. Coming by, nothing really too wild just yet, as a Reaper will be out shortly. That will give us a little bit more action to kind of chase down for a little bit, be able to follow it across the map for a little while and so on. So we'll start to do exactly that. Following this Reaper on a journey out down to the bottom left. Reaper moves over, Adept will shade. Twilight Council coming up on the side of Cristiana. Just going to get that on the go. Again, the Reaper is going to be right there to try and just hop up, hop down, hop all around, and see if there's any opportunity to do much of anything. But the Adept's out, and more than anything else, this Reaper obviously just wants to scout and try and maintain some information. So if we can do that, we should be able to come out of this in a pretty content position overall. Again, the 2 Reapers and the Helene will continue up. See that blink and that warp gate continuing through as well. So all of that coming over. Probe right there going to get picked off also. So the 2 extra Reapers and the Hellion obviously give us a bit more kind of push across the map potential. So we'll see just what comes of that perhaps momentarily as we have The blink finishing soon from Cristiana will give him the chance to be on the map as well, so we'll see what he does with this. We know Nicorette can typically be a very aggressive player, and he's going into 2 more barracks after this setup. So he's going to have the Reaper Hellion initially into 3 racks in the factory. Potentially a pretty sizable kind of bio kind of push there. Good grenade, going to keep the Stalkers very far back. That final grenade was a waste, just because it was just so unnecessary for where the Stalkers were at in the end. The first 2 grenades just worked so well. I don't think he expected the 3rd grenade to be so unsuccessful, because, again, the first 2 made the 3rd one unsuccessful because they just pushed the Stalkers so far away. So a fun little moment in that regard as Nicorette now pulls back around on the bottom right side. He's coming straight across there. And do you see that blink coming up about halfway done currently from Cristiana? Siege Tank, Marauder, Marines building up. The Stimpak still building. You can see the few Stalkers there going to push the Reaper back out to the other side. Nexus building on the 3rd base, and we look to see just what we do now. Obviously get that stim started from Nicorette. Can't imagine this is not going to be an aggressive shove. Marauder heavy as well, double tech lab, so it's a lot of Marauders at this point that we're going to commit across to the other side of the map as well. So that's also going to be a factor here, no doubt. And we'll see, like I say, just how well this works out in the next few moments. Stimpak, Combat Shield, Marine Marauder all continuing through. And yeah, a few Stalkers still moving down the bottom side there. Just going to get set up for now. Back over to the side just for a moment or so. So again, just come back in that direction. Take a couple of moments. Just going to see another scanner coming up on the high ground. Just knocking down an observer, I presume, is the idea there. We did indeed kill one, so knock an observer down. And the SCVs that get pulled get seen anyway, because Cristiana is on the hunt with these Blink Stalkers. Tries to get a siege tank. Would have been an amazing starting point, but doesn't quite get enough to do that just yet. These 3 Marines will get chased in comparison. Again, Stim and Combat Shield continuing through for a couple moments, bringing all of that about. And Marauder just going to end up taking a bit of damage as well, so a few more shots coming over for a moment or so. A little bit extra coming out. There's these Stalkers again just doing their absolute utmost to just try to deny as many of these units as possible before they arrive across the map. A couple of the units will turn around the other way. Stalkers get chased off once again, so again we just see a little bit of a pushback on this. Fire coming around once again. Another few Stalkers getting pushed back again. Some more damage being done. Concussive Shells, Marine Marauder, again all building up currently. The rest of these units still continue to go by. And again chasing for everything that we can. As we jump onto this 3rd base, and Nicorette is going to go full force into this. He's going to send it. And that's going to be exactly his starting point at the very least, as now the rest of the bio coming over. Stalker goes down, the Zealots will begin to melt. And, I mean, these tanks can target fire as they wish. Nicorette looking good, but the Immortals do get rid of the tanks, and this bio is going to be low HP after. Do we have enough to get rid of the bio? So far, no, we do not. And so 28 armies fly to the 11, and the leftovers might be okay. I'm scared for how low HP these units all are. Nothing is healthy right now for Nicorette. Even the reinforced units have already stimmed coming across the map, so everything is unhealthy at the moment. And that just makes me feel like Cristiana maybe has a cleanup, and in this case, Nicorette backs off and waits for more. That's going to give Cristiana a chance to get a few more units up himself and prep even better. And it's not like these units get healthier because there's no medevacs, right? Well, they get healthier because they're going to have an SCV wall in front of them. So that's how they improve the situation, but it's not exactly ideal. In fact, it's anything but ideal. At this current point in time, the bio pushing forward. SCV is going to be here, and we are going to go up this ramp. A couple of force fields coming down. The Zealots to charge straight through. That's a defense from Cristiana, absolutely. These SCVs will not be enough to change the way of things, and Cristiana takes it 3-1 over Nicorette to advance into the next round of the winner's bracket. Nicorette will fall to the lower bracket, where he'll play against the winner of GG Machine and Mixu. So he'll play TVZ in that next round, and then against either Juby or Sebastes after. Honestly, that little section down there is really cool, because we've got a bunch of players who have, I think, good potential against each other. And so that makes that kind of section of the bracket for a while pretty fun, actually. So yeah, that should be a pretty good contest down in the lower bracket on that section that Nicorette, unfortunately for him, does end up falling down to. Alrighty, guys, so we are going to have ourselves game number 1 of this PvP coming up. It's going to be Shameless versus Cristiana. I'm going to get this ready to go in a moment. Just run a couple of the ads, and we'll get ready to kick this off. Perfecto. I'll give it about a minute or so, guys, and we'll kick off into what will be our last series of the day. Like I say, a little bit of PvP. Get this ready to rumble. Cool, cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Thanks for joining us again, guys. Appreciate you all. As we are getting ready for Winter Madness, which will be map 1, Shameless and Cristiana to round out our day. So it's going to be one more PvP. Let's see what happens. The SCV pull seems stupid. It's just how Nicorek plays, though, as well, right? Like, he likes to pull the SCVs, he likes to be aggressive. And the build's kind of aggressive, too, because he's going no starports. It's a build built around overwhelming. Just it doesn't do a whole lot of overwhelming in the end. PvP is such a rarity. We're blessed to get this matchup. Yeah, you guys are so lucky. You guys are so lucky. There's just so much PvP in this bracket, really. The bottom half of the bracket, I mean, unfortunately, we lost Cham, so that eliminates one of our non-Protoss. Yeah, not a lot of Protoss are going to get, like, pretty much all the Protoss for now are going to be advancing. I mean, I guess we'll see what Art and Baby Marine and also what Mana and Milky Cow have happen. I think Milky Cow is such a cool first-round match as well, honestly. Also very cool. Very, very cool. I think we can start, guys. Let's click the watch button and jump into our final series of the day of the OSC Championship. Oh, I was going to play the video. Okay, I'll play the I'll play the Ladder Legends video at the end. Or maybe between games in the series. Maybe it's possible too if I need to BRB a second. I don't want to just keep us moving along though, so we'll figure it out at some point. I knew I was going to forget. Alright, it's going to be Shameless versus Cristiana. Honestly, pretty cool match between two players who do well in the OSC system, play a lot of these OSC tournaments, but obviously we do not necessarily OSC on the bigger stages themselves. So, yeah, actually, a cool match between two guys who have kind of similar stories. Cristiana's goes a bit deeper and a bit more kind of in-depth in the world of StarCraft, but Shameless' story is very cool as well. This kind of up-and-coming player who's been improving and improving. This has been a good year for him. We'll see which of them can keep their run alive in the upper bracket of this championship. I expect a close one between these two. I don't really know what kind of games to expect between them, but I do expect kind of a close series because I just get the vibe that I just feel like they match up well. And like I say, maybe they don't match up well in terms of their playstyle or the PvP matchup, but I do think they match up well as kind of like players and where they're at in their StarCraft careers and what sort of role they fill in the world of StarCraft. So, yeah, it's gonna be a fun little PvP, I think. It's gonna be a fun little PvP. A couple gates going through as we get set up for a couple moments. Just going to see the probes, the assimilators coming about as well. So we keep that going. The probe across the map for now. Just going to get going over here as well. Just scouting a bit of what exactly is going to happen. And Cybercore coming through. Gateway just coming about. Probe on the way up as well. So again, get that started for now. Heading up in toward this main base here. And yeah, that Cybercore coming through, the pylon coming about, gates on the way, probes on the way, getting settled. Little pylon this right-hand side, and Shameless put a little juice box under it as well. Cheeky little juice pylon. Across the other side, that probe moving about, just going to be seeing a pylon coming in over here as well. Stalker Sentry continuing up, that Warp Gate continuing in. And a lot of that on the move for the moment as we have the probe coming back over. Just going to try and see what else is happening for a couple moments. Obviously, we saw a little bit of Shameless PvP earlier, but he was really not messing around in that series versus Jumi. We'll see kind of an expand here from him, though, and I think Cristiana is kind of likely to throw some expansions down, too. I do hope we see a longer PvP. I mean, obviously nowadays so much PvP does kind of end quickly, and even if you try and expand a piece, you know, someone can always get aggressive and, you know, become the attacker basically. So I do hope we see a little bit of kind of longer PvP between these guys. Hopefully it's not just an absolute PvP cheesy fest or anything like that. I mean, that can be fun in its own right, but Best of 5. I mean, just give us the full series, you know? Full series, a couple long games, a couple short games. Give us the full spectrum of PvP in this matchup. That's what I'm asking for. That is my request. Will we get it? I hope so. But I might be asking a bit much. PvP, obviously, if players like to be aggressive, then that aggression tends to stick throughout the series because that's their playstyle, right? So asking for a bit of everything is not always going to be the case. What's the juice box thing? You can spray things on the ground with workers in StarCraft nowadays, so every now and again you'll see a little spray on the ground or a little bit of decoration, and it's from the worker doing the spray. You can select your spray out the game. Some people have like a GLHF one, some people have like a GG one, etc. So yeah, there's a couple different ones. There's a few different ones, but Shameless chooses to juice box. Stalkers move over. Again, we've got Blink on the way from both. So just going to see Blink versus Blink to start us off here initially. You have the hallucination moving through as well. Haven't seen that in a while. Yeah, I haven't really brought it up a lot when it happens lately. It's just one of those things, like, it does happen. It's just, it's not always worth pointing out. It's just something, if we point it out every time, it's not fun anymore. It's like, oh, what he's saying that thing again. He's pointing out the thing that we see every game. But, it is a nice little fun little something. I'm glad they added that in. One of those things where it's like, didn't need to be added, but it's kind of nice that it was. Big fan. Alright, we do have robo facilities coming up behind us as well. They could not be kind of copying each other better if they tried. You see a couple of Adepts going to shade through. The Stalkers and the Sentries are going to be there to position themselves against this as well. Robo facility and Nexus both continuing into play currently. The probes going down as the Adepts on the natural do okay. And our priority here is going to be to try and get the pylon. I guess we get the pylon, we walk away and just feel like that's enough. Going to recall even. Good force field to ensure that happens, and Cristiana basically just saying, I'll take the free damage and just go from there. Doesn't feel the need to force anything extra, doesn't need to, feel the need to push for more if it's not kind of being given up easily. And I like that. I think that's very respectable. Just not feeling the need to kind of go overboard right now is absolutely fine. Like I say, you do not need to 100% overcommit through anything. Just get a pylon, get out of there. You did your poke. It's a pretty similar kind of game plan from both so far, so you don't really want to be overcommitting, right? So that's definitely kind of a factor too, something else just to think on for a little bit. So yeah, a couple of things to look at there in that regard. Let's just have ourselves forge charge. Those little bits and pieces continuing up. The battery and the couple of gateways coming by also currently. So again, a lot of that coming straight through here. Yeah, charging that +1 coming up as well. So getting that all underway. Gates in production, probes in production. Stalkers, guess what? On the way across the map from Shameless. So coming across to the bottom right side initially. See if anyone can make things happen with the blink, although so far seems like the answer to that'll be no. Stalkers and the Sentries pull back around that right side. A couple more force fields come into play, and we are going to see those Stalkers still just trying to find a little extra. Little blink forward. Stalker's going to get in after the Stalker and the Sentry, so I mean, Cristiana will want to make something happen again. Shameless kind of blocked in the back, and Shameless going to end up having a recall out of here. The aggressor gets punished for moving across the map, and Cristiana plays cleanup. Gets a lot of those units. Resource loss is pretty similar. It's about 100 difference, but main thing is that Shameless lost all of his Sentries. Sentries are expensive to rebuild, very gas heavy. There's warpins that could be other kind of fighting units. They're great if you have them already and they're building up energy all game, but once they're gone, they're kind of gone a lot of the time. You can see Cristiana keeping his back while he moves on the map with the Stalkers, so I do like that we're seeing him kind of, preserve his own Sentries and his opponent's Sentries going down. Like I say, it could maybe just mean less possibilities over the course of this in the grand scheme of this game, so see exactly what continues to happen. Charging +1 coming up for the moment. The Temple Archives and the gateways are still building as well. A lot more of that still coming through. Again, +2 attack is going to begin. And the Observer comes over the right-hand side to see what's up. Bunch of units on Shameless actually trying to catch these Stalkers, but the benefit of Stalkers only is that Stalkers, unless they put themselves in the corner or they get wrapped around and flanked or so, they usually get away. And in this case, that's exactly the case. Cristiana does indeed get away. Killed a few probes out of there without really losing anything. Good little moment of pushing forward and just trying to extend what we can get done in the game for the moment. Couple more Zealots will just warp in on that third base. It's going to be already a Prism dropping into the natural expansion. So right now, Cristiana is the one to try and dictate a lot of what's going on, and he will be met by the Zealots at the front, but the rest of his army showing up, so he might be able to fight there. Warped in a bunch more Zealots into the main, so the idea right now is you're going to pull your opponent apart and then strike with a full force elsewhere at the same time. And pushed away at the front, but he's starting to get a lot of worker damage done, so that is definitely adding up. If nothing else is, 7 workers going down just for now. Pretty good amount of damage initially, the extra Zealots coming through. +2 attack from both players also coming up right away here, and we just have Zealot, Stalker, Archon, just going to be there from Shameless. I mean, that part will be pushed away, but Shameless loses a good amount in this defense. Like, this was not cheap for him at all. He loses a good amount of units, and he loses a lot of the workers as well. Maybe not like a ton, but a decent amount for sure. At this stage, we do have a Cristiana who takes a little bit of a supply lead on the back of this. Upgrades will continue pretty evenly. There's going to be a slight lead from Shameless, but not so much so that we're going to shout about it. Like maybe a few seconds. If Cristiana was still fighting, it may be impactful, but it's such a short period that if they're not fighting when it finishes, it's pretty much going to be equal upgrades for the most part. So continue through there with that. Again, Zealots, Archon, Prism all continue to come by. Top left side, a couple of those Zealots going to get through. Zealots going to fight back. Stalker's going to be there as well. Continue to trade for a couple moments. The Zealots and the Prism coming by. The +3 attack upgrade coming online as well. It's going to be true on both sides of the map. A couple High Templars and Zealots building there from Cristiana. And this army of Shameless making some moves. Just out the front of his base, looking to protect this sort of general area at the moment. Gonna move up, just gonna see the Stalkers get after the Prism, gonna take that down immediately. So the Prism goes down. It's nice because it does slow Shameless from being able to kind of really feel confident coming across the map because you're gonna be Prismless, so probably have to rebuild that. And that gives Cristiano just a bit of a, free mind knowing that he's still kind of in control of the game, kind of where the fights are going to happen and so on so far. Zealot, Stalker, Archon, ready to push in toward the in-between space of this natural and third. And Cristian is maxed, pre-pops the Guardian Shields, and he's going to try and ensure his army is as covered as possible. And then he kind of walks a bunch of the army out of the Guardian Shields, funnily enough. But yeah, we're going to try and make this a thing. We're going to see a few Zealots warping in the back, but that gets denied, so that kind of gets shot down already. Can we push through for enough? Cristian is still on the supply lead, but obviously, again, will not be reinforcing this from this point on. So unfortunately, that's probably going to mean that even though this was good for him, it's not going to be good enough to break through it all. He does reinforce with Zealots back at home, and that warp-in brings him right back up in supply. It's still about a 20 supply lead, though, so pretty much the entire way through, Cristiano has been on that 20 supply lead. Shameless just about hanging on in here on Winter Madness for the moment. Let's see if he can keep doing more of the same as, again, a few more Zealots coming up. The Archon's still coming through. Units on the left side gathering as well. Three attack will finish shortly. A couple High Templars getting warped in. The army of Cristiana setting up. A couple more Archons morphing. A few Stalkers are going to step through. A couple of Zealots want to try and get back after this as well. So I'll step into the natural and try find an opportunity. Just going to see the rest of the Zealots coming by as well. Just going to go up that ramp in the middle of the map. The Zealots continue to charge through the couple of Immortals. Gonna have to try and jump out of there. Just going to be seeing both of them going down. So Cristiana kind of getting caught. The counterattack is nice, but again, it's being held off a little bit by the fact that there's just warp-ins and obviously wall-offs and so. I mean, Shameless ends up turning back around and going back to the top left side. He's still down a bunch of probes, so every time we see a fight, Cristiana is kind of affording the rebuild off that fight a little bit more comfortably than his opponent is, so that's definitely a factor as well thus far. As the Zealots will keep on trading with each other. More shots still coming through. High Templars, Zealots, all building up. The Archon comes in from Cristiana also. And the rest of this army from Cristiana going to get ready to move up toward the top side in the next few moments. A few of the Zealots peel out over the right-hand side. Next coming up, the Stalker coming through. Oh, bigger fight breaking out on the left side. Again, a lot of those ults and Archon's going to be involved in such a fight, but no one really wants to commit into the other. I think they both know that kind of committing in is kind of a bit of a death sentence at the moment, so no one's really super eager to kind of make it happen, obviously. I mean, why would they be? That's that Zealot Archon coming back across again. It's just going to keep moving through. Next is in the armor upgrade coming up. Meanwhile, Zealot's just going to sneak by over on that left side and push in once more. We do have Zealot's going to get swinging onto that Nexus. The Nexus will take some damage. Again, the armor upgrade. Everything else coming through. Zealots and the assimilators building as well. This army from Cristiana has to fall back once again. Yet to really, again, commit. We do get rid of this base, so you keep Shameless on 4 bases. This entire game, Cristiana's just had that edge, right? Just every little thing's just been in slightly his favor, and he's been able to make the most of it. This sort of fight can go either way, though, and Cristiana's not ready to take it. He's trying to run away down the ramp, and then what? He's going to spread at the bottom of the ramp? Oh, his opponent's going to... Oh, smart. I love the recall. Because now Cristiana gets surrounded, so this is going to be a sick play from Shameless, because the recall means that now Cristiana's army gets completely wrapped around. Do we finish this off with a successful cleanup? Yes, we do. What a play from Shameless. Cristiana's like, oh, I'm going to have to run away from this. Tries to run down that ramp. And in the end, it does go very badly for him. He loses a ton of army. That might have just flung the game into Shameless's favor. His supply dropped a lot because workers were going down during that. But, that said, like, the workers go down during that. However, I mean, we killed so much of the army, and now we don't even have the High Templars morphed into Archons yet, so we're going to kill those off as well. That was genuinely a giga cool play from Shameless. Clip that one, guys, because that was sick. Not your everyday kind of play, not your everyday highlight, but just a very cool, thought out, kind of like in the moment, kind of weird situation where it's like, this doesn't always happen, but just realizing he could take advantage of what his opponent was trying to do and the position his opponent was trying to take himself. I love that. I think that's an awesome play, like I say. And Shameless, who's been behind the entire time, like I say, not by a lot, but by enough that just feels like Cristiana was continuously just about in the lead. It just always seemed to have, like I say, that little bit of extra going for him in each of the fights, and then, you know, took the base down of his opponent before his base went down himself, right? Like, he always just had the slight advantages. And in the end, it's going to become very meaningful. Yeah, like Shameless was, like I say, was in a bit of trouble, and he's going to flip it around in his favor, and he's going to be absolutely loving that aspect of it. Well, at this point, I think we have ourselves pretty much... I mean, Cristiana's supply is still up because he's ahead on workers, so it's weird. Like, you can't really let up the pressure right now as Shameless because you need to go. Your worker count is bad, so you need to do more. And even if that is just clearing out a couple mineral lines extra, then that might actually just be enough in itself. So if that's enough in itself, then, you know, we're all fine and dandy. Result Archon pulling back over again. So just going to pull that through. The results still gathering up. So we're seeing the shots coming down. Production tab's empty. Let's look at the unit count. Maybe 30 results and 7 Archons. I mean, Shameless's army is just so much better as well. So it's just better made up. I mean, we're going to try and base trade as Cristiana, which is correct, because it's pretty much the only thing he can try and do right now. So that is a correct play. But is the correct play going to be a good enough play, I guess, is kind of our question at this point. I think the answer to that probably, realistically, is going to be no, probably not. 43 workers going down. I mean, like I say, that everyone's going to lose all their workers in this situation. That much is already kind of a guarantee. There's a lot of Archon going to jump back onto the Nexus for a little bit. It's just going to get straight back over here, jump onto this, and yeah, I mean, we're just going to try and send this, right? I mean, who wins the base trade? I mean, Shameless is actually a little bit down when it comes to the base setup, so maybe that's bad for him. He still has more army supply, just has to use it correctly. Stalkers are great in a base trade because of their mobility, but when it comes to actually fighting, then it's going to become a much trickier situation. So, like I say, that part is definitely going to become more of a problem. I'm just going to see the Archon still trying to play cleanup. 62 to 34 army supply. Again, at this stage, there's just not enough army realistically that Cristiana can work with, I don't think. Like I say, the Stalkers can forever kind of provide some value because of their blink, but not going to be good enough, and Shameless is going to take the opening game of this best of 5 series in the upper bracket. Kind of a hella cool PvP in the end. Great game, some fun action. And that was an awesome way to get things started up in this PvP. Is what we head into in game 2. In just a couple moments, going to be heading to 10,000 feet. Let's get this one moving as well. Let's go straight to it, guys. Let's go straight to it. Alright, let's go jump into game number 2. We have ourselves in the top left hand side the blue Protoss player. This is Shameless, and in the bottom right, red Protoss is Cristiana. I'm laughing because Helen just sent me a picture. And apparently supermarkets, you know, supermarkets now do a year in review, so you can kind of review what your most bought items were, I guess. And apparently, on the year in the review, we were the #1 buyer of one of the items in the supermarket in the entirety of our region. That's so funny. Like we're the top buyers of mini bunnies. And when I say mini bunnies, I mean like mini chocolate bunnies. That's so wild. Jeez, that's actually crazy. Who knew? I feel like it's one of those things you see, it's like, surely that's bugged. We didn't buy that many. We bought like a few. We stocked up because they're like only around at Easter, right? So we stocked up for like, you know, the period afterwards because Helen likes them. So like we stocked up to make sure there was a few extra available, you know. So maybe we bought a few extra, like, you know, not our fault for planning ahead. Jeez. That's almost a bit of a call out, isn't it? Probe. Gonna come on and chase the other probe for a couple moments. What's up, Sleepy Hahas? How you doing? We're back with the 3-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for the 3 months. Thank you very, very much indeed. Cybercore coming through. Probes coming up and get settled for a couple of moments here. As we get on track and a couple of depths. And the Stalker Sentry coming through. Sorry, I'm still just giggling a little bit to myself. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Let's see what 10,000 feet gives us as... Sorry, Cristiana is not up a game. Cristiana is down a game. I don't know if I said that correctly. Shameless is up a game. I just put the point on Cristiana. I don't know if I did that correctly or just absentmindedly. Or said it correctly or absentmindedly. So, my apologies. Alright, well, we're coming through. A couple of Stalkers and the Adepts coming around. The pylons will build. We do see the couple of Adepts just going to poke through this pylon for a couple of moments here. So, pylon will take some damage. It's going to end up cancelled. Again, a couple of Stalkers and the Warp Gate coming through. The Warp Gate is coming about as well on the side of the opponent, but it's Adepts on the side of Cristiana. So 4 Adepts against 3 Stalkers and a Sentry, so you're seeing 2 different variations of the PvP unit setup in these early stages. And we'll see what that looks like, given a little bit of time here for that to establish. Obviously with 6 Adepts, you're typically going to want to go across the map and try and apply some pressure with those Adepts. That's typically how this works. Hallucination moving through, Robo Facility coming up, the Twilight Council coming down. Again, a couple of Adepts building at the same time right now. Just going to have that Twilight coming into play. And wait to see what happens next. Next is building, Sentry on the way out, Warp Gate going to be done very soon also. Obviously, 2 very different techs here. Twilight Council from Shameless makes sense with the Stalker heavy opening. He can go blink. The opening from Cristiana, these Adepts, but he's going to follow up with that Robo Facility. So he might even go, like, just Immortals. Well, he probably will go Immortals if he needs them against the Stalkers, which is likely. So that's going to get kind of interesting kind of quickly, too, to be honest. See how this pans out. As the couple units just get forced away. The Adepts are going to shade forward, but walk back, so they're not going to commit if there's too many units there. In this case, there are too many units here, so not going to send it. Going to keep threatening the shade, though, and this is the benefit of this right now, is that you're going to be able to constantly threaten the idea of, like, oh, no, don't you come for me, like, I'm just going to keep you pinned back, I'm going to stop you from being able to do too much. couple of Adepts are going to shade through again. It's just going to come straight in. Again, no real intention of doing much, just threatening and threatening and threatening. Once Blink is done, you're going to have to be a bit more careful about threatening, because then the Stalkers might be able to blink after you if you cancel that shade. But until then, you're just keeping your opponent back. You're now getting yourself a Prism up, so you're going to create another opportunity for yourself to keep your opponent pinned back into their base at the moment, as those few Adepts still gather over on the right-hand side. Prism pulling back over. Sentry going to nibble at the Hallucination as well, and just going to be seeing that is going to get chased away. Good Adepts continue by. Again, the Immortal, the Blink coming up as well. Currently, it's just all of that on the way through for the moment. Bringing that about. And again, that Blink is ticking along nicely for now as well. So just bringing that straight through. A couple of pylons on the way up. That Nexus coming by. Going to see the few Adepts over here. Just going to move around a little bit as well. See if they can do anything exciting. Because yeah, those Nexus just coming online, and we have ourselves a little bit of setting up to do over these next few moments still. A couple of probes go down, so the Prism is successful to get a couple of workers. One Adept will shade away. Actually gets another worker low ground. And again, that's the annoyance of this. You keep so many units back at home with so few commitment units. And obviously that Prism will continue to linger around, so you have the chance to do more. We're going to see a third from both as well, though, so both players are kind of accepting of the fact that this is probably going to become a longer game. Blink is finished, so you have that mobility now, and the Stalkers, do they risk going on the map? Yes, they do. There's already 2 Immortals up, and that's the power of the Robo Facility. You've got those Immortals up, going to be tough for the Stalkers to break through said Immortals, and that should genuinely keep this in a little bit of a tricksy scenario for sure. Shots coming through, Stalkers get pushed back a bit further. Well, Adept's going to warp into the main base, so warping in up over here. Again, Robo Facility Forge going about. Stalkers blink up, and again, the Adept is going to get chased around once again. It's just going to chase that out of here. Prism still getting hit for a few moments. And we'll be seeing these Adepts continue to get cleaned out. So Adepts going down, a couple probes dropping. Again, Immortal, the probes in the gateway coming about. A couple extra Stalkers coming through. More Stalkers in the center, gathering up still. We have Charge and +1 all building as well. A couple of Sentries going to gather up. Destination is going to be right there. Just keep an eye on things as well. So a little extra coming down for the moment. Looking pretty decent here. As we have, again, Destination is going to nibble. The Adepts, Sentries, and Immortals are going to come across as well. So just going to get those moving. Force field coming down for a moment or so. And we are going to be seeing this attack across the map. I mean, here's the issue. Is that these players just missed each other. So the Stalkers on one side, the Immortals on the other, and we're going to kill the third base from both players. So both players are going to be losing their third. We kill the third more quickly here as Cristiana, which gives him the chance to recall and defend, and he will do so. Cristiana lost 3 more workers, but keeping the third base alive is going to keep him in a very good position overall in comparison to his opponent. That fourth Nexus coming down from Cristiana, so that will begin to set up, and away that will go at this current point in time. You can see a couple Stalkers coming through, so you see a few more shots coming about right there, just for now as well. Where are we going at this point? A few more Stalkers coming into play still, and the Temple Archives and the Gateways coming about. Just going to see everything else joining together there. Charge and the +1 going to be a part of this too. So just got that Forge coming up, the attack upgrade coming by. Stalkers continue to settle. In the next few moments, the +1 charge, like I say, building by for the moment. Temple Archives and the Gateways continue to produce. And those few Zealots are going to run in over here. Just put some more pressure on it as well. So, it's getting a lot done. I mean, again, a few more probes going down. Definitely feels like Cristiana are going to maintain advantage at the moment. The Immortal army is so solid as well. Like, yes, you can find value with these Stalkers, but these Immortals are just sturdy. And so we're not really losing much with the Stalkers, but we're not really gaining anything against the Immortals either, so we're just kind of in a little bit of a stuck position, in all honesty. +2 coming up. Prism is going to be still on the top side and looking to burst back into play in the next couple of moments, I'd imagine, and try and get re-involved into the main base. The Zealots there, though, so you can't really do too much dropping. Hey, Stalkers on the other side, you're going to see their mobility looking to try and catch the fourth. Cristiana does move into position, and for now at least is able to turn that away and stop that from being too disastrous, because that really could have been a little bit of a problem if we'd let it go on too far. So stopping that before it, like I say, becomes a little bit too much of an issue. And everything else just joining together and resettle down for a couple of moments. The Stalker's going to walk back through and come back over to this side. Just going to be seeing the +2 attack. The Dark Shrine coming in as well. 2 and Blink. Going by on the side of Cristiana, so it's going to bring that up also. Again, a lot of little bits and pieces still being added on into play currently. Big push across from Cristiana. Once again, he's got that little bit of a supply lead, but I'm not going to get too ahead of myself because he had a supply lead in that last game and was not able to deliver on it in the end. But Archon in the front taking a few more shots, taking a little bit more damage. Immortals, Archon, Stalkers all pushing this back. And Stalkers of Shameless do get chased away pretty heavily, and they will get pushed all the way back up to that top side. So they're just going to get pushed out of here for now. And +2 attack coming in, everything else coming through. A couple of Dark Templar. Going to build into play as well currently. Well, Stalker's going to get a big blink across this side. The DT going to be there, going to get in toward the Stalkers too. I'm just going to see some extra Stalkers warping in. Do we have a detection here? Obviously, we played a robo build, so you kind of presume he has detection, but this is one of those moments where you're like, oh, you didn't. Well, having detection should have been a priority. As here right now, a DT is going to scare you away. We're going to start cannons in the mineral lines because the DTs are approaching, so that's just smart. But most importantly, we need to get an observer here. One observer coming across the map. We're going to build an extra one, build a bonus, just to try and get us out of trouble. Yeah, DT's still just being annoying, and Shameless actually going to swing this supply into his favor for a few moments, and the DTs arrive before the cannons are up, so even worse is now you have to deal with DTs without the cannons being available everywhere, because some of them will just get denied right off the bat here. Going to throw a recall down as Cristiana tries to bring enough units home to play defense. These Stalkers blinking through, looking for the 4th base as well, and they will get it, so Shameless is able to make a great set of plays, and again, just utilizing the mobility of these Stalkers. In a straight-up fight, his army loses, but mobility and harassment is now the name of his game. With all of the Stalkers, and what, we're going to start base trading, maybe? What does Cristiano want to do? He doesn't want to go across the map, but he's about to lose his 3rd base, and these Stalkers are putting some absolute work on him. So Stalkers looking great. A few other Stalkers trying to work around. We see some Zealots coming up. The Immortals on the left side are going to fire through. It's a lot of those Stalkers taking a lot of damage. The Prism goes down from Cristiana as well, so one final big KO from Shameless before he gets properly shoved out of here. And those Stalkers are going to end up shoved out of here as they continue to get pushed right now, right up to the top side of the map. Again, the armor upgrade, the battery, all continuing in line for the moment. 25 probes died from Cristiana, so he actually has an army supply lead right now. This is where Shameless has to be super careful to make sure he doesn't just die to the counterattack. I mean, that's more easily said than done. He has a lack of units, and he has worse units, but he has the Blink, and obviously Blink does provide efficiency to this army. And that's going to be where a lot of this strength comes from. He still has some DTs here and there as well. We'll see if they can do much else, although I think they're going to be kind of meeting their end for the most part. Cannons and mineral lines, and so plenty of observers overhead. And Cristiana's army, like I say, is going to pack punches with, what, 6 Immortals involved, a couple of Archons as well, and it's still just against purely Blink Stalkers. And Shameless just has so many Stalkers, he can't even get them all into reach in a meaningful manner right now, because every time he tries to walk through anywhere, it's just such a blob of Stalkers, he can't get in range before the Immortals start shredding the front rows. So he keeps on ending up in a bit of a rough position there. This does end up being a pretty expensive trade so far for Shameless. Down 25 army supplies still. Losing base at this point, which is going to equalize the damage which he dealt himself. So he's going to get completely turned around in that regard. And what have we just seen? I think Cristiana's army is maybe just a bit too good. A couple of Archons and Zealots work their way up to the top side. And we continue to push our way through over here. On toward this Nexus, on toward everything else. We keep moving through. The probes are going to pull in. The Stalker's going to blink onto this. And we just see the Immortals continue to fight back. A lot of those probes will keep on dropping. Again, damage just being done. 45 workers going down. The Zealots and the Archon's going to fight. The Stalker's blink over. A couple of those Immortals will keep on dying. And that is going to be Cristiana saying GG because Shameless has too much. What did we just watch? What a game. Man, I actually completely believed in Cristiana as well, but Shameless is able to bring it back once more. Damn, Shameless brought it back big time in this game because I actually really felt like he was in trouble this time. That army looked great, and he was just doing so many good things with the Stalkers, but man, like, at the end, I really thought he was just never going to kill that army, but he gets it done. And Shameless takes a 2-0 lead in this best of 5. Oh, what a great best of 5 so far. Absolutely banging set of games. Kicking us off thus far, guys, as we get ready to go into Game 3 here in a couple of moments. We'll just have 30 seconds or so, and we'll kick this off. Beautiful. What a second game in a row. Yeah, actually great PvP so far. I know we like to complain about PvP and whatever, but like this is actually great PvP that we're seeing up until now. So far, loving it. We'll see if we can keep that going as we're ready for this next one in a second. Alright, it's going to be Tourmaline as our map, guys. So, let's get into it, and let's see if this series stays as awesome as the first two games have said it will be. It really has been pretty sick so far as we get into Tourmaline. Let's get it going. Game 3 of the series. On the top right-hand side, up 2-0 is going to be our blue Protoss player, Shameless. And it does feel like, I mean, honestly, it feels like it's been a... I said this was going to be a close series. Right now it's 2-0, but like it's been great games. So I feel like I'm not too far off with my placement of these two players. Cristiana has had the chance to win both of these games that have been played thus far. Unfortunately, she's come out on the worst end for them, which arguably maybe Shameless is playing better because he's turned this into wins even from rough positions. Gates, assimilators coming through and take a couple of moments here as we have our probes building as well. I'm just going to nibble past each other, high-fiving into this game. If only the Archons with the main army would have won that fight. Yeah, it was close, honestly. The thing is those sort of fights as well, a couple of extra units make such a big difference. Like, a couple of extra units make the entire situation look so different, right? So quickly. So, yeah, it's definitely a factor. It was very close, and just in general. Great game. Gates, side cores all coming up, probes coming through, getting settled down for a few moments here. Seeing what we can get done as the couple of probes poke about, and we put some damage in, etc., etc. Not too much happening, really. Just trying to see where we end up. Just trying to see where we end up, indeed. Alright, a couple moments of getting settled then. Hold on, this probe. There's a probe over here if you want to watch this one. This one's blue, the other one's red. Shameless up to, obviously, winner bracket action, so loser is not eliminated, but the winner gets to move on to a pretty deep section of the winner bracket already, which is awesome. So we'll see what happens. Yo, slowly with the 90-month resub. Happy birthday with 10 Wardy Allies. Thank you so much for the 90 months. The bonkers. Can't believe I've not seen you since last year, slowly. Isn't that crazy? It's starting again. All these years before we see each other, like last time. That's how it begins. Unbelievable. Couple of Stalkers in the Warp Gate all coming through. We see the Stargate and the Nexus building up. And we've seen the Stargate coming up from Cristiana as we get this ready to rumble. And we see the Stalker count growing from Shameless. A couple Stalkers going to fight through, put a bit of damage out for a few moments, so I'm going to get some damage done just for now, get set up, see where things are going to go. All hallucination coming by as well. Stalkers in the center still gathering. A couple more Stalkers setting up also. Next is about halfway. Next is just starting from Shameless. Obviously two different builds, so we'll see what the Stargate and the Oracle play of Cristiana can net overall. As that's going to be on the map shortly, whereas Shameless is really just on a lot of units right now. 5 Stalkers and a Sentry is a pretty committed amount of forces there in the early stages, so it's definitely a factor to be looking at. See the couple shots coming through. The Stalker's going to take some damage still, so a few shots coming out right away. A fair amount being done on this, as we do obviously have, like I say, this idea of a lot of units here initially from Shameless. The battery already gets drained, a few probes pull forward, so it's looking scary, but the Oracle's about to go in on the other side of the map into a battery. So all we can really do here is, well, yeah, not much of anything else. So that Oracle not going to find much of anything. We are defending on the other side. Cristiana losing 5 workers. He'll be down a few workers to begin with, if nothing else. So that already is a bit of a factor. So that'll be a thing for sure. I'm just going to see that Twilight Council coming through, Dark Shrine and the probes coming up as well. So again, we get that whole rolling here for the moment. Stalkers gathering up, the probes are going to join through. Let's take a little bit of time. Dark Shrine building for the moment. Well, this Oracle combo is still linger. I like the Dark Shrine because obviously Shameless is playing without detection right now. He's just playing the Twilight Council, so if this Dark Shrine comes up quickly enough, that's the Robo. It doesn't mean the DTs are doomed, but it does mean that there is a chance to detect them. The observers can come out. It obviously still means, you know, can you get the observers in the right position at the right time and so on, etc., etc. That's going to be a pretty decent question here. There's a couple Stalkers in the Sentry. Will help to push the Oracle back around again. Stalkers pull back. And yeah, Robo Facility and a couple gates continue to come through as well. So that blink's still halfway done. Units on the right side moving about. Just going to move them in position a little bit as well. And Dark Templar building up for the moment. Couple Stalkers in that blink coming by. Gates building, pylons producing. A lot of that coming through already. Just going to be seeing our Observer coming about as well. Just bringing that over. Hallucination coming by on the bottom side, keeping that scouting up. At the end of the day, the first 2 DTs are going to be approaching the natural, and this feels like there'll be detection, although this DT actually slipped to the top, so that's a neat play. I like that a lot, actually. That's very neat. Unfortunately, it still ends up in the DT going down, but it was a nice try, because he saw the unit, he tried to sneak around, the Observer was over to the right side, so it wasn't an immediate spot. But yeah, the DT's obviously not really doing what Cristiana wants them to just yet, so unfortunately for him, the start of this game number 3, which is a must-win game, is not quite going to plan. But he can still give the DTs there to potentially, I like that as well, Observer goes into Observe mode just to see if there's any extra vision or so to maybe spot a DT. But yeah, I like the plan of just keeping a DT here to kind of counterattack as he moves out. There's going to be a new Observer though, so Shameless already thought of that. As both these players are just playing well, honestly. I mean, Cristiana's playing, you know, with some cool moves, and Shameless just seems to be one-upping them a little bit, but they're both playing smart. Now, the Stalker's about to walk straight into this Stasis Ward, and that's not playing smart, that's playing rather scarily, obviously. I mean, you know there's an Oracle up, so you should be kind of cautious of Stasis Wards, or waltzing straight into the first one. Not going to punish you just yet, but you got to be careful. There's one more Stasis to this right side that Shameless hasn't seen directly with the Observer yet, so hopefully he doesn't get too quickly involved chasing through. This Stasis on that left side going to get targeted, so he takes that out. Just kind of pulls back. The Observer is there to detect, and we will just kill that Stasis this time around. That was Cristiana defending a third base, so if he holds this position, he is going to be A-okay, because he's obviously got the third base, and Shameless is just a 2-base Protoss, so he's looking to kill while Cristiana looks to defend. Cristiana pulls back over the right side for the moment. Sentry goes down, a couple more Stalkers going to warp in for the moment as well. Just going to see the Stalkers still trying to fight. I mean, now Cristiana's a little bit of an odd position, choked up on that right-hand side, stuck behind the batteries, so taking a little bit of damage and not really getting a lot from this either at the same time. Stalker's still pushing through, a bit more damage coming about here. Just going to see the batteries still doing some healing. And we are going to, again, continue to fight back the other way here as Cristiana's really doing his part to try and hold on. I mean, now the stack defense is going. It was already going to be low on energy on those batteries, but now they're not going to ever get to regen. However, I mean, Cristiana, can he make a stand for himself? He's got a few Zealots coming through, no charge, but they can at least tank some Stalker shots. 15 army supply lead currently on the other side of the map. The Oracle shows back up, gets 3 workers, will go down to a Stalker. And Shameless with a lot of units right here on Tourmaline right now. Continue to push on forward. He will blink back, so it gives it a little bit of space. Is there any advantage that we're playing with here really as Cristiana? Not really. He's just down on numbers. mean, the advantage is that he's obviously warping in at home. He gets a bit of a better concave there momentarily, so for a second or two, maybe things look a bit smoother. We're going to see, obviously, warp in straight off the prism here from Shameless. Gets rid of that pylon supply blocking Cristiana as well. Again, still needs to win out here, right? Because you must get through this third base because of the fact that this third base, you know, exists and you don't have a third base yourself. So that is a must kind of play scenario right now here on the side of Shameless as he continues to push through. His supply is falling off a little bit, so Cristiana getting some better trades at the tail end of this whole scenario. So a couple things going his way, just a little teeny bit. The rest of the Stalkers and the Zealots gathering up. 8 probes went down from Cristiana, but for now, man is alive and chilling. Probes come back down over here. Stalkers are going to show up. A couple more hits coming through already. Okay, Cristiana. I think Cristiana is hell. Like, Shameless was all about that army, you know, having momentum and having size and value and you know, being favored. Now, this army is not quite in the same place at all. A couple Stalkers starting to go down right away as we just see Cristiana making the play forward, jumping in onto this, going to keep on chasing, in fact, as those Stalkers get chased away for the moment. I mean, Cristiana's holding. He has that third base, and this series might be about to go on. It looked like Shameless maybe had it. This series is full of twists and turns, honestly. I'm not going to stop predicting things in this series because I don't think anyone is able to follow through on any sort of lead so far. Well, we have the Stalkers coming about. Just going to be seeing a few units hitting against each other, going back and forth. The Zealot going down, and another few Stalkers on that right-hand side coming up as well. We'll just see that Forge continuing into play. The couple of Zealots coming around. I mean, probes pulled into this from Cristiana. He loses about 8, but as long as he cleans out these Stalkers, he's fine. He can rebuild probes quickly with the 3 bases, gets rid of the Prism, and he will come through to get GG out of Shameless. Cristiana gets a map back in this best of 5. Second reverse sweep of the day? Question mark. We had a reverse sweep in Sebastes versus Cham earlier. I mean, we might be on our way to another because Cristiana's done the first step of it. Down 0-2. Well, he's done the first 2 steps of it. You start off down 0-2, and then the second step is obviously to take a game back. And he has done that so far. And so we're going to get ready for game 4, which will be on Nightshade. So one of the maps from the OSC... it's funny, we're actually not seeing a lot of maps from the OSC extended map pool. Basically, OSC runs a map pool which is extended beyond the ladder maps. So some maps get voted back in and get to come back around a few times over in the OSC system. And Nightshade, this map coming up, is one of those. This map I actually haven't cast in a long time. This is from TLMC 13. For reference, the last time we did a TLMC, it was like TLMC 20 or 21 or something. So, yeah, this is a map from a hot second ago. And we're going to play some PvP on it. As Cristiana brings it back a game, he's going to be the blue Protoss in the bottom, and sorry, in the top left-hand side of the map, taking on Shameless in the bottom right side of the map here for game 4. Very exciting. Very exciting. Game 4 then. Best of 5 coming through here. Gates, probes coming through for the moment. Just going to be seeing the assemblers coming down as well. So just getting a lot of that on the way initially. Well, the assemblers coming up, the gates coming by. Again, the probies building through. Just getting settled for a couple of moments right now. As we have ourselves the early game establishing. Look at the map, you got this main base. I'm actually trying to think of this map, but yeah, it's just the high ground natural. Ramp down to the 3rd, which is pretty well defended by the choke points. And then you can move up to 4th over here. You can play downwards and outwards onto the map as well. I actually think this map has super interesting features. It's just kind of a larger kind of macro map. With a decent layout. It's probably the best way to describe it. Like, there's no rich Vespines to talk of, if I'm remembering correctly. It's just kind of like... it's just very normal, which is sometimes why these maps make it back into the OSC extended map pool, because players enjoyed them at the time for being normal. they remember them as being normal, and so they get voted back in. So, Stalker and the Adept coming up. Stalker Sentry on the other side. Just going to have, again, the warp gate building through for a few moments here. Going to have a little bit of setup coming by for the moment as well. So a little bit of this, a little bit of that coming through for the moment, getting this underway. And those warp gates coming up. Stalkers will build. Excited to see what our plan is here. As we just play the pylon blocks, and obviously the Stargate from Cristiana, what he went for last game. I wouldn't say the Stargate put him in an amazing position, because it was fine. So he obviously just wants to go back to what kind of worked last time around. I mean, you can't blame someone for going back to what was working, right? So we just return to what was good previously, and we'll play this out and see what we can do as the Stargate comes up, the Nexus coming by, getting that in position, getting this started just for the moment. Stalker chasing, hallucination getting pushed away for a moment or two as well, so just bringing all of that up and online for the moment. Stalker still moving around also there, so yeah, a little bits of movement just for now. Oracle in the Warp Gate building, Twilight Council starts up from Shameless. You see this Adept in the center, just going to gather for a little bit as well. Cool. Alright, hallucination going one way. Again, Twilight Council's coming up on both sides of this currently. Just gonna have ourselves the Stalker building. Again, that blink coming up on the Twilight Council. This hallucination still trying to move through into the main base. Trying to peek at a little bit of what else is going on for a few moments here. The Twilight Council will be done very soon. Both players going to play straight up Blink. Not really too surprising, to be fair. And you see the Stalkers and the Sentries gathering up. Going to put some damage out onto the Oracle for a couple of moments. Just going to help to shove that away. Still got that Blink coming online. They can bring that straight through for the moment. Pick up all the probes. Almost the Oracle now backing off, and hallucination, we'll see where it's at, but nothing else on the map to really do much about it. Shameless going to take the faster third base this game, so from no third base in game 2 to the faster, in game 3 to the faster one here in game number 4. Shameless just mixing it up a little bit, as this time it's Cristiana who adds on the 2 additional gateways. He's going to be 4 gates, and he's going to be the one to probably apply pressure onto the 3 base setup of Shameless. So Cristiana, the one looking to try and, like I say, get out, apply some pressure, and make something happen. Hallucination pops from that sentry. Pulls over to that left-hand side. Just going to be seeing the couple Stalkers still warping in, the Blink coming through, Robo Facility and the gates building up as well. All of that coming by. Still just waiting to see what we will do next here. Again, Blink building, gates and the Nexus coming through. There's going to be a Nexus in the end from Cristiana, but there's no way you're not poking, right? You've built a few more Stalkers, you've built yourself a few more gates. Going to walk through your own stasis wards that are set up aggressively to help you kind of play onto this. If you walk into those stasis wards here as Shameless, you're dead. You're going to take so much damage, you've got to be so careful, which is so annoying because then your opponent can just work around your army. Okay, that's good. We blink one Stalker and we set off one stasis. That's exactly what you want to be doing. You can't let a good chunk of units walk into stasis here. There's just no way you get away with that, so got to be super careful about that one. As an Immortal shows up as well, hallucination going to be overhead. The Stalkers are going to start a fight. A couple Stalkers going to go back the other way. Another stasis ward popping out. A few of the Stalkers getting caught. I mean, that's decent, but not really enough to do much of anything right now, I would say. So I think that's going to be a little bit of a whatever kind of moment for now. Again, Forge, the pylons, the Immortal coming through, Nexus and the Probe building as well. On the right-hand side, these Stalkers get active, and they find some value right off the get-go, so they're finding some good times. Again, just going to be seeing the Forge and the Probes all building through for now. Getting that up and running. Seeing where we can get to. Amount of Stalkers joining in the center, the few Probes pull it back across for a couple of moments as well. 4 gateways, the Forge, again, all coming online. Stalker just going to blink back for a couple seconds, and again, that Temple Archives is still building up here on the side of this as well. So, again, continue to get that on the go. Stalker's going to be there, getting set up. Again, Resonating Glaives now the choice from Shameless, so we see where he wants to take this. He wants to move to Glaives, which is going to create a nice timing opportunity against the charge upgrade of his opponent. So if your opponent's about to start building a bunch of Zealots, and you show up with a bunch of Adepts, Adepts do win that fight. The Adepts do not transfer well later into the game, where Zealots can still be kind of useful against Archons, even if the whole point of the Archons is to break down the Zealot wall. You still need the Zealot wall, otherwise your opponent's just going to break through you anyway. The Adepts do not kind of provide that same value. Like, Adepts also just suck against Archons, but they don't provide any real wall off for those against those Archons later in the game either. So it kind of puts Shameless on a timer where this army comp does not do well forever, but there's 100% going to be a time frame here where you can do well with it. So let's see how it plays out. Again, a few of those Stalkers just joined up here. Cristiana staying on the map, taking a 4th base already. That's something which Shameless will not do, because he's going to throw pretty much everything he can into Adepts and into this Glaved Adept Immortal attack here in the next few moments. So again, looking to set this up, looking to get this on the go as the Stalker Immortal force continues to gather around. The Zealots get picked off immediately, just going to take that out without issue. So a couple of units go down right off the bat here. Going to see the Stalker stepping through. One Stalker goes down. The other Stalker's blinking over as well, continuing to chase for a little bit. Just pushing straight forward. I'm just going to see those Stalkers continue to fight again, continue to blink on through. Getting straight across here just from the moment. I knew Shameless was going to be the aggressor. We knew he was going to be the one to push, and he has to be careful as the Stasis on the right-hand side walks into it. Just a few Stalkers. Honestly, that could have been worse. Poor Stalkers are not going to be too heavily missed here. In the grand scheme of things, I don't think, because we are going to see those Zealots surrounding Cristiana with the wraparound on this army. He's going to come in from all angles, and that is going to be a big wraparound on this force of Shameless. Is it going to be good enough? Because again, the Adepts still clean out the Zealots pretty quickly, whether you wrap around them or not. The Archon's obviously getting very involved. A few Stalkers left over from Cristiana. Going to have to blink away. He has a lot more Stalkers up on this top left-hand side from the reinforcement wave, so that part may be more substantial than anything else here. Continue to come back through. We see the few Immortals in trouble again, continue to get shot at for a little bit. Just going to see those few Adepts going back the other way. Extra warp-ins, and I think for now Cristiana holds on, and the problem is Shameless probably never gets powerful enough to have another real go at this. Like, his army's never going to have as many Adepts. He's actually warping in more Stalkers now. I just don't think you're ever going to have enough. Now army supplies are even, but your opponent has charge lots, and that's going to be something that's going to be absolutely brutal to deal with. Those charge lots just running straight on through. An extra round of Zealots already warping in, and this army of Cristiana is just saying, yes, please, I'm loving this. GG, says Shameless. He taps on out of here, and we are going to go to a Game 5 in our final series of the day. We're going to get a final map. We are going to get a final map. How very exciting. It really has been a great PvP, guys. I know I've said it a couple times at this point, but it really has been a very solid matchup. So it's been a great series. Let's see what we end up with here as we invite through and we get ready to go into Taito Citadel. We'll just give it about 30 seconds and we'll kick this off, guys. Thanks for joining us and thanks for being here. And I guess I'll say, if you're already on the YouTube, like and subscribe. I haven't really said that much today. We've already been selling out so much with the birthday stuff, to be fair, so didn't want to go overboard. Didn't want to do too much if we could avoid it, I guess. Yeah, alright, we are a moment or so away from kicking this off, guys. Beautiful. Alrighty, Taito Citadel, let's do this. Final map, Shameless and Cristiana. The winner advances on to play against Classic. That's not going to be an easy PvP, but it could be a fun one. The loser dropping down to the lower bracket, I believe, enters the bracket of PvP with Skillers, Art, Nightmare, Lemon, Trigger. Like, that's actually not a fun part of the lower bracket to be in. In fact, I think that's one of the better parts of the lower bracket. And it's PvP heavy, so yeah, it's not a fun match to lose. I mean, obviously, playing Classic isn't fun, but it's a PvP, and obviously if you drop down from there, you then drop one round further on in the lower bracket, and maybe that helps you out as well. it'll drop you into a different section of the lower bracket, and I actually think that genuinely is going to be useful. So, yeah, I would actually say that this is going to be a big game here between Cristiana and Shameless in terms of determining how our bracket plays out here in the OSC Championship, Edition 13. In the top left-hand side, the blue Protoss is going to be Shameless. Taking on the red Protoss. Down in the bottom right-hand side, we've got Cristiana. Very exciting, guys. Very exciting. Gates and these simulators coming up. Getting set up here for a couple of moments, getting that underway. As we just have, the simulators coming through, figuring out where we go. Just going to see this one probe coming down the map as well, so just going to bring that across initially. Steps up in toward the base for a couple of seconds, just moving straight through there. Yeah, those gates coming about, getting set, probe on the way. Just for the moment. Cyvic goes now, gates building. We're going to see Cristiana's probe on the upper right side has a chance to maybe throw a little bit of something down, perhaps. Yeah, throw a pylon down. Doesn't have to be a proxy, right? It can just be a fake pylon for now and maybe utilize it a bit later. Play the mind game on your opponent, getting worried about the possibility of it actually being a proxy, right? These are a couple things you can absolutely force out from your opponent right away here, so just trying to get a little bit of a response, and yeah, the probe doesn't stick around, so very unlikely that we actually build anything on that location in the end. Sentry warp gate coming through. Just going to see the Ghost Stalkers and warp gate coming through as well. On the left-hand side, the probe continues across also. Sentry warp gate all on the way, bringing that about. It's getting gathered together here for a couple of moments. Probe on the bottom side, we'll move across. Heading to that bottom right corner just for the moment, so again, getting that set up for now. Getting that underway. Max is already building on the natural. You see a couple shots, Stalkers and the Sentries again putting some work in, immediately finding some value here. Just for a couple of seconds. I see that robo facility again. Cristiana has Cristiana hadn't had a good setup with the robo earlier. Now it's going to be Shameless's turn to try and set with the robo instead. So he'll go for that as these couple Stalkers. Actually going to go and find this pylon if they go close enough. They're going to be close to it. Yeah, he's going to check for it. He's going to find it. So finds the hidden pylon. Just nice to get rid of that early because you kill it quickly and it's going to force your opponent to build another pylon. Else the supply block kicks in. In this case, the Nexus probably finishes up probably by the same time as a new pylon actually. So yeah, supply block going to be fairly significant for 15 seconds or so. Stalker's coming about. Sentry's going to be a part of that too. The Twilight Council Stalker's coming online. The Immortal and the Nexus coming up as well. So again, we bring a lot of that into play here just for now. So you see that Nexus still setting up. A couple Sentries help to get rid of a hallucination. Just removing that from the equation for the moment. Nice and quickly, no problems. Just for now, like I say, pretty chilled out. A couple more Stalkers gathering. The probes go to the low ground. Whoa, we're going to actually force a couple of units forward. Cristiana getting aggressive. Going to try and catch some of these Stalkers and Sentries already. A couple of these Stalkers start to get grabbed. A few of them begin to go down. We are going to see a very good starting point here from Cristiana. Just gets a bunch of value. Force fields worked out brilliantly for him. There is the Immortal. And he'll have to step away now. Obviously, he wants to preserve these Stalkers because he is going Blink in the end. So you do genuinely, want to then, get your Blink up and actually utilize it. There's the extra couple of gates coming about. The probes and the Blink continue through. So you want to assimilate it down onto this natural here for the next couple of moments as well. Just bringing that straight down into play. Yeah, Twilight probes, a little bit of everything else coming through momentarily. The few Stalkers gathering together for now. Again, just joining up for a couple of seconds here as we have the pylon and taken out over on the left. The probe comes back. Similar sort of direction, heading up over on this side. Just for the moment. And yeah, Blink's coming through. Immortal Forge, a couple more probes in the Blink, and the batteries all coming online as well. So a lot of that coming up. This probe still stepping to the natural, where it's going to get cleaned up by 2 Stalkers in the Immortal already. Couple gates coming online again. Immortal, Blink +1 building. Nexus on the 3rd base coming about as well. Now these Stalkers trying to get across to the other side of the map, so they'll make their way up the left-hand side. Cristiana has that Blink, so he wants to apply pressure. He wants to see if he can get a pick off or so, just wandering into the natural. Hey, if he gets all the Stalkers underneath, shoots that Prism and blinks out, that's a dead Prism. Yep. It just felt like it was going to happen. Just walk in the natural, kill the Prism, blink out. It just felt like an easy target. It felt like it was going to be right there. It was in the front. Unless Shameless saw the Stalkers coming in and started pulling it back immediately, it was just doomed, and there you go. So that was an easy pick-off to begin with, as now we have ourselves the other couple of Stalkers continue to make their way around here, and obviously we still have the chance to, I mean, at this point you probably want to ping the Immortals to get rid of their barriers, put those on cooldown, then it maybe gives you the chance to pick away at the Immortals a little further as well, so it's going to give you that opportunity if nothing else. A couple more units warping in just for now. Bringing those across as we are going to be seeing the Stalkers trying to fight. Just gets rid of an Immortal and then blinks away. Still not too much loss on the side of Cristiana. 3 Stalkers total this game. But getting rid of Immortals is obviously huge because you're going to slowly reduce the, the Robo units. In a scenario where you just forced a new Prism to be built, so already you're slowing down Robo production. Hallucination to the high ground. Oh, that Immortal actually comes into an awkward position. It would have been saved by the Prism if we try to kill it anyways. You just take a pylon, we blink out, and again, you're just making your opponent move around you. Cristiana controlling the pacing and the movement in this game currently and keeping Shameless on the defensive, as Cristiana has a 3rd base already up and running. Cristiana has himself, the Templar Archives on the way through, his own Immortal, his charge upgrade coming by. Cristiana has so much good in the near future coming online for him, so he's getting into such a great position here. And this few Stalkers coming back around. The Zealots gathering up. A couple shots coming through. Hitting the Stalkers once again just for a couple moments. A few more hits coming by just there. Stalker's going to blink down. Going to get a Stalker in return. So we do return some fire. Still got the +1 and the charge coming up as well. The Stalker's going to head on over to that right side. Going to go for this Nexus. I mean, Shameless just on the counterattack space says, hey, let's do this then. If you're just reliant on movement, let's see if you can move properly. However, that Prism took a big hit, and so it's going to be low. Do we have a way to get close to it? Because it's low, but it will get the warping off. However, we had to abandon the Immortals kind of in the front ranks, which meant that the Zealots did a lot against them. All of the Immortals go down from Shameless pretty quickly. Cristiana, too, has lost a good amount of supply here, in all honesty, so his supply is also hurting. Coming out of this, it's pretty even supply-wise if we're just purely looking at numbers. And I mean, what's left army-wise? 1 Immortal and an Archon versus purely Stalkers, so Cristiana is a bit more of a tech army, is very reliant on the Zealots, and that gives Shameless now the chance to be the aggressor with the Stalkers, which is a complete flip of the script from what we saw earlier, where Cristiana was the aggressor with those Stalkers and the one who had the mobility. Now chasing those Stalkers down, and Shameless getting chased away. Supply lead swings into Cristiana's favor as he even target fires the low HP Stalker there, getting the grab. Cristiana is on the verge of the reverse sweep here. He's not won this game yet, but he's doing all the right things to put himself in a position to go from 0-2 down to 3-2 victory for the 2nd time today. Not Cristiana doing it the 2nd time, but just for us today. Sebastes was down 2 versus Cham and brought it back 3 in a row. First days of the OSC Championship have absolutely been delivering thus far. And yeah, this has actually been a great PvP. I forgive my complaints about PvP from previously, because PvP's been a banger. Stalkers blink up, Zealots are going to chase in. Take a couple moments. Unit's going to recollect around for a second or two there. Figure out what we want to try and do instead. And go to the left-hand side where we catch a bunch of the Zealots. They're going to try and move out onto the maps. They're not going to get as far as they would have liked either. So no fortune on that one. As you see, 1 extra Stalker warping in. A couple shots already coming out for a few moments here. It's going to be seeing the Stalkers, the Immortal, the Archon coming back through. A couple more Zealots gathering up and collecting together as well. More Stalkers taking some hits. I mean, Shameless just has a lot of Stalkers. There's a lot of Zealots on the other side of the map. Obviously, no third base. So these Zealots are just going to run straight to the natural. And you've got to be able to defend these without losing too much. Otherwise, this attack becomes all in over on this side of the map. And that would be pretty disastrous as well, to be honest. Stalkers and Immortals start a fight out. We see a few more Zealots warping in. We're going to blink through. Stalkers, Immortals continue to drop at the moment. The Zealots are going to get there to try and push this back the other way. Cristiana is holding on. Meanwhile, already 12 workers go down. Now the entire mineral line is going to get shredded because everything just ran in the main. That's the only reason why the workers weren't dying earlier, because they were just on the run for their life. Cristiana doesn't have a lot defensively, but the cannon's going to try and help. He will warp in a few more units over here. He is going to pull probes as well, because these Stalkers, yes, they have blink, but there is going to be a way for him to at least try to deal with this, right? Like, if he just cleans this up, he knows he's good. Shameless has no eco left. Zealots are still across the map. We're going to recall those Zealots because they may become important on the defense here as they fight for their upper bracket life. Army supply is similar. Can these Stalkers or Shameless do what they need to? Cristiana got a bit caught up. He's going to go after the Prism, gets it. Now the Zealots get the wraparound on the bottom half of this army. And we are going to be seeing Cristiana continue to chase this down. The Stalkers have to blink away. They'll try and go for this mineral line, I guess, and try and deny some workers. But Cristiana should not care. 40 workers versus 0, pretty much. Well, there's 1. But if he just repowers some gates and keeps on warping in, he will have more than enough. And Shameless knows it. GG's. Cristiana reverse sweeps and keeps himself alive in the upper bracket for a date with Classic in that upper bracket match for the next round of the OSC Championship. GG's. GG's. What a day, actually. Pretty fun games, guys. Pretty hecking fun games. Some really fun stuff involved there. I had a good one, and I hope you guys had a good one too. Thank you so much for joining us and hanging out with us on my birthday for some StarCrafts. I appreciate you all, and I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. Tomorrow, guys, what is going to be coming up? We actually have these series. So tomorrow is going to be the string of... In fact, let's just show it on the screen quickly and show you guys exactly what's coming up tomorrow. So tomorrow, you'll be able to watch this string of matches live. We'll be starting off with Classic versus the winner of Shameless Cristiana, which is Cristiana. So Classic versus Cristiana, the winner versus Solar, the winner versus Showtime, then the winner versus Max Packs. All of this tomorrow. 4 best of 5s in a row, some great players. Look forward to that. And then in the lower bracket tomorrow, we will have Mana versus Milky Cow and GG Machine versus Mixu. So we're going to have these 2 best of 5s in elimination mode tomorrow as well. So tune in for that tomorrow for more OSC Championship action. And it's going to be a good one. Genuinely looking forward to it. Think it's going to be great. Think it's going to be fun. And I appreciate you all coming and hanging out and again, being just so fun with us. I appreciate you guys. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. That's going to be it for me. I'm going to wrap this up. I got to do something. I got to set my YouTube video up for the night because I forgot to export it already earlier. So I'm going to go get that done because I'm going out in a little bit. So I'm going to get that sorted. I appreciate you guys. I hope you all have a wonderful, like I say, rest of your day. And I will see you guys next time for some more StarCraft 2, yeah? Yeah. Like I say, I'll be back tomorrow. It'll be a bit of a later start time tomorrow because I have to take Helen to the hospital or something. So I will be back tomorrow, but a bit later. I think we start like 2 hours later than usual. I'm leaving it pretty safe, just making sure we have plenty of time, basically. So, yeah, that should be the case tomorrow. Perfect. I'll see you guys there. You guys have a great rest of your day. Set of ads on the outro. Thanks so much for all the love and support and the subs and stuff, guys. Thanks for filling the room with a few balloons. I appreciate you all, and I'll see you guys, like I said, tomorrow for more StarCraft 2. See you guys later. Bye. Thanks to OSC for having us again. Let's play the Ladder Legends thing. All right, I'll play the Ladder Legends thing. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.
StarCraft is a freaking hard game.
Thank you, for the 28-month resub. Appreciate it.
Best are, improving can start to feel like an impossible task. But it doesn't have to be this hard. Enter Ladder Legends. Ladder Legends is a dedicated academy aimed at helping you understand, enjoy, and improve at StarCraft. More than that though, Ladder Legends is a community where StarCraft gamers can get together, make new friends, and dive deeper into the game with them. With incredible coaches and talent like Groovy, Mixu, Gamer Richie, and Tempo, you know something special is happening here. The folks over at Ladder Legends have big plans too, and aim to expand their services into other games. Potential titles include Apex Legends, Valorant, Heroes of the Storm, League of Legends, and more. Join their Discord to let them know what you want to see out of them. And if you only care about StarCraft, join their lively and active Discord anyway. They've also recently launched a fabulous website for their academy, which sports a VOD repository, masterclasses, a build order library, the ability to book one-on-one coaching, and more. Check it out by clicking the link in the video description or by scanning the QR code on screen. Once again, thank you to Ladder Legends for the support. Ladder Legends is a dedicated academy specializing in StarCraft for the moment, which has helped people who have been hard stuck break through that ceiling and hit ranks like Masters and even Grandmasters in as short as a month. Be sure to check out their fantastic new website, which sports a VOD repository, masterclasses, a build order library, and the ability to book one-on-one coaching. Gain access to all of that and more by subscribing to Ladder Legends for as little as £14.99 British pounds a month. Check it out by clicking the link in the video description or by scanning the QR code on screen.